Welcome back. In part 1, the situationship between Bella and Edward was already messy. Silent stares, mixed signals, and way too much tension. But part 2, oh, it gets even worse. Fork's high is buzzing, Bella's confused, and Edward's acting suspiciously jealous. Let's dive in. Friday afternoon, I sit at my desk proofing the mock-up of the print ads for Hale software. The campaign launches late next month, so it's practically all I've worked on since returning from New York. Even now, 12 days after returning, thoughts of the New York trip still make me smile. I had so much fun, and it seemed like Edward did, too. He seemed genuinely excited to play tour guide and experience the city with me. I know I'll never forget it. Since we got back, Edward and I have fallen into a new pattern. Seeing each other every day. The first 10 days, we ate dinner together every night. 8 of those nights we ended up spending the night together, too. But he's been out of town the last 2 days, so I haven't seen him since he left my apartment late Tuesday night. We talked for an hour on the phone last night though, and he's picking me up in 4 hours and 15 minutes for Riley's birthday party. Then I'm staying the weekend at his house. It's his birthday this weekend, too, and I'm nervous about the gift I got for him. I want him to like it. I think he'll like it. But I'm still anxious to see his reaction. I'm startled out of my daydream by a knock on the doorjamb of my office. "Shit, Jas, you scared the hell out of me," I exclaim when I look up, holding a hand over my racing heart. "Sorry, baby swan. Got a minute?" Jasper asks, smiling widely at me when I nod. I feel a little bad. He's been back a week and we still haven't spent any time together. He shuts the door and settles into one of the chairs in front of my desk. I recognize the managerial posture immediately. He's on my turf, but he's clearly planning to be in charge of this conversation, which leads me to believe that I'm not going to like the subject, whatever it is. He's trying to make me comfortable by letting me stay in my own space. "Spit it out, Jasper. What did you come in here to bitch at me about?" I ask, smirking at him. "Am I that transparent?" He chuckles, settling back into the chair a little further. "So, how are things with Edward?" "Good," I reply vaguely, unwilling to give any real information until I find out what prompted this little inquisition. "Emmett says you're seeing an awful lot of him," he says, trying again. "Ah, it's a classic case of the tattletale. Emmett's been yapping about my sex life to Dad. What's the best way to answer?" I decide to go with sass. "Well, given our sex buddy status, yes, I think it's safe to say that I see all of him," I say, smirking. Jasper sighs in exasperation. "Baby swan, that's not what I meant and you know it. Are you seeing him every day?" "Not every day," I grumble, lowering my eyes to the papers on my desk. "Christ, baby swan, you've got feelings for him, don't you?" Jasper asks. I close my eyes briefly before opening them and looking up to meet Jasper's gaze. "Jasper, Edward and I have become friends, yes. But we're not, romantic. I'm close to him the way I'm close to you and Emmett. We just have sex when we're done talking," I say, trying to explain the best I can. "I'm worried about you, baby swan. I think the lines are getting blurred here," he says, holding up a hand toward me when he sees that I'm about to let loose. "I'm not going to say anything else, so simmer down over there. I just don't want you to get hurt." "Jas, I'm okay really. I'm comfortable with things the way they are," I tell him earnestly. He smiles at me and I smile back, wanting to get up and hug him, but we never do that in the office. Jessica doesn't need any ammunition for her gossip chain. "Thank you for worrying about me. I love you." That's my signal that I'm done talking about this with him. "Love you, too, baby swan," he says. "I'm out of town next week, but let's have dinner the next week, okay?" I agree, and then he asks to see the Hale mock-ups, indicating that he's ready to move on from the Edward conversation, too. He stays in my office for over an hour, going over several campaigns I've been working on. When Jasper finally leaves, I lean back in my chair, sighing heavily and trying not to dwell on what he said. blank. I race to open the door when I hear the knock, fumbling with the chain and laughing before I finally get it open. Happy birthday weekend, I say loudly, flinging myself into Edward's waiting arms. Thanks. Are you ready to go? He asks, smiling down at me. Not quite, I answer, pulling him inside and pushing the door shut with my foot. I smile up at him and reach up on my tiptoes to kiss him. It's only been 2 days, but it seems like longer since I've had my arms around him, my lips on him. He kisses me back, hungrily for a moment and then pulls back slightly. Bella, we have to go. They're waiting, he says quietly, resting his forehead against mine. I know, I sigh, moving one hand up from his shoulder to run through his hair. I'm ready now. I'll make it up to you later, he promises, kissing me quickly once more before we pull apart. I pick up the wrapped packages and Edward picks up my overnight bag, then we go out the door. I could have driven to your house, I tell him on the elevator. I know, but this way you can't escape until I bring you home Sunday, he teases, bumping me playfully with his elbow. By the end of the weekend, Edward and I will have spent 12 out of the last 14 days together. Or 15 out of the last 18 if I count New York. Clearly my plan to pull why and put this relationship back into perspective isn't working. I've tried to be rational about it. I know we aren't romantically involved. But spending time with him in bed and out of it makes me so happy that I can't seem to stop. Even though I know it will hurt when he calls off this agreement someday because I can't imagine I'll be the one who ends it. I don't have the strength to pull away from him now. He's subdued as we drive to Alice's house, answering most of my questions with just one word, barely listening as I ramble about nothing. He suddenly exhales loudly and reaches toward me, grasping my hand tightly. Bella, my dad will be here tonight, he says tensely. Okay, I say, unsure what he's trying to tell me. But there's no time for me to ask anything as we pull to the curb in front of what must be Alice's house. It's a cute little bungalow perfect for her and Riley. As we get out of the car, Riley appears on the front steps, her little face lighting up when she sees us, or maybe when she sees the pile of presents in my arms. Uncle Edward, she screams, running down the sidewalk to meet us. You brought my friend, Bella. I sure did, Riley. He says, beaming at her as he picks her up. Happy birthday, sunshine. It's not my real birthday until Sunday, Uncle Edward, she reminds him, looking at him like she should know this information already. Bella, did you know it's my Uncle Edward's birthday Sunday, too? She says, looking over at me. Yes, I did. Are you all ready for your party? I ask, smiling at her. Riley nods excitedly as she wiggles in Edward's arms. Uncle Edward, I want Bella to carry me in, she whines. He smirks over at me as she dives toward me. I set the presents down on the hood of Edward's car just in time to catch her. She puts her little arms around my neck and squeezes so tightly that I can barely breathe, then rears back and puts her pudgy little hands on my cheeks, forcing me to look at her face. Bella, she says dramatically, her bright blue eyes shining, wait till you see my cake. It's pink and purple, 'cause those are my favorites, and there's ponies just like I told you. And I gets to wear makeup, see? She asks, closing her eyelids briefly so I can see the purple eyeshadow she's wearing as if I could have missed it. And my pops is already here, and I told him you would come, and I told him you're Uncle Edward's special friend and that you get to sit on his counter and that you guys kiss. I hear Edward sigh beside me and try to look at him, but Riley's not letting me turn my head. I get to meet your pops? I ask, curious. Edward has never mentioned Riley's dad, so I assumed he was out of the picture completely. Yep, he's right inside helping my mommy, she says. Come on, Bella, carry me inside. She pulls on my shoulders trying to get me to start walking. Riley Elizabeth, Edward says warningly. She huffs back at him and I have trouble keeping a straight face. Fine, Bella, would you please carry me inside? She asks sweetly, batting her blue eyes and long eyelashes my way. When I say yes, She squeezes me around the neck again and plants a wet kiss on my cheek. This time, I start walking before she can get herself in any more hot water with Edward. Alice greets us at the door, smiling widely at me as she tries to take Riley. No, Mommy. Bella's carrying me, she insists. Alice rolls her eyes and leads the way inside. An older man comes around the corner from another room. He's good looking, but older than I thought Riley's father would be. He's got to be in his early 50s, geez. And Alice was only 21 when Riley was born. That's a little creepy. I wonder if he was a college professor or something. He has dark blonde hair and gray-blue eyes, not anywhere near the same bright shade as Riley's. You must be Bella, he says, smiling warmly at me. I've heard so much about you. Bella, this is my pops, Riley says helpfully. Mommy calls him Grampy, but he saw it I could call him Pops and I like that better. She pauses to look haughtily at Alice before she continues talking. I look at the man again, now seeing the resemblance Edward has to him in body type and jawline, and I'm grateful that I didn't utter my misapprehension out loud. Pops is Mommy and Uncle Edward's daddy, too. I don't have a daddy here because he lives far away and I've never even met him, but my mommy says if he met me, he'd love me, 'cause I'm her little love bug and everyone loves me. Do you love me, Bella? She asks. I smile genuinely at her as I answer. Yes, I say quietly, surprised at the surge of emotion I feel in my chest when I speak the word. I realize immediately that it's true. I love you, too, she says, putting her hands on my cheeks again. She squeezes them together, making my mouth pucker up. Fish kiss, she says, puckering her mouth, too, and kissing me on the lips. She lets go of me and starts wiggling around, which I guess means she wants down, s at her back on her feet, and laugh loudly as she runs out the back door into the yard. Thanks, Bella, that was sweet of you, Alice says from beside me. When I turn to look at her, her eyes are shining with unshed tears. I shrug. I think it's impossible not to love her, I answer, smiling when Alice grabs my hand and squeezes it. I'm vaguely aware that Edward's father is waiting patiently to be properly introduced. So I turn my body slightly toward him. Edward, it's nice to see you, son. Happy birthday almost, he says warmly. Thanks, Carlisle. This is my friend, Bella Swan. Bella, my father, Carlisle Cullen. Edward says stoically. Carlisle. Edward doesn't call him Dad. He's told me they're not close, but his demeanor right now is downright cold. Mr. Cullen's face seems to fall a bit, but he recovers quickly and smiles at me. It's very nice to meet you, Mr. Cullen, I say, smiling back at him and holding out my hand for him to shake. He takes my hand between both of his. The pleasure is mine, Bella. And please call me Carlisle, he says, patting my hand gently before he lets go. Before we can say any more, Alice claps her hands. Okay, troops. I've got 10 little girls arriving in 15 minutes. Dad, Edward, your job is to corral them outside. Bella can help me with the food. She pauses to look questioningly at me, then continues when I nod. This is a low-key party, but it will be noisy. Prepare yourselves. Blank, blank. 3 hours later, I sink into Edward's hot tub and lean my head back against the side. Stella, here's your drink, Edward says a minute later, climbing in beside me and handing me a plastic cup with a lot of blueberry vodka and a little club soda in it. Cheers. He taps his glass against mine. His smells like whiskey. Thanks, I say, smiling tiredly over at him. He returns the lazy grin and we sit sipping our elixir in silence for a few minutes. Christ, they were loud, he remarks out of the blue. I laugh loudly and turn sideways, swinging my legs across his lap. He rubs his hand absently up and down my leg as he leans his head back against the side. I really thought I was going to lose a limb or at least have a black eye before they finally got that piñata to crack. Then they were like a pack of rabid dogs fighting over the candy. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And that little brat in the polka dot dress tried to bite me, too. Quote, Lucy? I ask, remembering the sweet-looking little girl. Lucy Fair, more like. She's definitely the spawn of Satan, he groans. I'm laughing hysterically by the time he's done talking. I think I'm slap happy. I lean my head against his shoulder, trying to speak in between the giggles. It's okay, Ned, you're home. You're safe. I've got you. He's not quite done grousing, though. I can't believe Alice would fucking ask us to babysit after that crap. I can take you home tomorrow before Riley comes over if you want. I know you're not that comfortable around kids, he says. My laughter dies down quickly at that statement. She's easy to be around. But if you want to take me home, I begin. He sits up abruptly, dislodging my head from his shoulder. He looks at me earnestly. No, I don't want you to go, he insists. I smile and stretch up to kiss him. Then I'll stay, I murmur against his lips. Sorry you got stuck talking to my father for so long, he apologizes. Pulling back from me. Why would you be sorry? I enjoyed talking to him. You're a lot like him, you know, I say, looking at his face, his guarded expression, anxiously. Shrugging noncommittally, he shifts his eyes to mine and I note with sadness that they're shielded, flat, not revealing whatever emotion is swirling inside him. If you say so, he responds blandly. He takes a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment. But it occurs to me that I've got a beautiful woman sitting in my hot tub covered by only 3 little triangles of fabric. I don't think this is the time to discuss my father. I know he's avoiding talking about his dad. I'm an expert at diverting these types of conversations. But I don't challenge him on it. Instead, I hook my arm around his neck and pull until, smirking, he opens his eyes to look at me. His eyes are shining again as he presses his lips back to mine. We stay in the hot tub kissing until we're pruny, then we go inside and lie together on the couch. I doze on and off until finally, at midnight, he whispers in my ear, "Let's go up, Stella." He leads me upstairs and peels the shorts and tank top off me, then tucks me into bed. A few minutes later, he gets in behind me and pulls me back against his chest, laying his arm across my waist and kissing the back of my shoulder. I reach my hand up to gently stroke through his hair a couple of times and turn my face toward his to kiss him goodnight before I sink into blissful sleep. Blank. Sunday morning I get up at the crack of Holy See. It's still dark outside so I can fix the early riser breakfast in bed for his birthday. I am as quiet as possible as I cook and arrange everything on the tray, then I sneak upstairs. When I walk into the bedroom, he's lying on his stomach, still sleeping. Setting the tray on the floor, I slip back into bed beside him and scoot up right next to him. I put my top leg across the back of his thigh, and kiss my way up his bare upper arm and shoulder until I get to his neck. When his lips begin to turn up at the corners, I speak. "Happy birthday, Edward," I whisper in his ear, using my fingernails to scratch lightly across his back. Morning. That feels good," he mumbles. "What smells so good?" "I brought you breakfast," I say proudly. "At the ass crack of dawn, thank you very much." I chuckle and move when he rolls onto his side to face me. "You got up early to make me breakfast?" he asks, surprised. He finally gets his eyes open and looks at me. I nod eagerly at him. "Thank you." He leans toward me and kisses me. Then I pull away to get the tray from the floor. He sits up and scratches both hands across his stomach a few times. Scooting up in the bed, he piles pillows against the headboard and insists that I sit and share the omelet once I get the tray into place. He laughingly feeds me bites and then opens his present when we're done. "Stella, I love them," he says, starring down at the sterling and onyx cuff links. "I wasn't sure what to get you," I say, shrugging. "These are perfect," he insists, looking over at me. He looks genuinely pleased as he leans over to kiss me. "Do I get anything else for my birthday?" he murmurs against my lips. Let me move the tray and we'll see what we can come up with," I laugh. We end up spending most of the rainy day in bed. Edward says it's the best birthday he's had in years. Blank, underscore, blank. The following Saturday afternoon, Alice, Edward and I sit around Edward's fire pit watching Riley push one of her dolls around the yard in a play stroller. Edward, Dad and I went up to the cabin last Sunday for Riley's birthday. When's the last time you were up there? Alice asks, looking curiously at her brother. Alice, I thought you were leaving, Edward remarks dryly. She beams at him as she answers. I am. I have a date. I haven't had a date for a very long time. Now how long since you've been to the cabin? Dad and I were saying maybe we should do the holidays there this year. I don't like going to the cabin, Alice, he answers through gritted teeth, sliding his eyes my way nervously. I know, Edward, I know it's difficult, but I think it's time. You should go and take Bella go for the 4th of July next weekend, she suggests. I glance over at Riley, trying to pretend that I'm N.O.T. paying attention to what they're talking about. This is the second Saturday in a row that Edward and I are babysitting Riley. Last Saturday it was only for a couple of hours. Tonight, Riley is spending the night here. She still makes me a little uncomfortable and I didn't handle the temper tantrum she threw last weekend well at all, but Edward seemed to know what to do. I hear Edward tell Alice that he'll think about the cabin as she gets up to leave. For dinner, Edward, Riley and I walk to the pizzeria a few blocks away. Riley insists on sitting right next to me in the booth and orders pepperoni pizza. She wants to know all about my family and I end up digging through my wallet to find a picture of my dad. I don't carry one of my mom. Your daddy is a policeman. He looks nice, Riley says. I don't have a picture of my daddy, but my mommy says I have blonde hair and blue eyes just like him. I don't look like my mommy except my nose. I have the same nose like my mommy. You're beautiful like your mommy. Edward chimes in, handing back the picture of my dad after looking at it. And I have girl parts like my mommy. Boys have boy parts. Girls have folds. You have folds, too, Bella. She asks, looking up at me. I try not to laugh as I tell her yes. Edward changes the subject then, looking uneasy on his side of the booth. He distracts her by having her show me how well she can write her name, which segues into a conversation about going to kindergarten in the fall. As we're walking back to Edward's, Riley complains that she's tired, so I pick her up and carry her the rest of the way. I'm hopeful she'll go to bed when we get back, but she perks up as soon as we're in the door. Edward gives her a bath and she bounces back downstairs smelling and looking sweet, then sits down on the couch beside me. While Edward loads one of her favorite movies in the DVD player, she scoots down on the couch so she can put her feet on the coffee table like me. I like your toenails, she says, looking at my hot pink polish. Sometimes my mommy paints my toes, too. Do you want me to paint your toenails, Riley? I ask. When she nods enthusiastically, I go upstairs and dig around in my bag, hoping I still have a bottle of nail polish in it. After I find it, I lead her outside to sit on the porch swing. She holds really still while I paint her tiny toenails. We swing slowly while they dry. Then she wants to finish watching her movie, so we go back in and lie down on the couch together. As we're lying there, she scoots down, putting her foot on top of mine. Now we match, Bella, she says, tilting her head back to look up at me. Uncle Edward, you should take a picture of me and Bella's feet. We go together. Laughing, Edward gets up and grabs a camera, first shooting a two of our feet and then one of our faces. Before the movie is over, she falls asleep next to me on the couch and Edward carries her upstairs to bed. When he comes back, he stretches out next to me on the couch and pulls me into his arms. Thanks for helping with her tonight, Bella. You were good with her, he murmurs into my neck. He pushes one hand up the front of my shirt, caressing my side tenderly before sliding up to cup my breast. Edward, what about Riley? I gasp, arching into his hand. She's out. She's a great sleeper until about 3, he chuckles. Then she'll probably come find us. So I'm going to get to wear pajamas all night tonight? I ask, smiling. He chuckles into my neck. MMHMM, he answers, pushing the cup of my bra down and circling my nipple with his thumb. God, Ned, that feels good, I sigh. Well, hopefully, or else I'm losing my touch, he quips, finally raising his mouth to mine, stroking his tongue against mine. We undress each other unhurriedly, taking our time as we touch and kiss each other. When he finally rolls on top of me and pushes inside, we smile at each other and then he kisses me gently, his lips moving slowly against mine. We move together at the same slow pace for several minutes until I beg him to speed up. After we're both sated, we walk upstairs together. When we settle into bed, both of us wearing pajamas, we laugh and kiss goodnight chastely. At 3 o'clock, Riley comes in as Edward predicted and climbs over me to settle between us. Edward kisses the top of her head and then the top of mine before we all go back to sleep. In the morning, Riley and Edward bring me breakfast in bed cereal and I tell them thanks and whisper loudly to Riley that I'm glad she didn't let Uncle Edward cook. Her giggle and Edward's pretend scowl make me laugh so much that I don't even mind not getting my usual Sunday morning sleep in time. Riley wants to watch cartoons in bed and settles happily in between Ned and me, channel surfing until she finds something she likes. While she's engrossed in her show, Edward looks over at me. His face is taut, anxious, but his eyes are warm. Bella, he says quietly, I think I will go up to my grandparents' cabin for the 4th next weekend. Will you come with me? I look at him, at the openness in his eyes this morning, remembering how emotional he sounded at the thought of going to the cabin when Alice suggested it. I lift a hand up to cup the side of his face, rubbing back and forth across his cheek with my thumb. I smile at him and nod. When he nods back and reaches up to cover my hand with his, my breath hitches in response. We stare at each other intently for a moment, until Riley stands up on the bed and launches herself into my lap, knocking me off balance so that we both crash into Edward's chest. He grunts lowly from the force of the collision and then laughs as he wraps his arms around us. Someone's got a lot of energy this morning, he observes. Why don't we go for a walk and burn some of that off? Riley excitedly agrees and goes to get dressed. Edward's already dressed, so with a quick kiss and a wink, he leaves the bedroom so I can get dressed in peace. We spend the morning outside, playing in the backyard after our walk. Riley and I have a tea party, then she and Edward have a soccer game. Finally, we play hide and seek. Edward kisses me when he finds me hiding behind the hot tub. As I drive home later that afternoon, I wonder if there's anything I can do to hide from the way Edward makes me feel because Jasper was right. The lines are getting blurred and I'm starting to like him more than I should. By the time he rings my doorbell later that night, an unplanned but not really unexpected visit, I'm fairly sure the answer is no. So I do the only thing that makes sense to me. I open the door and let him in, determined to enjoy him for as long as I have him. Wow, nice cabin, fancy pants, I smirk as we pull up in front of the cabin. It's not a cabin. Cabins are small and rustic. This is a big stone house. Well, thank you, Stella. My great-grandparents built it. Then my grandparents lived here. After they passed away, my mom couldn't bear to sell it. We spent summers here until I was 11, he says, smiling slightly at whatever he's remembering. After a moment, his smile fades and he sighs deeply. Are we going in? I ask, turning in my seat to look at him because he's made no move to get out of the car. He nods slowly, looking out his window at the house. Yes, I haven't been here in a very long time. I didn't expect it to hit me quite this hard. I see his Adam's apple bob as he swallows. I lean across the console toward him to wrap my arms around his shoulders. What can I do, Edward? How can I make this easier for you? You're making it easier just by being here with me, Bella. Thank you. Let's go in, he says, extricating himself from my arms gently. I get out and stretch, reaching my arms above my head. Then notice Edward smirking at me over the roof of his car. What? I asked curiously, smirking back. You know what that does to me, Stella. The stretching, the back arching, he says, leaning on the arms he's resting on top of the car. Well, are you going to just stand there all day or are you going to do something about it? I asked suggestively, hoping to distract him from the sadness he felt a few minutes ago. I was planning to give you the 25-cent tour first, he says, walking around to my side of the car. He slides one arm around my waist, pulling me up against him. I reach both hands toward the waistband of his shorts, hooking my index fingers through the side belt loops to hold his hips against mine. PSSH, guided tours are overrated. I prefer to explore on my own, I say, smiling up at him as he lowers his lips to mine. We have perishable food, he says against my lips. In a cooler. We'll be quick. I didn't get to see you last night, I respond. Crap, I probably shouldn't have brought that subject up. I went out with Jasper and got home too late to ask Ned over. He wasn't exactly mad, but he definitely wasn't happy. Right now, though, my comment seems to go unnoticed as he pulls away and turns toward house, pulling me along with him. Okay, I'll give you the tour later, he smiles as we walk up the steps of the long front porch. He unlocks the door, then turns to me. Before I realize his intention, he's got me slung over his shoulder ass up as he carries me inside fireman style. We're both laughing by the time he opens the door to a bedroom and plops me onto the bed, following me down. As we stare into each other's eyes, our laughter dies down until we're silent. He raises one hand to push the hair out of my face and then skims the back of his fingers lightly across my cheekbone. You're stunning, Stella, he whispers. Right back atcha, Ned, I whisper back. Smiling, I slide my hands up the inside of his t-shirt, skimming my fingernails up his day before scratching them lightly across his back. I reach for the hem of his shirt and push the material up until he strips it off. He puts his hand back on my face, cupping my jaw lightly this time, and lowers his lips to mine. At first, it's a gentle meeting of our lips, but it quickly turns impassioned frantic. I push at his shoulders until he rolls onto his back and I waste no time getting his shorts and my own off and then sinking down onto him. God, Bella, he exhales, gripping my hips tightly as I pull my shirt and bra off. I lean forward to kiss him, smiling when he pulls at my hips, urging me to move. Letting him guide me at the pace he wants, I lift and lower myself, quickly sitting up and resting my hands on his thighs behind me. When he reaches both hands to my chest and then slides one down to circle my clit, I know I won't last much longer. Edward, I pant. Jesus, I'm so close. Come on, baby, let me see you come for me, he growls, bucking his hips harder underneath me. His body, his words, push me over the edge and I cry out, arching my back and stilling above him. He thrusts upward once more and then I feel him empty inside me, grunting my name and pulling my arms until I collapse down onto him. He wraps his arms around my shoulders and holds me firmly against his chest. I rest my head right over his heart, counting the beats, listening intently as he recovers and the rhythmic bumping slows to his normal rate. We both sigh at the same time and I'm smiling as I push myself up slightly so I can see his face. He shifts his arms from around me and day his hands up and down my back several times. I kiss his lips and the spot over his heart before I push up to look at him again. I'm thirsty, Ned. Is it okay if I make myself at home in the kitchen? I ask. Of course. I'll go start carrying our stuff in, he answers, pulling my head down to kiss me quickly once more before I climb off and start to pick my clothes up off the floor. Wait. Don't get dressed yet, please. Put my shirt on, he says as he pulls his boxers and shorts back on. Are you insinuating there will be a round two, Ned? I ask, grabbing his shirt when he hands it to me and pulling it over my head. Hell, I hope so, he laughs. I turn and walk out of the room, laughing too. I wander through the living room, able to see the kitchen just past it, and walk to the refrigerator. I find a bottled water in the refrigerator and open it quickly, taking a few sips as I wander back the way I came. I look around the family room, running my hand along the carved mantel, stopping to look at the family pictures displayed there. Some are black and white and are clearly from the 1940s or 50s. There are a few of Carlyle and a woman who must be Edward's mother, some Al. One and some with a very young Edward and Alice. I smile as I look at the cute, baby-faced boy with his mom. Another picture shows him a little older with front teeth that look too big for his face, standing next to his dad smiling and pointing to a big fish hanging from a fishing pole. Eventually, I wander over to the windows that look out onto the back of the property. I am surprised to see there is a good-sized pond out back with a small dock. I hear Edward shuffling across the floor behind me, giving warning that he's approaching. I forgot how much I love it here, he remarks as he reaches me, wrapping his arms around my shoulders and looking out the window with me. It's beautiful, Ned, I reply. I hold the water bottle up to him, silently offering to share it. What's out in the middle of the pond? I ask as he's drinking. It's a lake, Stella Masson Lake, he says. It's a swim platform. Masson Lake. I laugh. My grandfather started calling it that as a boy, he says, sounding amused too. Ned, what do I see on the dock? It's a canoe, Stella. I would think you would recognize the general shape, he mocks. We are going to have to spend some time in that canoe, I say, ulling away from him and heading for the kitchen to put away the groceries we bought. Oh, that's right. I have a vague recollection of you saying there was something you wanted to do in a canoe. If I could just remember what it was. He teases. Steer. I wanted to steer the canoe, I call over my shoulder, chuckling when I hear him laugh loudly behind me. Blank, underscore, blank. After spending a couple of hours putting everything away and cleaning the cabin a little, Edward suggests we walk down to the dock. I put on a swimming suit and flip-flops and we go out the back door. As we walk down the gravel path toward the lake, I see a small, fenced-in area off to the left. What's that? I ask, without thinking. Before Edward answers, I realize what I'm looking at. Masson Graveyard, he replies quietly. Is it okay if I look? I ask. He sighs, but sounds resigned when he answers. Yeah, might as well get it over with. We veer off into the grass and Edward opens the iron gate, letting us into the area. Great-grandparents, grandparents, my brother, my mom, he says, pointing out the various markers. I look at his great-grandparents and grandparents' graves first, reading names and dates, brushing the dirt off the markers and pulling a few weeds around the bases. I cautiously approach the baby's grave, aware of Edward's presence behind me, head bowed, hands in the front pockets of his shorts. I crouch down in front of the baby's marker to read his name, Riley Carlyle Cullen. Tears spring to my eyes as I think how Alice honored the baby brother she never even got to hold by naming her own child after him. I'm overwhelmed with sadness as I think of how excited the whole family must have been to have a baby on the way and how quickly their hopes were dashed when he died just a few hours after being born. Blinking away my tears, I stand back up and move to the final grave, Edward's mother, Elizabeth Masson Cullen. As I kneel to brush away the dirt on her headstone, I gasp quietly when I realize that her date of death was exactly 1 month after Riley's. Edward has not spoken about his mother since the night he told me she passed away a long time ago. I had no idea she died right after the baby, when Edward was 12. My eyes tear up again at the thought of how horrible it must have been for the rest of the family to lose both of them in such a short time. Oh my God, Edward. I had no idea your mom passed away so soon after the baby, I say, looking back and up at him and wiping away the tears that have escaped. He nods stiffly, his eyes focused on the ground, his face stone-like, set in an expressionless mask. What happened to her? I ask hoarsely. He reaches one hand up to rub roughly across his face before he answers me. When he speaks, his velvet voice is strained, hollow. She killed herself. I will myself not to break down into sobs, although I want to. I'm so sorry, I whisper, turning back to the grave and wiping at my sea cheeks as the tears continue to stream down. It was a long time ago, Bella, he replies, his voice transformed again, this time into cold steel. I've come to terms with it. She was so distraught after Riley died. And I guess Alice and I weren't enough to make her want to stick around. Gasping, I stand and turn to look disbelievingly at Edward. You can't mean that you can't really think that. Edward, she couldn't have known what she was doing. He shrugs, finally dragging his eyes up from the dirt to meet mine. It doesn't matter if she knew what she was doing or not. The end result is the same. Oh, baby, I say, taking the few steps over to where he's standing and wrapping my arms around his shoulders. This is not the time for dissecting what Elizabeth did. It's the time for comforting my friend. Even though he stands stiffly in my arms, letting me hug him, but not hugging back. I raise up on my tiptoes, sliding one hand into his hair and gripping the back of his shirt with the other. Several minutes later, he finally wraps his arms around me, too. He exhales in a burst of air, as if he'd been holding his breath, and bends down to me, burying his head against my shoulder. He doesn't cry out loud, but his breaths come more rapidly and he sniffs several times. It still hurts, he whispers. I turn my face toward him and press kisses along the side of his face and neck where I can reach him. I know there are no words to say to him that will make him feel better. It would be insulting of me to try and equate the sadness I felt when my grandmother died a few years ago to his grief over losing his baby brother and his mother when he was a child. All I can do is try to help him through the pain. I'm sorry. I wish I could make it better, I whisper back. He nods but doesn't speak again. We stand clinging to each other in silence for a few more minutes, then he starts to stand back up, loosening his hold on me. Shit. This is why I don't come here much. It's too fucking hard. He pulls away from my embrace to shove his hands back in his pockets and turn to face their graves again. I caught a glimpse of his face before he turned away from me. His eyes were watery and red-rimmed. Do you want to be alone for a minute? I asked quietly, trying to imagine what I would want in his position. He nods jerkily, but doesn't look at me. Okay, I'll be at the dock. I want to touch him again before I go, but I don't. Instead, I turn and walk away, allowing him space to be alone with his thoughts for a while. Blank, _, blank. Trying to get my own emotions back under control, I walk down to the dock, kicking my flip-flops off as I reach it, liking the feel of the smooth, time-worn wood under my feet. It's warm from the heat of the sun, and as I reach the end of the dock, I stand still for a moment, absorbing the sunshine, looking out at the rippling water of the lake. I chuckle lightly, thinking that it really is a pond, but if Edward says it's a lake, then it's a lake. I decide to sit down and test the water, gingerly putting my toes in, then sinking my entire feet after I feel how relatively warm it is. I swing my feet back and forth through the water, thinking about Elizabeth. How could she have chosen to leave her husband and 2 children behind? Her pain must have been so immense for her to make that choice, but I'm a little angry at her, too. Her choice permanently damaged her family, both individually and as a whole. I also feel immensely sorry for her for giving up, for missing out on what would have been a wonderful life with the 2 living children she had. Mostly, though, I just feel sad. Sad that she chose to end her life and transfer her pain to others. Sad that her family did not survive intact. Sad that Edward lost his mother. My mother is no Mother of the Year, and Lord knows she wasn't very helpful when everything happened with Jake, but at least I still have her. Edward is more like an orphan. No mother, and choosing not to spend much time with Carlisle except when he can't get out of it. I don't really understand that, since I found Carlisle to be warm and witty when I met him 2 weeks ago. Sighing loudly, I lower my sunglasses from their perch on the top of my head and lie back, trying to concentrate on something else for a bit. I focus on the warmth of the sun where it touches my face, my arms, the top of my legs. Soon, I find myself smiling, thinking of Riley and the song she was singing last weekend about sunshine. I feel the vibrations on the dock as Edward walks along it to the end. Then can tell he's standing right over me by the shadow that takes over behind my eyelids. I push my sunglasses back up on top of my head to look up at him, still smiling. "Hey," I say. "Hi," he says curtly, moving to sit down next to me on the end of the dock. I prop my upper body on my elbows and stare at his back. He puts his feet in the lake and hunches his shoulders forward, resting his elbows on his thighs. Looking down into the water, I push myself up and reach my hand over to rub his back, hoping to soothe him. "So now that you know all my deep, dark secrets, how foo CKED up my family is, are you going to call our agreement off? Now that you've seen me cry like a baby about stuff that happened almost 20 years ago?" He asks, his gaze still fixed on the water below. "Are you serious?" I ask, my heart dropping into my stomach. I look at his profile as he nods, but he doesn't turn to look at me. I'm not even sure how to take that question. "Eward, is that really what you think of me?" He lifts his gaze from the water, but he looks off in the distance away from me. He doesn't answer me at all. I let my arm drop from his back, shocked that he would speak this way to me. "You think that I'm so shallow that seeing you upset, finding out your family's not perfect, would make me stop being your friend? That's fucking insulting," I say strongly. He shrugs. It doesn't matter to him one way or the other if he hurt me. I wait for a minute, but he doesn't say anything else, so I finally stand up. "Here's a newsflash, asshole. Every family has problems. Everyone has emotions and gets upset. I'm not perfect and neither is my family, but I would never think you would judge me about those things. So I guess maybe I misjudged our friendship or misjudged you," I spit. Turning around to walk away, I'm halfway back up the dock before I hear him calling me. "Bella, wait, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that," he yells from behind me. I feel the dock shake as he starts walking behind me and quicken my steps, shoving my feet into my flip-flops when I reach the shore. I can tell he's gaining on me, so I start running up the gravel path back to the house. "Bella," he calls again. "Stop following me," I yell, my voice cracking. Oh, shit, I didn't realize how close I was to tears, but now they're collecting in my eyes, blinding me. I struggle to see where I am going as I run on the shifty gravel and suddenly feel my feet slide out from under me. Knowing I'm going to fall, I reach my hands forward, bracing for impact. It hurts worse than I expect when I hit the ground, causing me to cry out. My palms and knees take most of the blow, but I feel stinging on my shins and the tops of my feet, too. I hear the crunch of quick footsteps in the gravel behind me and push myself back to my feet to walk the rest of the way to the house. "Bella, wait, please just stop," he calls. I do, because I can't be much more humiliated than I am right now. I might as well face him and get it over with. "Are you okay?" he asks more quietly from just a couple of feet behind me. I look down at my palms. They're skinned and have gravel embedded in them. I feel a trickle of blood running down one leg. I shake my head no, but don't verbally answer him. He scoops me up from behind, swinging my legs over one arm and wrapping the other around my back. "Jesus, Stella, look at you. Why were you running away from me?" he asks. "Did you miss the part where I called you asshole?" I blurt out between gaspy breaths, the tears running unchecked down my face now. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I hurt you, Stella. I'll take care of you," he whispers against the side of my head. "I want to go home," I say, my breath hitching uncontrollably as I say it. "Okay, baby, let's get you cleaned up first, yeah," he says. I don't answer. When we get to the door, he opens it and turns sideways to carry me inside and put me down carefully on the couch. "I'll be right back." He returns a minute later with wet washcloths, dry towels, antibiotic ointment and band-aids. I try to take the washcloths from him, but he holds firm, telling me he wants to do it. I lie back against the arm of the couch, watching him. He's clearly still upset, too, but his hands are inordinately gentle, dabbing at the skinned parts, carefully wiping the blood from my leg. He spends a lot of time on my palms, using his fingertips to brush away the embedded gravel, whispering how sorry he is over and over. I finally manage to get my tears under control, and sit up to look at the damage to my legs. My knees are skinned, but aren't too gross. The spots on my shins and the tops of my feet are really just scratches. My palms are red, but otherwise fine. Edward painstakingly puts ointment on all the scrapes and band-aids on my knees. He disappears to put everything away and comes back with a bottle of water and some ibuprofen for me. Thanks, I say, taking them, but not looking up at his face. Bella, can I talk to you for a minute? He asks, sitting down on the coffee table in front of me. I nod. Will you look at me? Reluctantly, I raise my eyes to his. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said those things to you. I didn't mean them. But that doesn't excuse it. I was feeling vulnerable and angry, and I lashed out at you, he says sincerely, quietly, looking in my eyes the entire time. You hurt me. It fucking sucks that you think of me that way, Edward. I thought we were friends, I reply, fighting back tears again. We are, Bella. I don't think of you that way. God knows, if one of us is shallow, it's me, not you. I told you the night we met I've never met anyone like you. You're so giving, so trusting, so compassionate. I said shitty things, but please, you have to know that I have so much respect and admiration for you. His green eyes bore into mine, urging me to believe him. When he continues, his velvet voice is full of emotion. Please accept my apology. What I did was mean on its own. But even more so because of how incredible you were to me in the graveyard earlier. I look down at my lap and nod. We sit in silence for several minutes. This is why I don't come here. It's too hard. It brings back too many memories, good and bad, he muses, repeating the sentiment from earlier in the graveyard. You know, it won't get better until you deal with it. All you're doing now is pushing it away. I say flatly. The pain, the grief, they'll control you, Edward, until you let yourself really feel it, make peace with it. I push away the thought that I am securely regurgitating the speech Jasper's been giving me for the last year and a half. I realize it's hypocritical of me, but I push that thought away for now, too. I know you're right. It's tough though, he says, sniffling again. I nod in agreement and start to get up. Where are you going? To get my stuff. You said you'd take me home, I say, raising my eyes to his. He sighs, nodding at me. And I will if you still want to go. But, Bella, I don't want you to go. I want you to stay here with me, he pleads, moving from his seat on the table to kneel in front of me. He raises one hand to my cheek, stroking my cheekbone softly with his thumb. Please, please stay. Let me make this up to you. I'll even cook dinner, he says. Edward, no offense, but your cooking is not an enticement, I say. Leaning back against the couch again. He laughs lightly. True, but we have one of those frozen pasta things that goes in the oven. Surely even I can't screw that up. You can supervise, he says. Please, Bella, please. He leans toward me and kisses my lips, my forehead, both cheeks. You're not going to say shitty things to me again? I ask. You have my word. I nod. Thank you, he breathes. He kisses the top of my head and pulls me into a hug before he gets up and goes into the kitchen. After we eat, Edward digs out some old board games and we spend the evening playing Monopoly and checkers. He tries to teach me chess. But I'm too sleepy by that point. Edward insists on carrying me up to bed even though I tell him my knees don't hurt. In the bathroom, I wash my tear and dirt-stained face. Embarrassed that I looked this way all evening and Edward never said anything. I put on my pajamas and walk back to the bedroom where Edward's already under the covers. He smiles at me, holding the covers up while I slide in and then turning off the light. He didn't shut the blinds in here and it's a full moon outside so the room is still fairly bright. We both lie on our sides facing each other, looking at each other. But not touching. Stell, He asks quietly. Yes, Ned, I ask, smiling part way at him. Do you forgive me for being an asshole earlier? Yes, Ned, I answer. He reaches for my hand and holds it in between us. How is it so easy for you to forgive? To pretend I didn't royally fuck up. I lift one shoulder before I answer him. Ned, everybody says things, does things. They don't mean when they're upset. It's a defense mechanism I employ regularly. But you said you were sorry and I believe you. I am really sorry, he says, squeeze my hand. I know, I answer. Then pause before I finish my thought. You don't have to defend yourself against me, you know. I'm not going to judge you or ever use things you say to me against you. He nods, still looking at me, and pulls our hands up to his lips, kissing lightly across my fingers. Do you want to talk about it? Talk about your mom, I ask gently. I'm not sure what there is to say. I miss her presence all the time. But I don't feel like I really knew her. And my dad, he's never talked about her too much, he says. His voice has dropped to a hoarse whisper, but he continues to keep his eyes locked on mine. Edward, I'm so sorry, I say, scooting closer to him and wrapping my arms around his neck. He allows me to pull his head down and cradle him against my chest. I kiss the top of his head as he sighs heavily and wraps an arm around my waist. Can we just stay like this tonight, Stell? He whispers. Absolutely, Ned, I answer, willing my voice to stay even and not betray the emotion choking my throat. I kiss the top of his head again. Neither of us says anything else, but I lie awake for a long time before I finally fall asleep, still clinging to Edward and letting him cling to me. Blank. Stella, I hear his voice calling me from far away. Or maybe he's close up and I'm far away. I'm dreaming that I'm swimming underwater in the pond. I feel myself float to the surface and I pop my eyes open quickly to see those damn hypnotic green eyes staring right back at me. Hey, he says, smiling softly at me. I grunt back at him and close my eyes again. I feel his fingers glide across my cheek and into my hair. His lips press briefly against my forehead. I force my eyes open again and blink a few times. Time, I ask, still groggy. A little after 9, he replies. I sigh. Damn, he's already let me sleep later than I'm supposed to on Saturday. Nap later, I ask then yawn. Definitely, he chuckles. I flop onto my back. He groans quietly. He knows what comes next and I know what it does to him. Grinning, I stretch my arms above my head and arch my back. I stretch an extra long time this morning. Stella, he says sternly, you're doing it again. I collapse back to the bed with a laugh. Sorry, Ned. I turn onto my side again to face him, leaning forward to kiss his cheek, but he turns his head and meets my lips with his. He reaches for my waist with one arm and pulls me to him, sliding one leg between mine and pushing his thigh all the way up against me. My body reacts to his immediately and I moan as he pulls me up his legs slowly. Raising both of my hands to fist in his hair. I need to ask you for a favor, he says against my neck. Okay, I'll do it, whatever it is, I answer, grabbing his hand and trying to pull it up to my chest. I'm kidding, kind of. But I'll probably do it unless it's something unreasonable. Stop. You need to know what you're agreeing to. It's not covered under our current agreement, he says, pulling away slightly. I shouldn't even be asking you this while we're in bed. He mutters something under his breath, too, but I don't catch it. All right, Edward, what do you need? I ask, catching my breath. I need a date. I have to go to a weekend technology conference in San Diego next month. I want you to come, he says, looking at me nervously. You want me to come as your pretend girlfriend? Is that what I'm hearing? Yes. Last year at this conference I spent the weekend trying to avoid the advances of Tanya Denali. I thought if you came with me, maybe she'd leave me alone this year, he grins. I know that name, but I can't place it. Who? Tanya Denali. She's the president of a software company in California. I suddenly remember. She runs Omni Software and used to be one of Jasper's clients. He's complained about her cougar ways before, too. I think his story involved a leopard print bra and stilettos. He lost the account after he refused to sleep with her. Well, she saw it. Her switch to one of our biggest competitors was unrelated to the refusal, but Jas didn't believe her. It's okay. You don't have to go, he says, looking down. I shouldn't have asked. It's above and beyond what we agreed on. Huh, you didn't even give me a chance to answer, Ned, I say in an exasperated tone. Well, you're frowning over there, so I figured you were trying to think of a way to tell me no, he says. No, I'm frowning because I was trying to figure out how I knew her name. Omni used to be one of McCarty and Whitlock's clients, but they're not now, so there's no potential foe. Our advertising disaster if she gets pissed at me. As long as I don't have any other plans that weekend, I'll go, I say. Yeah, he asks, his eyes lighting up. Yeah, I confirm, rolling to my back and reaching over to the nightstand to grab my phone. I open my calendar and ask him the dates, which of course he knows off the top of his head. It's a little over a month away. Free as a bird that weekend, Ned. Can you take the Friday off? I really need to fly in Thursday night and I thought we could fly together, he says, scooting to lie right next to me on his side, propping his head on his bent arm. I nod, marking the dates off on my calendar before setting my phone back down. Thank you. Are you sure you don't mind? I mean, pretending that we're a couple. No worries, Ned. Jasper and I used to do it all the time, I say. Smiling up at him, his face settles into a scowl. I roll my eyes. Don't roll your eyes. I think that guy has feelings for you, he grumbles. He does. He has best fucking friend feelings for me, Ned. Don't continue to push this, I warn. Not mad yet, but it's coming if he doesn't rein in the Jasper complaints. Why did you two pretend to be a couple? He asks, backing off the scowl somewhat. To deter overeager bar patrons of the opposite sex, to make a few of his old girlfriends jealous, stuff like that. And I went to a bunch of weddings with him in Texas. A few years ago when most of his high school buddies got married. He didn't want to go alone and I was happy to do it, I say with a shrug. But you guys didn't. He says, the question clear by his tone. Jesus, Edward, this better be the last fucking time I have to answer this shit. I told you, I have never slept with Jasper. He's my best friend, but that's it, I say tersely. But if you pretended to be his girlfriend, didn't he have his hands and lips all over you? He asks. Oh my god, he's even kind of pouting, like lip out, sad eyes pouting. Yeah, so, he does that shit all the time anyway, I retort, rubbing my hand up and down Edward's chest. The only difference was that I didn't elbow him in the gut when he grabbed my ass if we were at a wedding or something. I laugh lightly expecting Edward to laugh, too. But he doesn't. His eyes are dark and he's studying my face intently. Finally, he swallows and lowers his lips to mine, kissing me quickly and then burying his head in my shoulder, mumbling an apology. We lay cuddled up for several minutes, then Edward offers to get up and toast bagels for us. I quirk one eyebrow at him. Really? You think I can't even do that right? I'm getting better. I didn't burn anything last night, he says defensively. I laugh at his petulant tone and pat his face patronizingly. Sure, Ned. Okay, fine. I want to shower quickly anyway. What are we doing today? Would you like to explore the town a little bit? There's not much to do there, but if you want to take a look around, we can, he says. Yeah, that sounds good. Give me 20 and I'll be ready, I say, disentangling our body parts and sliding off the bed. Blank. Edward takes me to the library first, saying they have a whole section on the history of Roslyn, the small town where we are. We look around the museum-like area of the library, reading the captions under pictures, pointing things out to each other. Ned keeps a hand on me at all times, either on my lower back or shoulder. Eventually I pull away to look at an exhibit about the town's coal mine. He follows, stopping beside me to read the plaque and hooking his pinky finger around mine. "Can I help you folks with anything?" a voice asks from behind us, startling me. I jump, then giggle as Edward looks at me with concern until I shake my head, indicating I'm okay. Then we both turn around to look at the short, portly lady standing behind us. "We're just looking around a bit," Edward says. "Okay. I'm Shelley Cope, the head librarian here. Please let me know if you need anything. You two new in town or just visiting us?" she asks pleasantly. "Just visiting. My family has a cabin a few miles outside of town and we're here from Seattle for the holiday weekend," he explains, giving her more information than he usually shares with strangers. I know most families around here. You don't look familiar. What did you say your name was again?" she asks, digging for information. I stifle another giggle and look up to see how Ned will handle the nosy Nellie. "I'm Edward Cullen. My grandfather was Edward M., he says, surprising me with his candor. "Masson. Yes, of course. You have those Masson eyes. I went to school with your mother. Lizzie and I were great friends from first grade all the way through high school," she enthuses. "Really?" Edward asks, sounding excited, too. Would you mind could I ask you a few questions? I was 12 when she died and I don't know much about her childhood." "Of course, Edward. Why don't you come into my office for a few minutes?" she asks, looking at him with a genuine smile. "Your friend is welcome, too." "I'm sorry. This is my friend Bella Swan," he says. Shelley and I shake hands and I tell them to go ahead. After they take off for her office, I wander around the exhibit a little longer. Finally, I make my way out to the bookshelves and look through the local interest section, eventually thumbing through a couple of books about the area. "Sneaking up on you," Edward whispers from behind me right before he slides his arms around my waist from the back. He kisses the top of my head as he presses himself against my back. "Sorry, I didn't intend to spend so long in there." I turn around in his arms so I can look at his face, afraid he will be tense and upset like last night. I couldn't have been more wrong. He looks happy. Relaxed. "I told you to take your time. So you had a nice talk with her?" I ask quietly. "Bella, I can't adequately describe it. It was so nice to hear about her from a friend, to hear what she was like as a girl. Then as a young woman," he whispers, smiling down at me. I beam back at him and then hug him tightly. "That's so great, Edward. Come on. Shelley told me the cafe up T. He Street is pretty good and I'm starving," he says quietly, bending down to kiss my lips. We head up the street, walking slowly, holding pinkies again. I glance in the windows of the shops we pass. A little hardware store, a pharmacy, an insurance office. It's nice to find a slice of America where Walmart hasn't invaded. After we're seated at the cafe and have ordered, Edward tells me about his mom. Talking non-stop for almost 20 minutes. It's the most I've heard him talk about any one subject and I'm captivated by his emotion-laden voice. I listen intently, laughing with him as he relays funny stories. When our food arrives, I finally ask the question I'm dying to know the answer to, even though I'm afraid it will ruin his mood. "You said your dad doesn't talk about your mom. Why do you think that is?" I ask gently. He shrugs. "I don't know. Maybe it hurts too much. Honestly, I haven't spoken much to my dad since Alice got pregnant with Riley. I don't know if he talks about her more now or not. I only see him when it's unavoidable." I nod. "Have you thought about trying to repair that relationship?" I ask. "Not a lot," he says, looking at me. "Why? Do you think I should?" "That's up to you, Edward. I'll just say that when I met your dad, I saw a sadness in his eyes every time he talked about you or to you. It might be worth a shot," I say. Then I smile over at him. "But tell me again what Shelley said about your mom and the lake." He launches into the story of young girls, young boys, and young love. By the time we leave the cafe, my stomach hurts from eating so much and laughing so much. I feel slightly guilty for thinking of Elizabeth the way I did last night, for blaming her. The woman that Edward has described to me today, both through Shelley's memories and his own. Sounds like a wonderful person. I can't imagine how deep her grief and depression must have been for her to choose to end her life. I decide that I will pay another visit to her grave without Edward before we go back to Seattle tomorrow. We walk slowly back in the direction of the library, on the other side of the street this time. Edward insists on going in one of the gift shops and buying us goofy, matching keychains. Bear or moose? He asks, holding up one of each. I'm laughing so hard I can't even answer him and simply shake my head. He grabs two of each and heads for the checkout counter. I'm still having fits of giggles as we exit the store. Try to act your age, Stella, he chides teasingly. He hits the car remote to unlock the doors and opens the passenger side door for me. I can't help it. I'm having such a good time today. Ned, thanks for bringing me up here, I say sincerely, the giggles under control momentarily. Thanks for coming with me, he says, bending down to kiss me. Just as our lips are about to touch, he jerks away. Oh my God, I almost forgot. Shelley said we have to go have a beer at the Brick. Come on. He throws the bag with the keychains on the seat and shuts the door, relocking it. Grabbing my hand, he starts off at a brisk pace farther down the street. Whoa, Ned, short person attached to your arm here, I complain, making him laugh and slow down a little bit. What the hell is the Brick? Oldest continuously operated tavern in Washington state. Opened in I can't remember. 1889 or something, he says. It's an institution. We arrive and he opens the door for me. We find a booth and order beers. Maybe we should stay here all afternoon and get smashed, I say after I take my first sip. I don't think there are cabs in Roslyn, he replies laughing. If you want to get smashed back at the cabin, we can. Maybe not smashed, but wine with dinner. I ask. Sure. Shelley also said the city fireworks are tonight and they are set off from the field just east of the cabin, so we should be able to see them from the dock, he says. Smiling, I sip my beer, thinking that it will be romantic to watch fireworks from the dock with Ned and a bottle of wine. Screech. Oh crap, what was that? Romantic. Back up, Bella. You and Ned are not romantic. Just because you are friends and you regularly screw each other doesn't mean you are. Oh no, oh no. Bella, are you okay? Ned asks, reaching across the table for my hand. No, Ned, I am not okay. I am panicking. My heart is racing and my breathing is shallow. Fuck, what is wrong with me? I take a deep breath and another sip of beer. If I can't make sense of my thoughts, I can at least drown them in alcohol. I'm okay, Ned, I'll be right back, I say, sliding out of the booth and he adding to the back hallway where the bathrooms are. I am able to calm down a little after a couple of minutes until I open the door to the hallway and Ned is standing right outside. He smiles crookedly at me. You look better. Are you sure you're okay? You're not feeling sick? I shake my head. No, I'm not sick, I say, forcing myself to smile up at him. He narrows his eyes and looks at me curiously for a moment before nodding. Ready to go? He asks and I nod. I put conscious thought into walking, being careful not to bump into him. He reaches a hand up to rest on my shoulder. A friendly gesture, no more. The same way Jasper and Emmett touch me when we walk places together. I'm quiet the whole drive back to the cabin, prompting Ned to ask if I'd like to nap when we get back. I say yes and he suggests I lie in the hammock outside since it's such a nice day. After I agree, he leads me out to the hammock where it's strung between two trees. Eyes in the same place as when we were kids, Alice and my dad brought this hammock new this year. I don't want you to think I'm trusting some ancient rope contraption with your spectacular ass, he laughs. He spreads a blanket out and holds the hammock steady as I climb in. Have a good sleep, Stella. He pushes the hammock to rock it gently after kissing my forehead. I gladly escape my overtaxed brain and fall into a peaceful slumber. Blank. I wake up to Ned's mouth on my neck. Well hello, Ned, I say. How long have I been sleeping? Almost 3 hours. I thought maybe we should make dinner. Open a bottle of wine, he says. You mean I should make dinner and you should open some wine, I say, sighing as he continues kissing my neck. Precisely, he says, chuckling. I'll help you though. All right, help me up, I ask. He helps me stand and we walk into the cabin where I cook pasta primavera while he entertains me with stories of his childhood summers. He disappears for a few minutes then returns with an old photo album. I stop what I'm doing to sit at the table with him and look through it, realizing that if he needs to share this with me, it's more important than dinner. He points out his grandparents. His mom and dad, him and Alice. There are so many pictures of little Edward in here. I find myself teary-eyed several times looking at the pictures of him with his mom. She clearly adored him, it's evident in her eyes in every single picture. When we're done looking, I stand to go finish dinner, but turn back to him for a minute. I step behind him and wrap my arms around his shoulders, noting that he's turned the pages back to the beginning and is starting all over. Thank you for sharing this with me, Edward. It means so much to me, I say sincerely, leaning down to kiss his cheek. Bella, you've helped me so much by being here this weekend, he says, his voice thick with emotion. Thank you. He pulls my hands to his mouth and kisses each palm. I rest my head against his for a moment and then pull away to finish dinner, leaving him alone for a few minutes with his memories. Blank. By the time we're done eating dinner and cleaning up, dusk is quickly heading into darkness. Ned opens another bottle of wine and we wander slowly down to the dock. He uses a flashlight to illuminate the path for me and I decide to push all worries aside for tonight. Including the worry that I constantly push my worries regarding Ned aside. We sit down on the end of the dock with our feet in the lake to wait for the fireworks to start. As we wait, we sip our wine and Edward tells me about swimming in the lake after dark as a kid and how his dad would sneak up on him underwater trying to scare him. We laugh and I swing my feet from side to side in the water, bumping his ankle with mine again and again. He usually bumps back. After the wine is finished, I lie down on my back and look up at the sky. It's cloudy tonight, so I can't see a lot of stars. But the dim light of the moon glows intermittently as the clouds blow by. It's so peaceful up here, Ned. I've never been anywhere else so quiet, I whisper, hesitant to disturb the air by talking. Yeah, it is, he replies, just as quietly. We could paddle out to the dock if you want. Oh, I've been waiting for him to get me in that canoe. I feel the grin spread across my face as he turns to look down at me. Sounds good, I reply, sitting up and letting him pull me to my feet. He steadies the canoe as I get in and gets in behind me. I notice that the middle seat is missing. There are only front and back seats. And there are folded blankets in the middle, too. Ned is a planner. We paddle out without speaking. I love listening to the sound of the water lapping against the paddles and against the side of the canoe. As we near the middle of the lake, I hear Edward moving behind me, but don't turn around. Right behind you, Stell, he whispers right before his arms encircle me from behind. He's on his knees behind me and he places several open-mouth kisses against my shoulder. He squeezes me with his arms for a moment before sliding his hands up the front of my tank top. He cups my breasts with his hands, kneading gently as he moves his mouth to my other shoulder. I pull my paddle inside the canoe so I don't lose it and then cover his hands with mine. He continues caressing me for a moment and then moves his hands to the hem of my top, pulling it off me quickly, uncovering my white lacy bra. His hands immediately return to my breasts as he kisses and nips all across my upper back with his mouth. Ned, I breathe, desperate for more, desperate to touch him, too. I'm right here, baby, he murmurs against my back. He shifts his hands to my back, unhooking my bra quickly and pulling it from me. With a feather-light touch, he runs his fingers across my back, following behind with his mouth, then finally moving his hands back to the front to capture my bare breasts with his hands. He moans and I whimper as he captures my nipples between his thumbs and index fingers and pulls lightly. He presses his chest against my back, surprising me when I feel high. Bare skin meld with mine in the calm night air. He continues pressing his open mouth against my shoulders, the nape of my neck. I need to touch you, I gasp, grabbing his forearms with my hands. He slides one hand down my abs to the waistband of my shorts, quickly undoing the button and sliding down the zipper. He slips his hand inside, heading straight for my clit. Edward, I groan, spreading my legs apart to give him better access. I'm here, Stell. Just let me, he whispers against my back. He slowly circles my clit with his finger, waiting until I start to move my high. PS against his hand to slide his finger inside me. He pumps his finger in and out several times before adding a second finger. Once my breaths become gaspy and I start to lean backwards against his chest, he adds his thumb, using it to make quick circles on my clit, driving me closer and closer to the edge. Ned, oh God, please Edward, I cry out, hearing the way my voice carries across the water and comes back to me. Jesus, Bella, Edward whispers against the top of my shoulder as I lean back and rest against his chest, his fingers still buried deeply inside of me. He kisses along my and up my neck as he pulls his fingers out of me, purposely grazing them along my clit and chuckling against my back when I shudder from the contact. Ned slides his arm under my knees and lifts me backwards over the seat. He lays me down on the blanket he's spread out and I immediately dig one hand into his hair and one into his bicep and pull him down to kiss me. I scoot down a bit so I can kiss his neck and the top of his chest while I unbutton his shorts. He helps as I push his shorts and boxer briefs off. I reach for him immediately, smiling against his chest at his sharp inhale as I begin stroking him. I jump as the first firework pops and lights up the sky. Both of us stop and look up, then look at each other. Before the next one can go off, he strips my shorts from me and pushes me onto my side, facing the fireworks facing away from him. He settles behind me, lifting my top leg up and back over his hip, then positioning himself against me and sliding in smoothly. He pumps in to me steadily as we watch the fireworks, the motion of our bodies moving the canoe, causing it to rock from side to side gently. Fuck, Bella, you're so fucking perfect, he grunts in my ear. Edward, I can't, I mutter, panting and arching my back as the orgasm hits me. Goddamn, baby, you feel fucking great, he exclaims as he explodes inside me, using his top arm to hug me tightly. I wind both of my arms around his, lying still as the canoe continues to slowly rock for a minute while fireworks light up the sky above. Once the fireworks end, I roll over to face Edward. He's smiling as he leans down to kiss me, sucking gently on my lower lip. Can you swim, Stell? He murmurs against my lips. I nod, unwilling to stop kissing him long enough to answer. Want a skinny dip? This time I do pull back slightly to smile at him. Ned, I chastise teasingly, what would Grandpa Masson think of a skinny dipping in his lake? Are you kidding? As soon as he got a look at you, he'd get a gleam in his eye and tell me to get you naked any way I could, he insists. Laughing, I kiss him again, then stand up and jump over the side. He follows right after and we swim and splash each other for a while before climbing onto the swim dock. Edward towing the canoe behind him and tying it to the ladder so we don't have to swim all the way back to shore. We lay out one of the blankets and lie down on our backs to look up at the sky. Then I roll to my side to look at him. Thank you for sharing this weekend with me, Ned, I say quietly, resting a hand on his chest. I haven't been this relaxed up here since I was 11, Stell. Thanks for helping me see that I could still love this place, he responds, turning toward me to kiss me. He reaches one hand up to cup my face and smiles against my lips as he speaks again. How would you feel about sex on a floating dock? I chuckle into his mouth as I answer. I would feel grateful that I don't get seasick, I tease, rolling to my back and pulling him on top of me. Blank. Sunday afternoon while Edward's loading our bags into his car, I pick up the 6 small wildflower bouquets I made earlier in the day and walk out the back door toward the graveyard. I carefully place bouquets on each of the grandparents' and great-grandparents' graves and then sit down on the ground in between Riley's and Elizabeth's. As I place the bouquets on each of their graves, I struggle to hold back my tears. I hope you both rest in peace, I whisper. I hope Edward can find some peace now, too. Sniffling and wiping my eyes, I stand up and turn around. Surprised when Edward is standing a few feet behind me, teary-eyed, too. He holds one arm out toward me and I walk directly into his arms, letting him hug me tightly and lift me off the ground. When he sets me down a few minutes later, kissing me gently before pulling me to his side and turning to face their graves, he only asks me one question. Do you think they know how much I love them? He whispers. I squeeze him with both arms as I answer. Yes, Edward, I think they know. As I'm driving up the 5, I smile and let my mind wander back over the last few weeks. It's been 6 weeks since the weekend Edward and I spent at the cabin in Roslyn. 6 weeks of work during the day and Edward at night. We've been together every night except for the few when he was out of owner when I was out late with Jasper and Emmett. We see Alice and Riley a lot. 2 days ago, Alice had us and Carlisle over for dinner. Edward was still lukewarm with his dad, but not as distant as he was at Riley's birthday party. When Alice and I were inside cleaning up dinner dishes, I glanced outside through the window over her sink and saw Edward laugh at something Carlisle said. As I watched them look at each other and smile, I smiled too, barely noticing that Alice had come to stand beside me until I heard her voice. He's been talking to me about them, about our mom and the baby, she said softly. Linking her arm through mine with the same effortless affection Riley regularly heaps on me. I really like Alice and I was surprised when Edward told me that she doesn't have many friends, she's so easy to talk to. But when your college all-nighters involve a baby instead of a frat party, maybe you don't meet many other people your age. Then again, I don't have a lot of friends either. And I went to plenty of parties in college. Maybe it says more about our personalities than about our friend-making opportunities. Has he? I asked as I turned to look at her. I was glad to hear he's talking to someone about them. His pain was palpable on the day we left the cabin. During the drive home that day, I told him that I would listen anytime he wanted to talk, but that I wouldn't push him. I was afraid if I said any more, he'd completely shut down. Since he hasn't mentioned them to me since, I assumed he'd gone back to ignoring his feelings. She looked back at me and nodded. Yes, she answered. I nodded back, letting her know that I understood her desire for me to know as well as her unwillingness to divulge what he said. The weighty moment was broken up by Riley, who came racing inside. Blonde curls bouncing behind her, to announce that Pops said she could have a puppy. Alice went marching straight outside to have a word with Pops then, leaving me giggling alone in the kitchen. I sigh. Remembering Riley's blonde curls makes me think of someone else's, even though his are a darker blonde. Jasper. I drum my fingers on the steering wheel and sigh again. Jasper. Jasper and I are getting back on track. Despite his complaints that we don't spend much time together anymore. At my insistence, Emmett and I have resumed our once-weekly dinners. Jas generally uses the opportunity to give me grief about the way I'm handling my friendship with Edward. Every week he asks me to bring Edward to dinner, and every week I steadfastly refuse. Frankly, I don't believe Jas and he says he would accept my choices if he could just meet Edward. I'm afraid it would turn into a lecture and I don't want to upset the apple cart, so to speak. I'm very satisfied with the arrangement Edward and I have. And he seems to be, too. To my surprise, Emmett usually sticks up for me when Jas starts in, which pisses Jas off and makes me love Emmett even more. I think Emmett really likes Edward. And even though he's told me that he doesn't understand what the hell Edward and I are doing, he's not fighting me about it. But I feel like Jasper and I are getting closer and closer to a showdown. I can never quite get rid of the nervous feeling in my stomach when I'm around Jas now, knowing that someday soon there's going to be a blow-up. Although I'm not concerned about our friendship surviving long-term, I am afraid the road is going to be very bumpy for a while. I'm getting pretty good at compartmentalizing my worries though, and pushing them aside in favor of happier thoughts. That's what I do now as I exit the 5 and turn my car toward Hale Software. Blank, underscore, blank. When I walk into the beautiful lobby of Hale Software 10 minutes later, I'm reminded of the first day I came here. The first time I saw Edward. I can't quite suppress my grin as I walk toward the receptionist and give her my name. Today I have a meeting with Jack, Edward and one of Edward's right-hand guys, Alec. The ad campaign launched a couple of weeks ago and Jack requested an update on both the campaign and the reaction to date. Jane comes down a few minutes later to get me and we talk about her upcoming vacation on the way upstairs. I've gotten to know her better during the last couple of months and we've become sort of friends. I've decided I was paranoid when she suspected something was going on between Edward and me. If Jane has any inkling that we see each other personally, she's hiding her hunch well. When she opens the door to the conference room, Jack, Edward and Alec are already inside waiting for me. They all stand to greet me and I'm struck by how great Edward looks, even though he looks exactly the same as the last time I saw him in my apartment 7 hours ago when he kissed me goodbye as we both left for work. I tear my eyes away from him and focus on Jack as I approach the table. I shake hands with all of them, my face heating GHTLY when Jack pulls me close and kisses both of my cheeks. I open my briefcase and produce a bottle of the wine we drank in this room the day we made the ad deal. You found a bottle? Jack asks incredulously, studying the label on the bottle after he takes it from me. He smiles widely at me when he looks my way again. Bella, this is a wonderful surprise. How much do I owe you? Nothing, Mr. Hale. It's my treat, I reply smiling genuinely at him. Even though I've only met with him a few times, I've come to really like Jack. Call me Jack, Bella, he admonishes lightly. Why do I have to keep telling you that? He teases, holding out a chair at the table for me. As I'm giving my report, Edward's phone rings and he excuses himself to take the call in the hallway. When he comes back a few minutes later, I've finished presenting the data and we've moved on to non-business talk. Specifically, Jack is entertaining Alec and me with stories about his European vacation, making me laugh out loud several times. Including the instant that Edward walks back in. Edward's eyes slide toward me and narrow curiously, wordlessly communicating that he wants to know what was so funny. We wrap up the meeting a few minutes later and Jack excuses himself to his office, asking Edward and Alec to see me out. I stand up and begin to put away my laptop and files. Bella, do you have a few minutes to St. Op in my office and discuss the campaign with me in greater detail? Edward asks me in a brusque tone. I don't look up from my briefcase, but my heart skips a beat as I wonder why he sounds pissed off. He wasn't angry with me this morning and I didn't speak to him today before I got here. The campaign reaction so far is better than we expected. What's he so upset about? Alec clears his throat uncomfortably and excuses himself. I swallow nervously before I look up at Edward. Sure, Edward, I reply, frowning slightly at him. He nods and gestures toward the doorway for me to begin walking. Silently, we take the elevator down to his floor and walk straight toward his office. As we pass Jane, Edward tersely tells her to hold his calls. He allows me to enter his office first and shuts the door behind us. I set my bag down on a chair and take a deep breath, wondering what the hell he's so mad about. When I turn around to face him, he's practically on top of me, sliding his arms around my waist and smiling. Hi, he whispers. Suspicious, I whisper back. Hi, what's all this about? I didn't think I should do this in the conference room, he says, lowering his lips to mine to kiss me. He presses his lips hungrily against mine until I finally open mine. He moans softly as he slides his tongue against mine and I reach up to grasp both sides of his jaw. I kiss him back until I can't breathe anymore and I have to pull away. Isn't Jane going to wonder why she doesn't hear anyone talking in here? I pant, as he moves to my neck. Probably. he answers, grinning as he raises his head and looks at me. What's going on with you and Jack? Is he moving in on my territory? I don't know. What do you consider your territory? I ask, still trying to catch my breath as he goes back to kissing my neck. Mine, he replies, kissing up my neck from my collarbone to the spot behind my ear. Mine, he says again, kissing my lips, softly this time, nipping at my bottom lip with both of his. Spectacular ass. Definitely mine. He murmurs against my lips as he skims his hands over my backside. So far, no encroachments by Jack, I say, smiling and twining my arms around Edward's neck. Mine, he asks, kissing each cheek. I chuckle quietly. Oh, is that what this is about? He kissed me on the cheek. I didn't like it, Edward says, pulling back slightly to look in my eyes. Edward, he's older than my dad. I exclaim quietly enough that Jane can't hear. She probably hears me laugh loudly afterward though. And wife number 4, who he just took to Europe to try to save the marriage, is about 3 years older than you. Edward says, looking down at me seriously. Jack's a nice man, Bella, but don't be naive. He's still a man, and you're a beautiful woman who he knows isn't dating anyone. The instantaneous stab of pain I feel when Edward alludes to the fact that we're not dating should alarm me. But I compartmentalize and choose to focus on the other part of what he's just said. Edward. No. I stammer, shaking my head. 3 years older than me. That would probably make her around Rosalie's age. That's pretty gross. No wonder Rosalie has daddy issues. Edward leans down and kisses me again until I gently pull away, telling him I have to get back to my own office. I'll see you tonight, he asks as I try to wipe the sparkles off his lips with my fingers. They warned him before about kissing me when I'm wearing lip gloss. Yeah, I'm having dinner with Jas and Em, but I'll come over after if you want, I answer, smirking up at him as I give up on cleaning off his mouth. You're going to have to wash that off in the bathroom. Are you packed for San Diego? He asks, wiping his own hand across his lips and shaking his head when he sees the shimmer left on his fingers. He leans against the front of his desk and grins at me. I gave you the itinerary, right? I fight the urge to roll my eyes. He's given me the itinerary 3 times and talked me into taking 2 days off work so we can fly in early Thursday instead of Thursday night. Yes, I have the itinerary. No, I haven't packed. We don't leave for 3 days. I'll change my mind 100 times about what to wear before then. I joke, beaming at him as I pick up my briefcase and turn to go. Call me when you're on your way to my house, he calls quietly as I get close to the door. I open the door and turn to look back at him. Jesus, he's hot, leaning casually against his desk, ankles crossed, still smiling. I'll certainly do that, Edward. Thank you for making time for me today. I appreciate your attention to this campaign, I say, winking at him and enjoying watching him as he struggles not to laugh out loud. I wipe the smile off my face as I turn back around and walk past Jane's desk. Asshole never offers to walk me out, I mutter to her, smiling when she laughs quietly. Blank. As soon as we're on the plane headed to San Diego, I feel it. Something's different between Edward and me. I guess the shift I detect between us could all be in my head since we're going to be pretending to be a real couple this weekend, but the change in his demeanor is undeniable. He seems relaxed, he's talkative, and he hasn't let go of my hand since we took our seats in first class. He talks at length about his college friend, Peter, who we'll be seeing this weekend. It's the first time Edward's ever really talked about a friend. He occasionally goes out for drinks with a few of the guys he works with, but doesn't seem particularly close to any of them. Like Alice and me, he keeps most people at arm's length and only has a few true confidants. He also tells me about the presentation he'll be making on Saturday at the conference and eventually capitulates to my wish to watch him even though he thinks it'll be boring for me. It's just a bunch of technical jargon and bullshit, Stell, he says, still trying to talk me out of it. I wouldn't sit through it if I was you. Well, You're not me, I argue, raising my eyebrows at him. I want to watch you. It's a pretend girlfriend-y thing to do. Plus, you've seen me make presentations several times. But yours are interesting, he interjects, smiling at me. Yours will be, too, Ned, I argue. I'll even applaud and whistle when you're done. He laughs and leans toward me to kiss me quickly. You'll applaud because it's over. He murmurs against my lips. Buckle up, Stell, we're descending, he says then, pulling away to refasten his seatbelt and then grabbing my hand again. Blank, underscore, blank. During the limo ride to the Hotel del Coronado, where the conference is being held, Edward gives me the rundown of the weekend's events again. Smiling, I nod along, sometimes repeating what he says. When we pull up in front of the hotel, he leans over and kisses me gently twice. Ready, pretend girlfriend? He asks, smiling against my lips as the car comes to a stop. Absolutely, I answer, smiling. Suddenly, my door is opened and a tanned male forearm and hand is extended inside to help me out of the car. I scoot away from Edward and let the valet pull me gently up. From the low seat as Edward exits out the other side, I wait as Edward tips the valet who's unloading our luggage and then take the hand he holds out to me, letting him lead me up the front steps and into the lobby. It's beautiful, yeah, he asks, leaning down to say the words quietly in my ear. He lets go of my hand and slides his arm around my waist. I whisper an affirmative response as we walk over to the registration desk. As we're checking in, a few other conference attendees call out to Edward. Each time, he turns and waves or says hello without taking his hand off of me. After we unpack, we decide to walk up the street to a Mexican restaurant for dinner since there aren't any conference activities this evening. We eat outside in the tiled courtyard, enjoying the warmth of the early evening. Like earlier, Edward almost constantly keeps a hand on me, my arm, my back, my leg, and he leans over to kiss me several times. He listens to several stories I tell about Jasper and Emmett without scowling at all. He hasn't made any comments about Jasper since the cabin, thank goodness. We also share a pitcher of really strong margaritas, so by the time dinner is over, I'm feeling a little warm. A little buzzed, a little flirty. As we finish our drinks and wait for the bill, I repeatedly lean over and whisper things I'd like to do to him in his ear, making him groan sometimes and laugh others. Now I'm the one who can't keep my hands to myself. When we get back to the hotel it's still early, so we wander out to the beachfront bar and decide to stay for sunset. I find us a table while Edward gets drinks. Before he sits down, he slides his chair all the way over next to mine, so we're both sitting on one side of the small table. We sip our drinks in silence for a few minutes, listening to the guy playing guitar and singing a few feet away and watching the sun begin to slide toward the distant place where ocean and sky meet. Edward's arm is around the back of my chair and he leans in to whisper in my ear. How am I doing so far? I chuckle quietly as goosebumps break out along my arm from the rush of his warm breath in my ear. Ned, your pretend boyfriend skills are excellent. So far you've fed me, gotten me tipsy, and brought me to watch the sunset from a romantic location while listening to live music. And you get extra credit for repeatedly whispering things that you could have said out loud. I announce as I look into his deep green eyes. So I get an A? He asks conceitedly, smirking at me. Yes, Ned, you get an A, I agree, shaking my head at him in mock annoyance as I roll my eyes. I lean toward him, reaching up to his neck to pull him down to me so I can kiss him. After we pull apart, I wait until he picks up his drink to take a sip before finishing my thought. Arrogant, overachieving semi-asshole, he laughs loudly and pulls me toward him to hug me, then tells me I'm ruining the romantic atmosphere of the sunset. I glance toward the chalkboard, showing the sunset time, and see that sunset at about 30 minutes from now. I have time to go to the ladies' room without missing it, so I kiss Edward quickly and walk away in search of a bathroom. When I get back several minutes later, Edward is not alone. Another woman is sitting in my chair. It looks like Edward has moved his chair away slightly, but he's still sitting relatively close to the blonde. I can only see the back of her. But I see that she's dressed in a pantsuit and heels. I wonder briefly if Edward wishes I was dressed more professionally tonight instead of in a long, peasant skirt, t-shirt and flip-flops. Nervously, I approach the table, feeling uneasy when I hear Edward laugh at something that Chippy says. Maybe he won't want me to interrupt. I slow my approach and am several feet away when he turns around, searching, and spots me immediately. There she is, he says to the woman sitting with him as he holds out his hand toward me. I step forward to take it and let him pull me to his side. Bella, this is Tanya Denali. She's the president of Omni Software. Tanya, this is my Bella. Ah, the object of our masquerade has landed. Tanya and I shake hands and exchange hellos. But she makes no move to get out of my chair. She and Edward pick up their conversation and Edward tugs on me and pats his leg for me to sit on his lap. I don't, merely picking up my dry NK from the table and swallowing a few sips as I gaze out at the ocean. Hey, pretend boyfriend, quit ignoring your pretend girlfriend. Bella, Edward says softly. I look down at him. Sit down, baby, he pleads, his eyes searching my face. I purse my lips to the side, biting back the retort I'd like to make about him bossing me around, and gingerly sit down like a good pretend girlfriend. He smiles at me and leans in to place a kiss on my neck as he slides his hand down from my waist to rest on my hip. I notice Tanya's eyes narrow before she recovers and smiles saccharinely in my direction. Quote, how long have you two been seeing each other? She asks. 3 months, Edward and I answer at the same time, then look at each other and laugh. And what is it you do, Bella? She inquires, her tone dripping with venom, belying the wide smile on her face. I take in her appearance quickly. She's probably in her late 40s. I bet she used to be pretty, but she looks like she's trying too hard. Oh, hold on to her youth. Her makeup is too heavy, her hair is long and frizzy, her forehead doesn't seem to move naturally and her lips are too plump. Not to mention the fact that her gigantic boobs are sitting way too high on her chest for someone her age. Hell, they're too high for someone my age. They have to be fakies. I work at a small ad firm near Seattle, I answer civilly. Edward and I IDED in advance that I wouldn't say the name of the firm in order to protect McCarty and Whitlock from any backlash. I didn't tell Edward that Tanya pulled the cougar act with Jasper, too. He doesn't even know I work for Jasper, but he does know that Omni was a client of ours a couple of years ago. Wow, Edward must be quite the catch for you then, she says, attempting to demean me in front of my fake boyfriend. I feel the fury begin to rise inside me even as I feel Edward's arm tighten around my hip. Not at all, Tanya, Edward says levelly, but I hear the underlying anger in his tone. Truthfully, Bella is much more of a catch than I am. She's intelligent and talented and I'm very proud of the work she does, very proud of her. Oh, my, I think you've misinterpreted my statement, Edward. I only meant to point out how lucky she is, Tanya says sweetly, laughing and reaching over to pat Edward's arm. Bitch hangs on just a little too long for a professional acquaintance though. I couldn't agree more, I offer, looking her in the eye and conveying, in the silent way women do, that I know she's full of shit and she'd better stay away from my man. Well, my pretend man. Message sent. I turn my attention to Edward. Sweetie, you said we could walk on the beach at sunset. Remember? He squeezes my hip gently and I lean in to kiss him for good measure. Right, baby. Tanya, you'll excuse us, I'm sure. He says as we stand. He takes my hand and leads me to the stairs down to the beach. We both kick off our shoes and leave them in the sand as we walk toward the water. Thanks for sticking up for me. But you didn't have to, I say, looking down at the sand. Yes, I did. It's a pretend boyfriend thing. But even if I wasn't your pretend boyfriend, I would have said what I did because you're my friend. He says matter-of-factly as we continue trudging through the deep, dry sand toward the water. From the corner of my eye, I see his head turn toward me, but I keep my eyes fixed on the ground. And what I said also happens to be true. All of it. My face breaks into a smile and I look up at Edward, making sure he's sincere. He is. When we reach the ocean, we both wade in deep to stand looking out at the horizon as the waves come rushing in. I use both hands to hold the hem of my skirt up a few inches so it doesn't get wet. But I am unprepared for the way the ocean seems to suck back the water it just pushed to shore, and I lose my balance as the sand rushes away from under my feet. One hand, I grab onto Ned's arm so I don't fall on my ass in the wet sand. "Whoa, Stella, you okay?" he asks, laughing. Embarrassed, I nod and re-grasp my skirt even though the right side of the hem is all wet now. Edward moves to stand behind me and wrap his arms around me, teddying me as we continue watching the last few seconds of sunset. As soon as the sun disappears, a ship's bell rings out from the bar and everyone applauds. That's weird. We're applauding for the rotation of our planet. I grumble. Come on, Stell, don't be such a cynic. We're celebrating the end of a beautiful day, he whispers in my ear. I pull away and turn in his arms to look up at him. Who are you and what have you done with my pretend boyfriend? I ask quizzically, frowning up at him mockingly. I've moved a little deeper into the water and can feel that the bottom of my skirt is getting wet in the cool Pacific Ocean. Feeling carefree and uncynical for a moment, I let go of the fabric I had bunched in my fingers and look down at the wet fabric swirling around my legs. Edward reaches both arms around my hips and lifts me up into his arms so suddenly that I squeal at the unexpected movement. He lifts me high enough that I'm looking down at him, both of us laughing. "Kiss me," he implores. I dig my hands into his hair slowly as I lower my mouth to his. Sighing, I press my lips deliberately to his several times before I open them. I slide my tongue along his lips leisurely, gently stoking the fire in each of us. I feel him harden against the front of my legs and I moan quietly, then chuckle when he moans in response. We continue kissing for a few minutes, surrounded by the sound of the crashing waves. I'm grateful for the rapidly receding daylight, hoping we're hidden in the semi-darkness since we're making out on the beach like a couple of teenagers. But, God, I don't want to stop kissing him. He pulls away from the kiss before I do. "Stella, look at the time," he says with mock horror, even though I'm not wearing a watch and he can't see his. "I've got to get to bed." I laugh, knowing it's not much later than 8 o'clock. I kiss him again as he sets me down in the water, soaking even more of my skirt. "You don't mind going to bed a little early, do you?" I step out of the water and bend down, trying to wring out the wetness. "Nope, Ned, not at all," I reply, still grinning as I straighten back up. I grasp his outstretched hand and walk beside him back toward the hotel, dripping the whole way. Friday morning. I hear Edward's alarm sound, hear the shower running, hear him moving around the room getting ready. I never move from my spot though. Lying on my stomach in the big, soft bed, my bare back exposed since the covers are bunched around my waist. I'm too lazy to pull them up even though I'm a little chilly. I sink back into sleep. "Stell," he whispers softly, his mouth near my ear, his hands on either side of my head. He waits until I grunt at him before he continues. "I'm leaving now. You gonna be okay on your own today?" I grunt again, trying to sound affirmative when I do. He chuckles lightly and kisses my shoulder. "All right. This thing is scheduled to go until 3 today. I'll find you as soon as I get out," he says. I sigh loudly, but don't verbally answer him. I feel his fingers ghost across the skin of my bare back and then feel his warm, wet mouth trailing behind it. He starts at my waist and kisses up my spine a bit before beginning to veer on each side, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Restlessly, I rub my legs together and moan quietly. When he reaches my neck, he licks up to my ear. "Edward," I whisper, "have a good day, baby," he says lowly in my ear, chuckling as he pulls the sheet up to cover my back. "Ned, you are going to have to finish that later," I mumble sleepily. Rolling over and opening my eyes to look up at him. He leans down again to kiss my lips quickly. "I know. Bye. Sleep, Bella, bye. Have a good meeting, I say, stretching a little just to torment him. He laughingly shakes his head at me as he walks out the door. I promptly turn back over and close my eyes, smiling. Blank, underscore, blank. Several hours later, I lay beside the pool, eyes closed. Half asleep, half listening to some kids splashing in the pool. Every few minutes, warm droplets of water fall on my legs when the kids jump into the pool. I hear Psalm E1 settle onto the lounge chair beside mine, but don't open my eyes. I gasp when I feel something cold slide across my bare stomach. Immediately, I open my eyes and sit up, looking for my assailant. And grabbing the ice cube that continues to slide across my skin. Ned, I exclaim, tossing the ice cube over at him. He's lying on the lounge next to mine sporting sunglasses, a huge smile and blue plaid board shorts. You finished early. Quote, yeah, a little. I peeked out here and saw my beautiful pretend girlfriend wearing a bikini I've never seen before and I couldn't resist joining her, he smirks. I smile back as I reach for my soda on the table in between us. Did you put your fingers in here to get that ice? I ask before taking a drink. Laughingly, he shakes his head no, so I take a big drink then offer it to him. We lie in the sun for a couple of hours, talking and swimming intermittently, until it's time to go in and get ready for the evening's cocktail reception. When we get to our room, I head for the shower first. I've been in for several minutes when I hear Ned outside the glass door. Stell, I just got a call. I have to be on a conference call in a little bit, so I'm going to shower with you to save time, okay? He calls. I use my hand to wipe a streak down the steam-fogged door so I can see him. He's smiling, naked, waiting for me to let him in. Smiling back, I push the door open and he steps in. Pulling me into his arms immediately. Why do I feel like I've just been tricked? I muse as Edward turns us so that he's leaning up against the marble wall. Holding me close to him with one arm. He reaches for my breasts with the other hand and kisses my neck. No trickery involved, Stell. Just efficient use of time, he mumbles into my skin. I really do have a conference call. I really was going to do this when you got out of the shower. I'm just combining the showering and the sex. I moan, arching my neck back to give him better access. Multitasking, huh, MMMHMM. I think there was something I was supposed to finish, he says, turning us so that I'm up against the wall and then turning me again so that my back is to him. He takes my hands and places them flat against the chilly marble on either side of my head. Don't move, he whispers before skimming the shell of my ear with his tongue. I hold in the gasp, but I am literally panting with desire, with anticipation, already. He shifts my wet hair out of the way and kisses across my back from shoulder to shoulder as he slides his hands around my body to cup my breasts, kneading them gently hen capturing my nipples between his thumbs and forefingers and pulling. I whimper quietly, leaning my forehead against the wall, watching his hands. He pulls his mouth away from my back and presses his hips against mine. Sliding his erection in between my thighs and stroking back and forth several times. Jesus, Stell, you're so beautiful, so fucking gorgeous like this. Wet from the shower, wet for me, he says. His voice raspy as he continues to glide against me. I can only moan softly in response as he goes back to kissing my shoulders, grasping my breasts more forcefully before sliding his hands down my sides. He runs his open mouth, his tongue, down my back and I feel him drop to his knees behind me, using his hands to squeeze my behind. He kisses me there, too, making me giggle. Ass kisser, I mutter teasingly. Then gasp as he sucks on the spot he was kissing. He slides one hand between my legs, moaning into my skin when he slides his thumb inside me and rubs my clit with his index finger. Edward, oh my God. I moan, wanting to close my eyes, but mesmerized by the long fingers peeking from between my legs. Does that feel good, baby? He asks, moving his fingers in slow, deliberate circles. His other hand caresses up and down the front of my left leg unhurriedly. Yes, God, Ned please, I gasp, letting my eyes slide shut. Suddenly, Edward moves his hands to either side of my hips and pushes against me, urging me to turn around. When I do, he looks up at me, his green eyes dark and wanting. Tearing his gaze away from mine, he kisses across my lower abdomen while running his hands up and down the backs of my legs. He pulls at my left leg until I let him lift it and slide his shoulder under my knee, leaving me standing on just my right. I put my right hand out against the adjoining wall to steady myself as Edward's mouth moves down. I bury my left hand in his hair and try to rest more of my weight against the icy wall at my back. Using his hands to help hold me upright, Edward uses his mouth to pleasure me, licking and sucking at my sensitive skin until I cry out and my shaking right leg threatens to collapse under my weight. Still supporting me, Edward lets my left leg down gently and stands up, cupping his hands under my behind and sliding me easily up the slick marble wall until we're face to face. "I want you," he murmurs, leaning in to kiss me, sliding his tongue, which tastes of me, into my mouth. I wrap my arms and legs around him and kiss him back hungrily, feeling him shift us around slightly. He pushes into me smoothly and thrusts frantically several times. "Oh, my God, Ned," I moan, pulling away from his mouth and banging my head against the wall behind me. "Ow, all right, Stell," he asks, stilling inside me and looking at me with concern. I nod and let my eyes slide closed. "Yes. Don't stop," I beg, pulling his head until he moves his mouth back to mine. We kiss languidly as he begins moving in me again, sliding slowly in and out of me this time. "Fuck, baby. I love being with you," he groans. I open my eyes so I can see him and smile gently at him. I cradle his face in my hands, looking into his eyes until it becomes too intense. Until the feelings I always manage to push down threaten to come bubbling up. I dive for his neck, licking and sucking the spot under his right ear, the spot I know drives him crazy. I'm not disappointed when his hips jerk more forcefully against mine. "Hurry, Ned," I whisper against his ear, using my legs to move myself against him. He pushes me harder up against the wall and thrusts rapidly. Gasping, I cry out as I come, feeling him convulse inside me immediately after. "God fuck Bella," he says hoarsely, thrusting through his orgasm. When we quit moving against each other, he leans his forehead against the wall beside my head, still breathing hard. I tilt my head sideways to rest gently against his, trying to catch my breath, too. After a minute, Edward slowly lowers me back to the ground. He hangs onto me to make sure I'm steady on my feet before he reaches for the soap and gently washes me. When he's done, I do the same for him, even washing his hair. We are quiet, each of us seemingly not wanting to break the spell the hot shower sex cast over us. We kiss, but neither of us speaks until we're out of the shower, wrapped in big, soft towels. "Is there a reason we don't shower together every morning?" he asks, finally ending our period of silence. Because we'd never get to work if we did that every morning," I offer, smiling at him in the mirror as I comb through my hair. "Yeah, but who cares?" he laughs. "It would get old if we did it every day," I argue, dabbing moisturizer on my face. "Never, Bella. Being with you would never get old," he says seriously, kissing the top of my head and then walking out of the bathroom. Blank. "You're stunning," Edward says when I walk out of the bathroom 40 minutes later, dressed except for my shoes. He's sitting at the desk looking over some papers, but he turned my way when I opened the bathroom door. He's dressed, too, except for his suit jacket which is hung over the back of his chair. "Thank you. You're looking pretty good yourself, Ned," I smile as I sit on the bench at the end of our bed to slip my shoes on. I love these shoes and I love Jimmy Choo, whoever the hell he is. They are the most expensive shoes I've ever owned and I had absolutely no business buying them last week, but the slender, sexy heels sold me. I reasoned that since I got such a great deal on the clingy little black dress I'm wearing, I could afford to splurge on the shoes. Plus, they're black, strappy, 3.5-inch heel shoes. I'll keep them forever. He smiles crookedly at me. I'll get off the phone as quickly as I can. Do you want to go on down to the lounge and wait for me? Have a glass of wine or something? He asks. Sure, I answer, getting the feeling that he doesn't want me here listening to whatever the call is about. When I'm ready, he walks me to the door and kisses me, repeating that he'll join me as soon as possible. Downstairs, I find a stool at the bar in the lounge and order a vodka and soda. The bartender, Tim, is attentive, standing and talking to me when he's not waiting on other customers. During the 15 minutes we talk, I find out quite a bit about him. He finds out that I'm waiting for my boyfriend to join me. While Tim is waiting on someone else, I look up at the TV hanging over the bar, reading the sports scores even though I don't know who most of the teams are. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a man sit down on the stool next to me, but I don't look at him. Ms. Swan. Bella Swan. Is that you? The man beside me asks, sounding surprised. I turn my head slightly until I can see his face and I'm surprised, too. I don't like surprises. I don't like them because, in my experience, more often than not they don't turn out to be good ones. The one sitting on the bar stool beside mine could go either way, I guess, but if I was placing bets, I'd bet it will turn out to be a bad one, too. I really don't like surprises. The surprise sitting next to me is the man I met at Hale Software in New York. The hallway lurking, ass-staring guy. What was his name? Jim? No, Johnny. No, that's not right either. Damn. Yes, I'm Bella Swan. I recognize you, but I'm sorry, I can't remember your name, I say, turning my head a little farther and smiling despite the fact that this whole situation makes me uncomfortable. Jamie. Jamie Hale, he replies, extending his hand. Jamie. That's it. Wait, Hale. He's a Hale. I plaster on my best fake smile as I shake his hand, pulling my hand away as quickly as I politely can. Yes, of course. It's nice to see you again. Jamie. I didn't realize you were a Hale. I presume you're related to Jack then? I ask. Bright blue eyes bore into mine as he answers. Yes, Jack is my uncle. Can I buy you a drink? He asks, smiling. He's good looking and he looks harmless, so why do I have that same funny feeling I had in New York? That feeling that makes the hair on the back of your neck street. And up, the feeling that lets you know something just isn't right. I suddenly wish that I had remembered to ask Edward about him when we were in New York. After all the Rosalie drama that followed the board meeting, I forgot to tell Edward about the strange encounter I had with Jamie in the hallway. And the rest of that weekend was so wonderful that I never gave him another thought. Until right now. Oh, thanks. But I don't think I need another quite yet, I answer, holding up my half-full glass to show him. Tim the bartender fixes a scotch and water for Jamie and then leaves us alone, despite the desperate plea I make with my eyes for him to stay. Shit. I glance around quickly, hoping to see Edward approaching, but no such luck. I'm not sure how to act with one of Edward's colleagues. Even one that I don't think he cares much for. The glare Edward directed at Jamie in the boardroom in New York was lethal. But since I don't know for sure what Edward would want me to say, I use a classic diversion tactic, taking charge of the conversation and steering it where I want. The beautiful San Diego weather, when he got here, how long he's staying, what it's like living in New York. Luckily, he's egocentric enough that he lets me continue to ask questions, seemingly satisfied to talk about himself and not learn much about me for almost 15 minutes. As he talks, his eyes repeatedly rove over my body, consistently lingering on my chest. Feeling self-conscious, I sip my drink faster than I should and Tim appears with another drink for me without being asked. As before, thinking that I've found a friend, he winks at me and then disappears. We should have a toast, Jamie says, turning his stool to face me. He holds his new glass of scotch up toward me, waiting for me to raise mine in return before continuing. To unexpected meetings, they can provide a flood of valuable information. Now I'm drinking a toast to surprises. He taps his glass against mine, making the fine crystal chime prettily. And smiles at me. Although his smile looks normal, the look in his eyes seems contemptuous. I try to smile back, but when my lips refuse to turn upward, I take a sip of my drink instead, hoping to swallow down the bile I feel rising in my throat. While I'm busy drinking, his eyes rake up and down my body again, hesitating on my legs this time. Finally, his gaze drifts back toward my face, but I see it halt at my neck. "That's beautiful, your necklace," Jamie says, leaning toward me to look at the silver B initial pendant I'm wearing. I'm sure it's not an accident that his fingers graze along the base of my throat before he lifts the necklace away from my skin. The way he handles it, pulls on it, causes me to instinctively swivel my barstool to face him. Afraid he's going to break the chain if I don't. "A gift?" "Yes," I reply, but don't give any further information. "I got it from my dad for my last birthday. When he gave it to me, he said it was to remind me of who I am." I got a lot of those kinds of atta-girl, self-confidence boosting gifts last year from my dad in the wake of everything that happened with Jake. Jamie is still grasping the square disc as he lifts his eyes to mine again. "Beautiful," he repeats as I swallow nervously, clutching my glass with both hands. At last, I hear the voice I've been longing for during the last 20 minutes. "Bella, sweetheart, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting," Edward says evenly from behind me. Instantly, my eyes slide shut in relief, only reopening when he steps up beside me and slides his arm around my waist, squeezing gently. I keep my eyes on Jamie, expecting him to move away from me immediately, but he doesn't. In fact, Jamie looks up at Edward tauntingly before carefully placing the pendant back against the hollow of my throat, pressing his fingers to my skin unnecessarily as he does. Finally, he sits up straight on his stool. "Cullen," Jamie says, his pretty face twisted by his scornful smile. "James," Edward answers, his voice still cool, his tone still level. "I wasn't aware you were attending this conference." "No, I'm quite sure you weren't. Otherwise," he remarks, breaking off with a derisive chuckle. He picks up his drink, draining the last of the amber liquid from the glass, resting his eyes on my body once more. He sets his glass down and licks the lingering wetness from his lips before lifting his gaze up to meet mine. "Well, I think I'll head out to the reception. Bella, our chat was extremely stimulating," he says, then shifts his eyes to Edward's as his lips curl into a sneering grin. He gets up from his stool and disappears out the terrace doors without a backward glance at Edward and me. I finally set my drink down and rub my hands together briskly to warm them up. "Edward, I begin." But he silences me by moving in front of me and capturing my lips with his. He holds my face tenderly between his hands and kisses me several times, then kisses my forehead before sitting down on the stool James abandoned. "Jesus, Bella, I'm so sorry. I had no idea he was here. How long were you stuck with him?" he asks anxiously. I tell him truthfully about eating Jamie in New York and seeing him here again tonight. I also tell him how ill at ease I feel around Jamie. By the time I'm done speaking, Edward's face has settled into a deep frown. But I know he's frowning about Jamie, not about me. "Well, he may try to get to you again since he knows we're here together. I'm sure I was his primary target this weekend, but I'm afraid now it will be you," Ned says with a deep sigh. "So, I gather you two don't get along?" I ask, pushing my drink toward Edward when he motions toward the glass and raises his eyebrows questioningly. He laughs bitterly. "That, Bella, is the understatement of the century," he says, his tone laced with animosity, as he takes a big swallow of my drink. He tilts the glass back and forth, watching the clear liquid swirling inside, and takes another sip before setting the glass back on the bar. Finally, he raises his eyes back to mine and continues. "James and I have known each other since we were kids. We never got along, but things went downhill fast when Jack gave me the position James wanted almost 7 years ago. You became executive vice president when you were 24. I ask incredulously. He shakes his head sharply twice. No. This was earlier in my career. Jack put me in a managerial position about 2 years after I started working at Hale. That position made me James's boss. James didn't like it, Edward explains, rubbing the fingers of one hand roughly back and forth across his forehead. He tried repeatedly to exact revenge on me professionally, and when that didn't work, he decided to go after me personally, to go after the people I cared for. I noticed that Edward's right leg is now bouncing rapidly. That's a nervous habit I've never seen him display before. I hope I don't look as alarmed as I feel. But seeing Edward this rattled is causing the uncomfortable feeling I already had about Jamie to escalate into full-fledged fear. My heart is racing and I feel like I'm not breathing right. Go after people you cared for, like who? Like your girlfriend? I asked carefully, remembering a guy from high school who would always try to get other guys' girlfriends to cheat with him just to be an asshole. But Edward, I think, wouldn't be this unnerved about something like that. Edward shrugs. I didn't have a girlfriend at the time, he answers tightly, his legs still jumpy, his eyes now darting erratically around the bar. Never landing on me. He picks my drink up again and finishes it, then flags Tim down to make him another. I frown, confused. Then how'd he go after you personal? I begin. Then gasp and cover my mouth with my hands as I finally get the puzzle pieces together in my head. Edward's gaze snaps back to meet mine immediately. Oh, my God, Alice, I whisper behind my fingers. The eyes, the hair, Riley. Edward nods stiffly. Yes, he says cautiously, his dark green eyes holding mine captive. He doesn't know about Riley. Slowly, I lower my hands and lean toward Edward. He used Alice to hurt you? I ask lowly, my eyes narrowed in anger at this man who hurt two people who have become very important to me. In my head, I run through the self-defense moves my dad forced me to learn and wonder if I can take James down. I took my dad down last year, but he wasn't fighting me too hard. Jamie would probably not think twice about hitting me. Still, I think I might be pissed enough to do it. Yeah, she was a kid, not even 21 yet. He was 26. He pursued her, romanced her, convinced her to keep it a secret from me, then talked her into bed and had the pictures to prove it. Edward says quietly, looking down. Oh, Edward, I say, reaching for his hand and grasping it firmly. I can tell by his demeanor that he blames himself for what James did to Alice. He shrugs one shoulder, feigning detachment, but he's clutching my hand so tightly it hurts a little. He got what he wanted. I promoted him and transferred him to our office in Dallas as soon as Alice found out she was pregnant, Edward says flatly. By that time, he knew the truth about James and she didn't want him anywhere near the baby, neither did I. Before I'm even aware of my intentions, I've launched myself at Edward, wrapping my arms around his neck. Jesus, Edward, I'm so sorry, I say, holding him tightly and kissing the side of his head. I feel his arms come around me for a moment before they slacken and I get back on my own stool. He takes a deep breath and huffs it out harshly, then looks back up at me. He forces a smile onto his face and grazes the back of one hand across my cheek. We're not going to let him ruin this weekend for us, but stick close to me tonight, okay? Don't get trapped alone with him again, Bella. I don't trust him at all, he says, dropping his hand away from my face. He picks up the fresh drink and downs almost half of it before offering it to me sheepishly. Sorry, I should have let you drink first. Smiling, I shake my head at him. It's okay. Are you sure you're feeling up to this tonight? I ask. Are you sure you want me to be your pretend girlfriend even though Jamie's here? He leans toward me to kiss me. Yes, he says, pulling back before kissing me again, and yes, I'm calming down. James can't hurt me anymore and I won't let him hurt you. Let's go. I want to show off my fucking gorgeous pretend girlfriend. He stands up and takes my hand as I step down from my bar stool. He pulls it through his other arm to rest on his forearm and bends down to kiss the spot right in front of my ear. Ready, baby? He asks quietly. My heart rate accelerates again. Not from fear this time, as I meet his eyes with my own. Absolutely. Blank, underscore, blank. The cocktail party is elegant, held on the lawn just above the beach. When Edward and I get outside, it's almost sunset, so the light is beginning to wane. The lawn area is outlined with lit tiki torches which seem to glow brighter by the moment as the daylight fades. Edward and I mingle for the first hour of the party and he introduces me to everyone he talks to as his girlfriend. I'm constantly aware of Jamie's location, and I think Edward is, too. Although he's less obvious about looking around than I am. Edward always steers us clear of Jamie's general vicinity. But Jamie catches me looking his way several times. Each time, he winks at me, smiling haughtily. Like Edward asked, I stay close to him, hanging onto his arm and reveling in the way he makes me feel protected, the way he pays attention to me. Edward's always attentive in private. But this is the first time we've been at a social function like this together. He leans down to listen to everything I say and often answers me with his lips brushing against my ear. He includes me in every conversation and looks at me adoringly when I speak. He's as good as Jasper is at looking like a love-struck, doting boyfriend. When Tanya slithers up to join a conversation on Edward is having with some guys from a computer hardware company, she looks at me with obvious dislike. I return the sentiment with my eyes even as my lips curl upward into a somewhat friendly smile. I note with glee that her champagne-colored dress doesn't look good with her skin tone and it's too tight across her hips. I keep the giggle to myself though. Edward doesn't pay any attention to her except to say hello. And as we walk away from her minutes later, he lets his hand slip dangerously low on the curve of my ass. I don't even try to stop the giggle that time even though I look up at him and raise my eyebrows. Really? I ask snidely. He winks down at me and shrugs, but moves his hand up to the middle of my back. Sorry, Stell, I shouldn't do that to you in public, but she's such a bitch to you. I want her to know that I don't want anyone but you. Well, hell, how am I supposed to argue with that? Shortly after that, Edward introduces me to his college friend, Peter, and his wife, Charlotte. Charlotte and I hit it off immediately and the four of us spend the rest of the reception sitting together. When the reception is over, we move inside to the bar and I'm relieved when neither Jamie nor Tanya is around. I'm having such a good time and have such a good buzz going that I don't realize it's getting close to midnight until Edward nudges me with his elbow. Baby, I'm giving that presentation in the morning. I'd probably better go up, he says, sounding reluctant to ruin my fun. All right, big shot, I say, leaning over to kiss him before standing up from the table. Peter stands to kiss my cheek and Charlotte and I hug, promising to see each other tomorrow. Then Edward and I walk up the old, creaky staircase to our room on the next floor. Blank, underscore, blank. As soon as the door's locked behind us, he grabs me. Hell, I didn't think I could wait one more minute, he growls, reaching for the zipper at my back. You looked incredible tonight, but I want this off now. As our lips meet passionately, he peels the dress from my shoulders and I push it the rest of the way down then push at his jacket. He drops his jacket to the floor as I tug his tie apart and start on the buttons of his shirt. He attempts to help, which leads to a lot of fumbling and hands getting in each other's way. Shit, we're clumsy, I laugh into his mouth as we finally get the shirt unbuttoned and off. Speak for yourself, Stell, he laughs back. I'm extraordinarily coordinated. You were in the way. In my tipsy state, that comment pisses me off a little bit. Is that right? I say, pulling back and arching one eyebrow at him. Smirking, he gets to work on his pants, quickly sliding them down his legs and then bending to slide off his shoes and socks along with them. Yep, he confirms as he walks toward me. I take a step backward for every step he takes forward. I know I'm getting close to the bed, but I'm not capitulating this easily. His eyes dart to the side of the room and I turn my head to see what he's looking at, realizing too late that he's used one of the oldest tricks in the book. While my head is still turned, he doubles his advance, reaching me and wrapping me in his arms before I know what's hit me. He lifts me and walks the few steps to the bed, lying me down crossways on it and following me down, straddling my legs. Reaching under me, he unhooks my bra and pulls it off, then leans down to kiss my lips. Despite my internal vow to make him suffer for his comment, as soon as our lips meet, I open mine and let him in. Tangolin. One hand in my hair and using the other to cradle my face, he kisses me feverishly. Reaching my hands under his arms and around his back, I raise them to his shoulders, then dig my nails in, scratching all the way down his back to the waistband of his boxer briefs, not too hard, but enough to cause a little discomfort. He arches his back slightly and moans into my mouth. "Gonna play rough tonight, Stella?" he asks, panting into my mouth, his bright green eyes burning with intensity as he opens them to look at me. "I'll play however you want, Ned," I answer, sliding my hands under the waistband of his briefs. He pulls away from my mouth, sitting up on his knees, but careful to keep his weight off my legs. I move my hands to grip the tops of his thighs. He reaches for my breasts with both hands, holding his hands flat and using his palms to lightly graze my nipples with slow circles. Never breaking eye contact, he whispers, "I want to fuck you so hard you don't know where you are by the time I'm done." I dig my fingernails into his legs as I moan and arch my back in response, trying to get more contact with his hands. He complies, grasping my breasts in his hands and pushing them together. Then bending down to kiss and suck at my nipples. "Fuck, Edward," I groan, prompting him to suck harder before kissing a path up to my mouth. He lets go of my breasts and slides his hands into the hair on each side of my head. He puts his mouth on mine, but doesn't really kiss me. Looking into each other's eyes, we breathe hard into each other. "Are you sure?" he asks. I nod jerkily, still trying to catch my breath. "You have to tell me if I'm too rough with you, okay?" Nod again, sliding one hand up to touch the side of his face. He lowers his mouth the last inch and kisses me so gently, so sweetly that I think he's changed his mind. When he sits up again, his eyes rove my face, my upper body. He quickly scoots off the bed and slides his boxers off. Reaching forward, he grabs one side of my thong with his hands, jerking once sharply and smiling as the thin strings tear. He repeats the action on the other side, then tosses the now useless scrap of fabric to the floor beside him. Looking into my eyes, he slowly skims his hands down the outside of my legs until he gets to my ankles and the strappy heels I'm still wearing. "These," he tells me as he grasps a foot with each hand, "stay on." "Roll over." I roll onto my stomach and Edward immediately grabs my ankles and pushes my legs apart. He traces a finger over a spot on my behind, then leans down over me and kisses the same spot. "I marked you earlier. I didn't mean to, but it looks so fucking good, I might do it again," he says lowly, climbing onto the bed in between my legs. He pulls at my hips until I raise them off the bed, scooting up onto my knees. But when I try to raise onto my arms, too, Edward pushes gently between my shoulder blades and says simply, "No." He barely lets me get balanced on my knees and elbows before he thrusts into me. I inhale sharply and push back against him. He pulls almost all the way out and slams into me again. I whimper and grip the edge of the mattress with my fingers. "Christ, Stell, you're so fucking tight this way," he whispers, holding still for a moment and using his hands to gather my hair and toss all of it over my left shoulder. He brushes his hands down my back hen around my sides to grasp a breast with each hand. Several times he slides out and crashes back into me, using his grip on my breasts to pull me back toward him. I moan quietly each time. When he releases my breasts and uses his hands to span the sides of my waist, I try to push up again with my arms. "I said no, Bella," he says again, thrusting into me harshly again. Tightening his grip on my waist, he speeds up, thrusting shallowly and quickly as I gasp underneath him. "Edward, God. Please," I mumble, barely able to speak coherently. "Please what?" "Let you come," he growls, still moving rapidly in me. Please," I beg again, He thrusts once deeply then holds still. Sliding one arm all the way around my waist in front, he runs the other hand down the back of my left leg and grabs hold of my foot. He lifts gently, pulling that knee up off the bed a few inches, thrusting shallowly into me again as I try to keep my balance. When my right leg begins to tremble slightly from the strain, he stills again and lowers my knee back to the bed. "Jesus Christ, you're perfect," he mutters. He lets go of my foot and wraps his left arm around my waist, moving his right hand to knead my right thigh soothingly for a moment. "I'm going to make you come now, baby. I wish we were home so you could scream for me, but you're gonna have to be quiet, okay?" I whimper and nod in response as he tightens the arm around my waist and slides his right hand up my inner thigh, straight to my clit. He begins thrusting slowly at first, his fingers mimicking the same speed, until I move my hips faster, trying to goad him into moving at the same pace. Finally, he speeds up and after only a few more thrusts, I cry out quietly, calling his name as I come undone. Bracing his left arm on the bed, he lands down across my back and I can feel the sweat on his chest as he gently bites my left shoulder, sucking at my skin until he feels my orgasm subside. He stays there for a few more seconds before pushing back on his knees, scraping his fingernails lightly down my back and causing more fissures of pleasure to explode in me. He pulls out of me completely and scoots back, then helps me roll to my back. I push my hair away from my sweaty forehead as he settles his body between my legs and kisses me leisurely, letting me recover. One of his hands is buried in my damp hair and I instinctively reach to his, glad that he is just as sweaty from exertion as I am. We move our hips in unison, but he doesn't enter me. When he kisses down my neck to my chest and licks a swirling path around first one nipple then the other, I moan long and low. His answering moan is muffled as he pulls my nipple into his mouth, sucking so hard that it's a tiny bit painful. "Oh, God, Edward, Edward," I groan, still gripping his hair with one hand. I reach for his arm with my other hand, wrapping my fingers around his bicep and then sliding down, squeezing his forearm before finding his hand. He slides his fingers between mine and we each hold tightly as he presses our joined hands to the mattress. Abruptly, Ned raises back up onto his knees, his eyes seeking mine again. He pulls our joined hands to his mouth, and kisses my fingers before letting go of my hand. He pushes my left leg in toward my chest and then pulls my foot up to his shoulder, pausing to kiss the arch of my foot through the straps of the shoe. He bends my right leg at the knee, pushing it out slightly to the side but hooking my foot around the back of his thigh. When he lines up and pushes slowly into me, I gasp and arch my back, letting my eyes slide closed. He doesn't go slowly at all this time, immediately increasing his pace and ramming into me again and again. I push my left hand into my hair, humming softly. Edward grunts with every stroke. After a minute, I feel his hand move to where we're joined and open my eyes to find him watching us. When he sees me looking at him, his face softens and his pace slows. "Put your hand here with mine, Stell. Feel how perfectly we fit," he whispers hoarsely. Unable to deny him, I lower my hand until he grabs it with his and holds our twined hands around him as he moves in and out of me. "Ned, oh, God," I pant. I can't keep my eyes open anymore. "Baby," he answers, picking up the pace again. We both let go, then he wraps his hand around my right thigh, helping me hold it in place. I reach down beside me and grasp the sheet tightly. "Do you still know where you are?" "Yes. San Diego. Hotel Del. It's haunted, you know," I ramble. "Oh, fuck, Bella. Are you trying to kill me giving me trivia now?" He groans. But he sounds amused. "I thought you liked it," I blurt out. "You know I fucking do," he answers gruffly. Gripping both of my thighs for leverage, he pumps into me even faster. After another minute he tries again. "Where are you?" Eyes still shut tightly, I shake my head. "I don't know," I answer breathily. "I don't care. Jesus, I'm so close," he says, thrusting harder into me as he slides his fingers to my clit and rubs in quick, tight circles. "I was close," too, so it only takes a couple of strokes before my back arches and I huskily call his name. I feel him jerk in response and hold himself still, pressed all the way inside me. A moment later, he turns his head and kisses my calf and ankle as he gently removes my shoe and tosses it to the floor behind him before gently lowering my leg back to the bed. He reaches for my other foot and discards that shoe, too, then lowers his still sweaty chest to mine. I slide my arms around his back and tug, trying to let him know that I want his weight on me. I'm too heavy for you, baby, he whispers, pressing his lips to mine. Just for a minute, I plead, sighing contentedly into his mouth when he acquiesces. After a few minutes, he pulls back and suggests we move to lay the right way in the bed, claiming that he'll fall asleep and suffocate me if he doesn't move now. We settle on our sides facing each other, our faces close together. He reaches a hand over to rest against my neck and leans forward to kiss me once. Then he rests his forehead against mine and closes his eyes. I hear him swallow before he speaks. Bella, no one else has ever known all my secrets, he whispers. I pull my head back and his eyes snap open. I won't tell anyone, I assert, raising my hand to grasp his forearm and looking at him intently. He smiles softly at me. I know, baby, that's not WHT I meant. I meant that I've never trusted anyone, talked to anyone, the way I do you, he says. Too choked up to respond, I simply nod my head and scoot closer to him, resting my head against his chest. I'm asleep before the tears on my cheeks have dried. Saturday morning, Ned and I eat breakfast at the hotel's restaurant. We sit on the outdoor terrace drinking coffee when we're done, Edward looking over his presentation on his laptop while I read the newspaper. He glances over at me often, smiling or making a quick comment about something nothing. I try not to interrupt him since he's working, but he beckons me closer several times, acting like he wants to show me something. On the laptop and then kissing me instead. I pretend to fall for it every time, even though by the fourth time he does it, we're both laughing as we kiss. When the conference begins, I watch Edward's presentation, smiling proudly without having to act at all. I knew he was smart, but he's also captivating in front of a crowd. He definitely puts my public speaking skills to shame. Jamie and Tanya are both in the room, but Edward made sure I had a seat in the front so I wouldn't have to look at either of them. Charlotte sits beside me and we sneak out when Edward's done after I blow him a kiss and give him a thumbs up. He winks back at me, smiling. Charlotte and I go for a walk on the beach and then sit in the sun while we wait for the conference to end. I like her very much and feel kind of bad that Edward and I are deceiving her and Peter, especially when she invites me to come visit them in Chicago in October with Edward. Please, Bella, it will be so much more fun if you come, she pleads. Usually Edward and Peter retell the same college stories over and over. You have to save me. She pauses to laugh and grasp my hand. Plus, Edward seems so happy around you. It's really nice to see him like this. Thanks, Charlotte. I will see. I'm not even sure he'll want me to come, I hedge. October is a really busy month for me anyway. Oh, right, everybody knows October is notoriously busy for ad agencies. Kind of like April for accountants, huh? She deadpans, knowing that I'm being noncommittal on purpose. We laugh together and trade contact information so we can keep in touch. I promise to think about Chicago. Just after 2 o'clock, the conference wraps up. Edward and Peter want to charter a boat and cruise around for the afternoon. Charlotte and I excitedly agree, eager to spend the afternoon in the sun with the guys. We have a great time and Charlotte takes pictures all afternoon, promising to email them to me when she gets home. When we get back to the docks after sunset, we're all tired so we skip dinner and go straight back to the hotel. Since our flight is early on Sunday, Charlotte and I hug goodbye in the lobby. It seems silly to say I'll miss you, but, Bella, I will, she says with a giggle. I know it's silly, but I'll miss you, too, I answer, as we continue hugging and swaying back and forth. I wish you could see the guys. They're looking at us like we're fucking nuts, she whispers and we both laugh loudly. I turn my head slightly, but can't see either of the guys standing a few feet behind me. Think about October, okay. Okay, I answer. We let go, promising to keep in touch with email and phone calls, and Edward takes my hand to pull me toward the staircase. You all right, Stell? He asks as we walk down the hallway toward our room. I haven't spoken since I let go of Charlotte. Yeah, I just really like her I answer softly. When we get to the door, I lean my back against it and look up at Ned. Blocking the handle so he can't unlock it. Don't tell them, okay? I mean, later. Please don't tell them it was all pretend, I beg, embarrassed that my eyes are tear-filled, my voice strained. In an instant, his arms are around me and I'm crying quietly into his chest. I feel his lips press several kisses in my hair. I won't tell them, Stella, he says, rubbing my back gently. He unlocks the door and leads me inside, then sits on the bench at the end of the bed and pulls me onto his lap, wrapping his arms around me. Shish, baby, it's okay, he murmurs. I know, I'm sorry, I think I have sunstroke or something, I mumble, finally getting my emotions under control. He chuckles into my hair and kisses my forehead. It's been an eventful weekend, yeah, he muses. I nod against his chest. But, Bella, it's been a really good weekend. I've had a great time with you and I'm so glad you came with me. Me, too, I sigh. Thank you, Ned, I say, wrapping my arms around his neck to hug him. When I pull back to look in his eyes a minute later and then lean in to kiss him, I feel a twinge in my chest that I know isn't sunstroke, but I lose myself in the kiss, unwilling to dwell on the rising tide within. Blank. I'm curled into Edward's side, snuggled up against him. He fell asleep fast tonight. Usually I'm asleep first. But not tonight. Tonight I can't turn off my brain. It's going 100 miles an hour. I flop onto my back and stare up at the ceiling of Ned's bedroom. Why can't I just fall asleep? Truthfully, it hasn't been a very eventful week. We've been back from San Diego for 5 days and have been together every night. Nothing big happened at work. Jasper and Emmett blew off our regular dinner to play golf and have dinner with some potential client. Edward is leaving for Europe tomorrow night. Maybe that's what's bugging me. I knew this big overseas trip with Jack was coming up, knew they had meetings in Paris and London. He'll be gone 7 nights. We haven't spent that many nights in a row apart since we met. That makes me sigh loudly. I toss and turn a little, hoping Edward will wake up and wear me out so I can sleep, but he's really out. He fell asleep while I was still wearing pajamas, which never happens unless Riley's here, but she's not here tonight. Turning back onto my side, I stare at Edward for a while in the moonlight. Trying to memorize every feature, learn every nuance of his face. I'm the sleeper around here, so I don't get this luxury of looking without him knowing very often. At 2:30, I decide to go drink some hot tea, hoping to lull my brain into shut the hell up its sleepy time mode. After I'm settled on the couch downstairs, my legs covered with the blanket from the CK of the couch and my feet propped on the coffee table, I sip my tea, looking out the window at the street. My car isn't out there anymore. I park in the garage now when I stay here. On the front porch are planters that I planted flowers in, the porch swing that I helped Ned pick out. Out back, Riley's playhouse has dishes and play food that I bought for her and that she and I play with when she comes over. I've given her baths, let her do makeovers on me, played dress up with her, and gotten comfortable snuggling on the couch with her. I smile every time I think of her. Stell, what are you doing? Edward asks sleepily from the stair landing behind me. I couldn't sleep. I didn't want to wake you, I say, turning my head as he approaches me from behind. I hear the quiet scrape of his nails against skin and know he's scratching his belly the way he does every time he wakes up. I stretch, he scratches. I smile as he comes into my field of vision and confirms what I thought. Can I sit with you? He asks. Of course, I say. He sits down a little way away from me and lays down, resting his head in my lap. Is this okay? Absolutely, Ned, I say, smiling down at him and immediately putting my hands on him. I rest one hand on his chest and tangle the other in his hair, running my fingers through it slowly, gently. He closes his eyes, smiling too, and I turn to look out the window again. What are you thinking about? He asks after a few minutes. I shrug even though his eyes are still closed. A bunch of stuff, Riley. He chuckles. Why her? I love her. I know you do. She loves you, too, he says, reaching a hand up to grasp the hand I have resting on his chest. He intertwines our fingers and squeezes gently. It snuck up on me, you know. She just plopped herself into my heart the same way she plopped herself into my lap the first day I met her, I say, smiling at the memory. He laughs before he answers me. She's that way. Does it bother you? No, it bothers me that I'm 26 years old and never knew that I like kids. I never thought I would want any and I was always okay with that. I gnaw a little on my bottom lip, suddenly nervous, knowing something big is brewing in my chest. And now you want them? He asks, sounding surprised. I don't know, maybe. Now I feel like I have options that I didn't before, I say honestly. Bella, you'll be a great mom if you ever decide to be one. He says, opening his eyes and tipping his head back to look up at me. Thanks, Ned, I say, smiling softly down at him. He closes his eyes again, smiling, and I turn back toward the window. Several minutes pass with neither of us talking as I continue idly fingering his hair. I look back down at him. I barely contain the big sigh as I finally admit to myself why I can't sleep, him. Riley's not the only one who snuck up on me. My friendly affection for Ned is now not so friendly. It's more. Edward, I whisper, hoping not to wake him if he's asleep. He says sleepily, raising his eyebrows partway but not opening his eyes. Do you remember that first night, the night we met? Vividly, he murmurs, his lips curling into an amused smirk. I chuckle quietly. Remember when you asked me if meeting you was a good thing or a bad thing? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Yes, you told me you'd let me know, he replies. I'm ready to let you know, I say. Okay, shoot, he says, laughing lightly. I silently blow out a shaky breath. Edward Cullen, meeting you is one of the best things that's ever happened to me, I say softly, struggling to get the words out without releasing the sobs that want to come out, but unable to stop my voice from breaking slightly at the end. Edward opens his eyes and looks up at me, then squeezes the hand he's holding and pulls it to his lips to brush his lips over my palm. Edward sits up and untangles the blanket from around my legs, removing it and tossing it to the other side of him. He scoots closer to me and then leans in to kiss me. He pulls back far enough to look into my eyes as he speaks. Isabella Swan, meeting you is absolutely the best thing that's ever happened to me, he says quietly, making me smile. He smiles against my lips as he leans back in to kiss me again. I want you slow and sweet and until the sun comes up. Come back to bed. I nod and he stands, offering me his hand and pulling me up. Blank. Much later, when Edward's room begins to brighten at sunrise, we lie facing each other, both of us smiling sleepily as I arrange the sheet and comforter over us. Several minutes ago, I agreed with Edward's assessment that we got a lot of exercise overnight and we don't need our regular Saturday morning run. I force my eyes to remain open after his slide closed so I can study him for another minute. Lazily, I let my eyes rove over his hair, his face, his neck, his shoulders. I reach my hand over to gently cup the side of his face, stroking his cheekbone slowly with my thumb. He sighs contentedly, but doesn't open his eyes. The tears I've held for several hours make their way down my cheeks at last as I look at him. I'm not sure exactly when this happened. I won't allow myself to dissect the last several weeks and try to pinpoint it. It doesn't matter anyway when it happened, just that it did. I know I can't tell him how. I feel he'll run away the same way he runs from every emotion that involves anyone except Alice and Riley. I know I'll go back to denying my feelings for him by the time I wake up later today because I also run from emotion that doesn't involve Jas and M. But right now, in this moment, I can finally acknowledge the emotion I've pushed away for weeks. I'm in love with him. I wish you weren't going. I'll be bored the whole week. I complain, sitting cross-legged on Edward's bed, placing the things he hands me into his open suitcase beside me. He's walking back and forth to the closet, pulling out suits, ties, shirts. He got most of his shirts boxed at the cleaners, but he asks me to fold the rest of his clothes for him. Maybe he thinks since I'm a girl, I'm automatically good at domestic chores. Joke's on him. I suck at folding guy stuff. His clothes will look like hell by the time he gets to France. You won't be bored. You're going out tonight, right? He asks, but his voice sounds funny, distracted. I look up and see him staring at the way I'm folding his jacket and frowning. Stell, I think you might be wrinkling my suit, he says gently. I know, I'm totally bad at packing, I reply, starting to laugh. He laughs, too, and collapses to the bed next to me, lying down on his side and tugging on me until I lie down next to him, facing him. He kisses my lips and hen my forehead before he rolls to his back and pulls me close to his side. He's still chuckling a little as I wrap my arm across his waist and rest my head on the right side of his chest. Will you text me random trivia while I'm gone? He asks, one arm wrapped around my back and the other bent, supporting his head. Sure. Will you bring me a tacky Parisian souvenir to go with my keychains from Roslyn? But of course, mademoiselle. He replies in a crappy French accent. We both chuckle quietly for a moment, then lie silently once our laughter dissolves, our bodies close together. I know we have to get up shortly. Jack's limo is picking Edward up in 2 hours to go to the airport and I'm leaving before that to meet Em and Jas for dinner. Sighing, I press myself closer to him, sliding my top leg over his legs. Slipping my hand inside the front of his t-shirt. I let my fingers trace along his skin just above the waistband of his shorts, then up his ribs, finally coming to rest over his heart. I smile as I feel the slow, steady beat beneath my fingers. Can I put my hand up your shirt, too? He asks teasingly after a minute. I lift my head to look up at him and see that he's smiling my favorite crooked smile at me. Sure, if you want to miss the red eye from Seattle to London, I answer unhurriedly, feeling his heart thump faster under my hand. I can be quick, he murmurs, gliding his hand up and down my back. As I stare into his eyes, they change from bright green and mischievous to dark and eager. My breaths become shallow and rapid while I continue looking at him. As soon as I begin to nod, he rolls us, hovering over me, his lips crashing into mine. His right hand snakes up the inside of my shirt, gliding along my waist, up my side, before covering my breast, his UMB slowly circling my nipple through the lace of my bra. I moan quietly into his mouth and slide my legs farther apart so Ned can settle his body in between. He moans back at me as he flexes his hips against mine. Eager to feel his skin, I push his t-shirt up his back until he lifts his upper body and helps me pull it off. He tugs my shirt off, too, and goes right back to kissing my lips as I arch my back, pushing my chest against his. Suddenly, he pulls his mouth away from mine and I open my eyes to find him staring down at me. He lifts one hand to my face, stroking his thumb along my cheek gently. I inhale deeply, smiling at him. He lowers his forehead to mine, continuing to caress my face as his eyes slide closed. Impatient, I reach my hands up to each side of his face and pull gently until he puts his lips on mine again. Then kiss him passionately. He responds immediately, kissing me back as he grinds his hips against mine, and then trailing his mouth down my neck to my chest. When he reaches the top of my bra, he presses kisses all along the swell of my breasts while pulling the straps of my bra off my shoulders and down my arms until I'm uncovered. I gasp and bury my hand's eye. Edward's hair as he closes his mouth over one breast and his hand over the other. He rakes his tongue across my nipple twice and then sucks, pulling rhythmically on me. He moves to the other side after a moment, giving the same attention on my left side. Oh, God, Edward, please, I pant, moving my feet to his bare calves and stroking up and down from the hem of his shorts to his ankles. Suddenly, his lips are back on mine, kissing me hungrily. Yeah, baby, you need something, he growls into my mouth between kisses. In response, I whimper before I manage to answer him. Just you, I finally whisper. He pauses to smile at me before working his way back down to my chest, using his hand and mouth to tease me for a moment, and then kissing down my stomach to the top of my jeans. He pushes high, myself off the side of the bed to stand between my legs as he unbuttons my jeans and pulls them off. I watch through heavy-lidded eyes as he pushes his own shorts and boxers off and then leans forward to kiss the top of my thigh as he hooks his fingers in the sides of my underwear. Edward lifts his head to look at me as he slowly slides the scrap of black lace down my thighs. Do you have any idea what you do to me? He asks quietly. I shake my head at him, unsure what he means. He drops my panties to the floor and nudges my legs apart again. He bends down to kiss up the inside of my left thigh, while he traces his fingers lightly up the inside of my right. Jesus, Ned, I pant, reaching for his hair with one hand. We have no time for that now. That's a bit of a lie. He's always been very good at getting me to come very fast with that magic tongue. But right now I want him inside me. He raises his head and smiles at me like he knows the truth, and he probably does as he climbs back between my legs, resting on his elbows so that his face is above mine. Stell, he says, his voice husky, I want you all the time. He kisses me, his lips soft and gentle as they move against mine. He lifts his head again after a moment and commands hoarsely, look at me, Stell. Slowly, I blink my eyes open to focus on his, smiling automatically when I see the desire, the affection in his eyes. I feel a rush of emotion flood my chest and I have to fight the urge to close my eyes to hide my feelings from him. He shifts his hips and pushes into me slowly, never looking away from me. Edward, I gasp, arching my back and pulling my legs up until my knees are pressing into either side of his ribcage. Fuck, Bella, I can't go slow, he pants, sliding his eyes shut and pressing his lips to M in for an instant before starting to move in me. Please, I groan, wrapping my arms around his back as he moves up higher, so that I'm staring at his collarbone instead of his face. His thrusts are shallow and fast, his hips pressed so tightly against mine that he slides against my clit with every vigorous movement. It only takes a minute for the pleasure to build to a peak. Oh, God, Ned, oh, my God. I cry out as a strong orgasm hits me, stilling my hips for a moment. Before I have a chance to recover, Edward rolls us toward the center of the bed so that I'm on top. His suitcase is against my leg, pressing painfully into my skin, and I sit up to try and scoot it away. Trying to help me, Ned pushes it with his leg, succeeding in shoving it to the edge of the bed. I turn my head in to see it starting to slide down to the floor. Wait, your suitcase, I gasp, trying to twist around and grab it, but Edward won't loosen the grip he has on my waist. The bag falls to the carpet below with a soft thud. I'll get it later, he replies huskily. I don't care if all my shit gets wrinkled right now. Chuckling lightly, I turn back to look at him, placing my palms on the bed beside his head so I can lower my lips to his. He kisses me passionately for a minute, unhooking the bra that's still hanging from my ribcage and dropping it to the bed beside us. He slides his hands down to grip my hips, holding me against him as he pushes up into me. Jesus, Stell, please, you feel so good, please, he mutters against my lips, pleading with me to do more. I push up, resting my weight on my arms for a moment and then sitting all the way up. He reaches for my breasts as I slowly raise and lower myself a few times, gripping his forearms for balance. After a minute, He groans and shifts his hands back to my waist, trying to move me faster. Splaying my hands across his chest, I speed up, watching his face. His eyes are shut, his mouth gaping a little as he breathes raggedly. In that instant, I am so full of love for him that it's painful for me not to say it out loud. His fingers dig into my skin as he comes, saying my name and grunting loudly, and I lower myself back to his sweat-dampened chest, kissing along his collarbone and up the side of his neck. He wraps his arms tightly around me as he catches his breath, and I slide one hand up into his crazy hair, pulling it through my fingers gently. "Stella, I don't want to leave you," he murmurs into my hair. "You're just saying that because I'm naked," I tease, moving my lips to his ear and licking the shell teasingly. I giggle as he shudders involuntarily. He laughs lightly, too, but argues with me. "It's not just that, although that doesn't hurt. But I'll miss you," he says, sighing. I lift my head up enough that I can look into his eyes. "I'll miss you, too, Ned," I say seriously, quietly, then press my lips to his. I put my head back down, snuggling into his neck for a few moments before I tell him that we have to get up. "I know. Come shower with me," he says, stroking his fingers up and down my back. "Absolutely, Ned," I agree, lifting myself off the bed. Smiling, I hold a hand out to him as he starts to sit up, and he takes it immediately, letting me pull him up. He draws me into a hug when he's up, and we stand still for a minute, holding each other tightly, before we head for the shower. Blank. An hour later, he walks me out to my car parked next to his in the garage and puts my bag in the backseat for me. "I've been leaving some stuff here, but since I won't be staying here all week, I take most of my things back home." He opens the driver's side door for me and then opens the garage door while I start the car. I roll my window down and he leans down into the open window to kiss me. "Have a good week, Stell," he says against my lips. "I'll text you, call you. But I don't know how much free time I'll have." "Okay. We'll talk when we can. Travel safe," I say, trying to sound casual, brushing my fingers across his where they rest on my windowsill. As I back out, he stands in the garage, hands stuffed in his front pockets, smiling at me. When I reach the end of the driveway, he waves and then closes the garage door. I sit still, watching as he disappears from my view, his face, then his chest, and finally, his legs and bare feet. Teary-eyed, I wait until the door is completely shut before I pull out into the street. As I'm driving to the restaurant, I struggle to get why shaky emotions under control, struggle to go back to ignoring the way I feel about Edward. Why am I having such a hard time pushing my feelings down today? I sigh. Honestly, I haven't been ignoring the way I feel about Edward for the last several weeks. I've just refused to put a label on it. Last night I finally said it, only to myself and only in my head, but now that my brain knows it's allowed to think the word love. That's all it's been thinking all day. Love, love, love. I swore I wouldn't let this happen again after Jake. I wouldn't let one man have so much sway over my emotions. I was determined to stay detached. That's why this thing with Ned seemed like such a good idea at first. I could have the hot sex with the hot guy without risking myself, without risking my heart. But now, whether I want it to be or not, my heart is large and in charge. It's taken the wheel and is speeding us straight toward eventual heartbreak. So I wonder if I could go back to the night Ned and I met. The next night when we made the argument, would I make a different decision? Knowing what I know now, would I change my mind? No, I say out loud without meaning to. I wouldn't give up 1 minute of my time with Ned, no matter how difficult it will be for me when it ends. I allow a couple of tears to escape down my face and pick up the sweatshirt that's laying on my front passenger seat. Ned's sweatshirt. I snagged it before I left his house, asking him if I could borrow the sweatshirt he'd been wearing all day in case it gets chilly later while I'm still out with Jas and Em. Really, I just wanted to have something that smelled like him to sleep with while he's gone. I think he was onto me though because he winked at me as he took it off. And because he kissed me so sweetly when he draped it across my shoulders. I park in the restaurant lot next to Jasper's car and take a big whiff of Edward's sweatshirt, smelling him, missing him already. I consider texting him, but it's only been 20 minutes since I saw him. That's a little too clingy. Resolving to pull myself together, I get out of my car and plaster a smile on my face as I walk into the restaurant to meet my boys. Baby Swan, Emmett calls, turning to look at me from his seat at the bar and aiming his deep dimples my way. Jasper is sitting beside him. He turns to look at me, too, but turns back around without acknowledging me. I walk over to them and sit down on the stool in between them. As we wait for our table, I sip my martini and listen to the tragic breakup tale of Emmett and Maggie, the waitress. It wasn't pretty, so I'm guessing we won't be eating at Ray's Steakhouse anymore. I deadpan once. Emmett's finished talking. Safe to say, he answers amusedly. Unless you enjoy eating food that someone's hawked a loogie on. Ew. Emmett, I whine. Jesus, when will you learn to keep it in your pants, or break up with her first? When he falls in love, Jasper butts in. If he loved her, he wouldn't have cheated. It's the first time he's spoken since I got here. He's in one of the foulest moods I've ever seen him in, but when I raise my eyebrows at M and point toward Jas, M shakes his head and mouths, "I'll tell you later," at me. Emmett shrugs, not embarrassed at all for acting like a mimbo. Maybe not. I don't think that's a hard and fast rule, Emmett remarks. It was true for me, I mumble, disagreeing. If Jake loved me the way I loved him, he wouldn't have cheated. You didn't love him, baby swan, Jasper says grumpily, pausing before he finishes. Not enough to marry him, anyway. Slowly, I turn my head to look at him, glaring at him in the way that he knows means he needs to shut the hell up. He shrugs at me, but doesn't retract the comment. I turn back to Emmett and roll my eyes. Then pick up my drink and finish it. As usual, Emmett grows restless when Jas and I aren't getting along well, so he tries to fill the ensuing silence with funny stories. I try to pay attention, but I'm bugged by Jasper's comment and his attitude. When Emmett gives up for the moment, striking up a conversation with the bartender about the Mariners, I turn to look at Jasper. He's staring into his drink, not paying any attention to me or to Emmett. Jas, you okay? I ask cautiously, reaching my hand over to squeeze his bicep gently. When he turns his head to look at me, the expression on his face is so sad that I want to cry. I wonder what happened to him. He was fine at the office yesterday. I'll have to corner Emmett and find out what's going on. Yeah, he says, then sighs. He looks like he wants to say more, but the hostess comes to get us then, saying our table is ready. She flirts openly with both of the guys, giggling too loudly, touching both of them as we're seated. She glances at me several times, I assume trying to tell which one of the boys I'm with. Several months ago, I would have pretended to be with both of them just to screw with her, but the idea doesn't appeal to me now. I don't like the idea of someone, even a stranger, thinking I'm interested in anyone but Edward. Once we're seated, Jasper breaks out of his funk a little and Situally joins in the conversation at the table. Something's still off with him, but he acts more normal as we eat and as he downs his second tall glass of Irish. As we're finishing dinner, my phone buzzes on top of the table. I grab it quickly, suspecting it's a text from Edward. I'm right, Stell, just boarded plane. Thinking of you. Simultaneously, my face breaks into a smile and tears pool in my eyes. I quickly respond that I'm thinking of him, too, hoping he gets the text before he has to turn his phone off. I sniffle, then look up, suddenly realizing that Emmett and Jasper's conversation has stopped. They're both looking at me. What? I ask, looking from Jasper to Emmett and back. Oh shit, baby swan, Jasper says, shaking his head. We've got a problem, don't we, sugar? No, I lie, my tone childishly defiant. There's no problem. I was just telling him goodbye. He'll be flying all night. Emmett and Jasper exchange a look that tells me they realize my feelings for Ned run deeper than I've let on. You might as well tell us. You know we'll drag it out of you, Jasper says lowly, looking intently at me. I shrug and pick up my martini glass, draining the last bit. Nothing to tell. I probably won't talk to him until he gets back next weekend anyway, I say. Oh crap, I think I sounded way more whiny than I intended when I said that. Jasper shakes his head at me sympathetically. Well, there's only one cure for what's ailing her, Emmett chimes in, tossing his napkin onto the table and fixing his gaze first on Jasper and then on me. Let's go get plowed. Blank, _ blank. We've been at Jasper's favorite sports bar for a couple of hours when he comes at me again. Until now, he's let me drink, throw darts, talk and laugh about stuff that doesn't matter. But now he wants to have a real conversation since I'm tipsy enough to reveal more than I'd like. What the hell are you doing, baby swan? He asks quietly, leaning across the pub table toward me and trying to will me to answer truthfully with his blue-eyed stare. I'm getting drunk with my best friends. What are you doing? I ask snarkily. I know what he's doing. He's challenging me to a draw, pistols at high noon. It's the showdown I've been dreading. Jasper's kinda drunk and so am I. This probably won't end well. I'm watching my best friend screw up the best relationship she's ever had by refusing to admit that she's even in one, he replies, sitting back up. He's snotty, too. Edward and I are friends, Jasper. Quit trying to make it something it's not, I argue, trying to communicate how unwilling I am to discuss this with my clipped tone. You're fucking teary-eyed that he's going out of town. You're with him every goddamn night. You've met his family, he says, getting right in my face again and ticking off the points on his thumb and first two fingers. I've met your family, too, I point out, holding up a finger of my own, not my index finger though. Yeah, after we'd known each other 2 years, he asserts, unaffected by my rude gesture. He holds up his ring finger. You babysit his niece with him and even like the kid. You've been out of town with him twice. 3 times. I correct him, then cover my mouth with my right hand before it can betray me again. He extends his pinky and puts his hand in my face. See, 5 things that prove you're in love with him, he says. I smack his hand away and pick up my beer, stalling for time as I try to think of a comeback. It doesn't work. Either I'm too tipsy or what he's said is too true. Or maybe both. I sigh heavily, then try to gain his sympathy so he'll back off. Jasper, I'm not ready. You both saw what I was like after Jake. Should you guys basically put me back together? And not all the pieces of Bella went back how they used to be. You know who you sound like. Your dad. He hasn't been ready since your mom left him 25 years ago. Is that how you want to end up? Alone, he says harshly. He's trying a new strategy now, bad cop. I won't be alone. I'll have you 2 idiots, I retort, trying to lighten the mood. Jasper turns to Emmett. Are you going to say anything here? He demands. You seem to be doing fine on your own, Emmett mutters. He looks like he might be a little pissed at Jas for picking this fight with me. Just admit it to me, baby swan. You're in love with him, he asserts. I decide to sass him, hoping to pull us out of this emotional conversation. Fine, I'm in love with screwing him, I reply, starting to giggle. I wink over at Met on the other side of the table and can tell by the way his dimples are showing that he's holding his laughter in. I look back toward Jasper, then wish I hadn't. He's pissed. Jesus fucking Christ, how long are you going to continue to let Jake control you? You're letting him keep you out of this relationship the same way he kept you in the relationship with him with fear, he asks, his eyes dark and stormy. I don't remember the last time I saw Jas this angry. Finally, there's something I'll agree with him about. You're right about the fear part, Jas. I'm fucking scared to death that I'll get my heart broken again by someone who doesn't love me back, I argue vehemently. You can't live like that forever. Rip off the goddamned band-aid and let yourself feel it. Oh, Jas, if you only knew. Oh, I've felt it. I reply suggestively, trying to be funny again, trying to avoid my feelings again. Laughing, I turn to look at Emmett, but he's not amused by me this time. Belle, don't make me get mad at you, too, he says gently, leveling his gaze at me from across the table. Jesus, you guys, just leave me alone, I say through clenched teeth, afraid if I don't get angry with them I'll break me down and I'll end up crying in this bar. Please just leave me alone. Fine, Bella, I'll just leave you alone while you continue to shut down every part of yourself that made you such a completely fucking incredible woman. Jasper agrees quietly, his voice hard as steel. He stands up, kicking his stool back under the table and stalking off toward the men's room. My bottom lip quivers as I watch him walk away. I sniffle as I wonder how this night deteriorated this far. We were having fun earlier, well, kind of. Except for Jasper's shitty mood, my weepiness and Emmett's discomfort. Tea around his grumpy and crying best friends. Jesus, except for the early morning and late afternoon sex, today has really blown the big one. Hey, Em says from across the table. I turn my teary eyes to him. But I can't smile even though he's shallow dimpling at me. It's not just you. Hardly you, but it's partly him. He had a big date last night, did he tell you? I shake my head, feeling even worse now. My best friend isn't even telling me what's going on with him anymore. He was really excited about this girl, Belle. It didn't go well, he hasn't given me a lot of specifics, but you know him. He's so intent on finding the one, that each time he meets a woman who isn't her, it depresses the hell out of him, Emmett explains. He's taking his frustration about his own life out on you. He wants to be married and have kids like yesterday. Patience is not his thing. He laughs, and when I see he's deep dimpling at me now, I smile back at him. Even though I knew most of what Em just told me, it's sweet that he's going out of his way to make me feel better about Jas yelling at me. I just wish he'd leave me alone about Edward, I mumble, looking away from Em and down toward my beer bottle. I begin to peel the label off in one big piece. It's hard for him, for both of us, to see you wasting what you have with Edward, cheapening it by refusing to acknowledge your feelings, he says. My eyes snap back to his. He holds a hand up to stop the tirade he probably thinks is coming. Settle down. No lecture here. I'm just saying, it's obvious how you feel. I think you should tell Edward. I've seen the way he looks at you during our meetings at Hale, and I think there's a decent chance he feels something for you, too. You're pretty irresistible. I shake my head slowly. Edward and I have an agreement. Romantic feelings aren't part of our relationship, I state quietly. Jasper's the one who believes in all that soulmate, happily ever after crap anyway, not me. Not anymore, he shrugs. Just think about it. Here comes the grouch, Em says lowly, dropping his eyes to the table in between us. Don't tell him I told you about the date last night. Okay, I answer as Jasper reappears beside me, hooking his foot around the bottom of his stool to pull it out. He sits down, turning his body toward me, and reaches for one of my hands, pulling it toward him and holding it between both of his. I turn my head to look at him and smile back when he smiles apologetically at me. He leans over to kiss my cheek, whispering that he's sorry, then sits back up straight, still grasping my hand. Baby swan, I need to meet Edward, Jasper insists gently. Absolutely not. No way, I reply firmly. Darlin', he begins, he's important to you. I nod. I'll be nice, I swear. Come on, we're going out on your birthday, right? 3 weeks from tonight. Bring him. Jas, I whine, but I'm no match for his freaking blue puppy eyes. All right, I'll bring him if he agrees. But as my birthday present, I want you to promise to be on your best Southern gentleman behavior. Laughing, he hugs me, practically pulling me off my stool as he cradles me close to his chest. I promise. Ah, group hug, Emmett calls, standing up and moving over to us to wrap both Jas and me in his mammoth arms. We drop the subject after that, going back to our bar games and joking around as usual. I have a good time the rest of the night and stay out too late, celebrating the fact that Jas and I got through our showdown without drawing too much blood, at least for now. Blank, underscore, blank. Sunday morning. I keep my phone with me as I move around the apartment picking up, cleaning a little. I have Edward's itinerary, so I know when he lands in London. He and Jack have a short layover there before continuing on to Paris. About 15 minutes after he was supposed to land, my phone chimes. Hey, Stell, made it across the pond. Rushing between planes. Where's my trivia? Smiling, giggling. I text him back immediately. Hi, Ned. The word for having a fear of long words contains 36 letters. That's definitely random. What's the word? You're making that up. I am not. Trying to improve your vocab. Miss, you're rambling already. Gotta go. I'll try to call you later. Okay. Have a good flight. Blank, underscore, blank. Several hours later, he calls. He's settled in his hotel room in Paris. It's beautiful here, Stell. You should come sometime. We should come sometime, he says excitedly. I'm looking out over the Seine. I see why they call it the City of Light. Ned, it's not called the City of Light because of actual lights. You knew that, right? I ask, but my brain is stuck on the part where he said we should go to Paris together. It's not, he asks. No, although Paris was one of the first major cities to use street lights. It's called the City of Light because Paris was one of the centers of activity during the Age of Enlightenment 18th century, I explain. Huh, Bella, how do you know all this shit? He says, sounding amused. I don't know. Too much Jeopardy watching during college, probably. I seem to have amazing powers of retention when it comes to useless knowledge, I laugh. Useful, baby, useful knowledge, he says as he laughs, too. I hear him sigh. I really do wish you were here to see this with me, he says quietly. Me, too, I reply. We're quiet for a few seconds, then Ned seems to snap out of his musing. We talk for several more minutes, and then hang up, promising to text or talk on Monday. Just before I go to sleep Sunday night, I get another text from Edward. Hit me, I know what he wants. Betty Grable's legs were insured for $1 million in the 1930s. I laugh out loud when I read his reply. Maybe we should insure your spectacular ass. Not worth that much. It is to me. Missed kissing you goodnight. Oh, hell, I wasn't prepared for him to say something like that. My heart is racing as I respond. Me too. Kissing anyone in France? No, why? French kissing involves all 34 muscles of the face. Good exercise. Waiting till I get home to work out. I'm not kissing Jack. Asterisk 34 million women in France. Asterisk 1 woman in Seattle. My heart jumps into overdrive this time, thrumming away in my chest and competing with the goofy grin on my face for cheesiest overreaction to a text message. Still, I can't resist being cheeky. Who? You, Stella. Say it like Brando. Stella. I gotta go to bed. K. Night, Stella. Night, Ned. Smiling. I get into bed thinking about what Emmett said last night. YBE, I will tell Edward how I feel when he returns, or at least that I feel something. Maybe there's a chance he does feel something more than friendship for me, too. Finally, I drift off to sleep and dream of walking the streets of Paris with Ned. Blank, underscore, blank. On Monday, I don't hear from Edward during the day. I know that he and Jack have several meetings and dinners to attend though. So I don't think much of it. But by Tuesday at noon, anxiety is rearing its head and tying my stomach in knots. I waffle between hoping nothing's wrong and reassuring myself that he's probably just busy. Late Tuesday night, I look at Edward's itinerary for the 100th time and chew on my bottom lip. He was supposed to fly to London late Tuesday night his time, so he should be waking up in London by now. I decide to text him, remind him I exist. I hope he's just been so busy that he hasn't had time to call me or text me, because that takes a really long time. Feeling sick to my stomach, I compose my text. Hey, hope all is well in jolly old England. I miss you. I took out and re-added the part about missing him 20 times before I finally decided there was nothing wrong with saying it. Especially since 2 days ago he was talking about the two of us going to Paris sometime and saying he missed kissing me. I wait up for a while, but Edward doesn't reply. I toss and turn, sporadically falling asleep for 20 or 30 minutes at a time and then waking up in a panic. Each time, I check my phone. Each time, I don't have a text, an email or a missed call. I have strange, muddled dreams about roaming the streets of Paris alone searching for Edward. I don't dream Edward before I wake to the buzz of my phone on the nightstand. Groggily, I reach for the phone to read the message, hoping I'll see an apology, Stell, anything that will put my mind at ease. The text I read has none of those things. Bella, lots of meetings. Very little free time. Take care. My heart sinks as I read it. Reread it. I try to convince myself that it doesn't mean anything. Maybe he's just busy, distracted. I try not to worry about it, but when the rest of the week goes by with no further communication, I know something's up. Even on his busiest days, he's always taken a few minutes to call or text me. The rest of the week crawls by. I want to talk to someone about Edward, but there's no one I can be completely honest with. Angela will say she told me so. Jessica and the other girls at work don't know about him. Em and Jas will kick his ass when he gets back if I tell them. Even Alice, who I really like, is off limits. I'd never put her in between her brother and me or ask her to betray his confidence if she's heard from him. I'm so desperate to talk to Somio. Nay, anyone that I briefly consider calling my mom. But I know she'd end up making this about herself in some way, so I decide against it. I survive the rest of the week on red wine and Alka-Seltzer, hoping Edward will call when he returns Saturday night. When Saturday night and Sunday pass with no word from him, I am resigned to what's happening. On Saturday, I add Pepto and ibuprofen to my wine and Alka-Seltzer rotation. By late Sunday night, I'm helpless to continue the battle against the tears. I fought them as long as I could, but they're coming now whether I want them to or not. Giving up, I lie on my bed, staring at the ceiling while letting the tears fall. I knew this day was coming, I just didn't think it would be so out of the blue. I figured there would be a period of waning desire first. But we were as desperate for each other as ever that last time, and it didn't feel like the last time. I don't know what to think, what to do. Much later, I fall asleep fully clothed, with the lights on. Too despondent to care to move. Blank. Monday afternoon, I have a previously scheduled meeting with Jack concerning the next phase of the Hail ad campaign. Phase 2 doesn't begin until after Thanksgiving, but Jack wants to be briefed on the overall strategy, wants to give input on what he likes and doesn't like. Of course, when I agreed to this meeting 2 weeks ago, I didn't anticipate that I would be nauseated by the thought of sitting in the same room as Edward. He always attends these meetings, too. I contemplate asking Jack to come to my office instead, but ultimately decide that I won't let my relationship with Edward affect my work. When I get to Hale Software, Jamie Hale is walking through the lobby. Fantastic. Another horrible surprise. My life is chock full of them lately. He smiles widely as he approaches me and I try to smile in return. Bella, he says, holding out his hand for me to shake. Hi, Jamie. I didn't expect to see you here, I remark, trying to keep my tone pleasant. I shake his hand politely, hoping he can't sense my distrust and disgust through my skin. I study him more carefully than I have in the past, looking for any trace of Riley's sweet demeanor. I don't see it. Hair, yes. Eyes, yes. But the rest of Riley seems to be all Alice. I flew in yesterday to meet with Uncle Jack, he explains. Are you here to see Cullen? Actually, I have a meeting with Jack in 5 minutes, I reply, altogether ignoring the reference to Edward. I hear my phone buzz with a new email and gently pull my hand away from Jamie's to check it. He begins talking as I'm still rudely looking down at my phone screen. I'll take you up. I'm heading for the IT department and it's on the same floor, he offers. That gets my attention. Alone on the elevator with him, Great. Feeling as if I don't have a choice, I smile and say thanks. He gestures for me to walk beside him toward the receptionist's desk and I wait anxiously as he tells her who I am and that he will escort me up to the 8th floor. On the elevator, Jamie stands in the center while I scoot to lean against one of the side walls of the car. He tells me that he's hoping to be transferred back here to Seattle and that's why he's meeting with Jack this week. My thoughts immediately turn back to Alice and Riley, but I try to keep my face neutral. I ask what he does for Hale, hoping to steer him toward a topic that won't make me break out in a cold sweat. As before, he's all too eager to talk about himself. Our IT security manager was just lured away by another company. And I'd really like that position. It's similar to what I do in New York, but this would make me the company-wide manager instead of the regional office manager, he explains. I don't really care, but I nod along, happy that he's not asking me any questions about San Diego or about Edward. Thankfully, we part ways when we exit the elevator as I turn left toward Jack's office and Jamie goes right. When I reach Jack's office, his secretary, Emily, greets me and sends me right in. Jack, I call, rapping my knuckles on his open door as I peek into his office. Bella, he says, smiling as he stands up to greet me. He meets me in front of his desk and kisses me on each cheek like he did at our last meeting. Edward told me last week that Mrs. Hale IV moved out of their big house and into a place on Mercer Island. I still don't think Jack has any designs on me though. How are you? We exchange small talk for a few moments, then Alec comes in to say that Edward is stuck in a lunch meeting and won't be here. Thank God. Finally, a good surprise. Somewhat relieved by Edward's absence, I present the plan I've prepared for the second phase of the ad campaign. As Jack, Alec, and I go over the specifics, I loosen up somewhat, but I still don't feel like myself. I feel like my voice sounds funny and I'm breathing too fast. I get through it with no big problems though, and quickly make note of the changes Jack wants to make. When we're done, I leave Edward's copy of the plan with Alec and stand to go. Shall one of us walk you out, Bella? Jack asks, looking up at me from his desk. That's not necessary, Jack. I know my way around here pretty well, I say, turning my lips upward into a smile even as I hope I don't run into any green-eyed assholes on my way out. When I open the door to leave Jack's office, the green-eyed asshole is standing at Emily's desk, talking with her and Rosalie Hale. Of course, they all turn my way when they hear the door open. My eyes snap to Edward's face and I note with sadness that his eyes are cautious when they meet mine before darting to the doorway behind me. Waiting for Jack, I ask brightly, leaving the fake smile in place. He's all yours. Bye, Emily. I walk briskly past Edward and continue out into the hall, making a beeline straight for the elevator. I press the down button twice and am relieved when the elevator comes quickly. As soon as the doors glide open, I step on and turn around, startled when Edward walks on right behind me. He waits until the doors slide closed before turning to me. Hey, he says, quietly. Hi, I answer. Cool and aloof, that's the tone I'm going for. I have a feeling that I sounded more churlish than indifferent though. Bella, I need to talk to you. Can I come by this evening? He implores. His voice sounds scratchy, like he's upset, but I don't turn to look at him even though I can feel the heat of his eyes on me. I nod minutely, but still don't look at him. I'll be there about 6, okay. Fine, I whisper curtly, still refusing to turn toward him. I hear him sigh heavily as the elevator doors open on his floor and he steps out, mumbling a goodbye. Fuck, I swallow furiously, trying to keep the emotion down. The tears, though, well in my eyes and threaten to spill over. I really don't need him to come over tonight. I know what this is, it's the end of our agreement. Blank, _, blank. As soon as I get home from work, I change into yoga pants and a tank top, then pull a hoodie on and zip it up. No need to try and look good for Edward tonight. I pick up his sweatshirt, which I washed his smell off of days ago, and his extra phone charger. I think those are the only things I have that belong to him. Barefoot, I walk to the living room and toss them onto the coffee table, then go to the kitchen and get myself a beer. I take one big drink as I pad back to the living room and settle into the corner of the couch to wait for him. I knew I wouldn't have anything long-term with Edward. I knew he wasn't really mine. So I'm not really shocked that it's over. I'm only shocked about the way he's going about it. I thought we were so close. I didn't imagine that he would stop so suddenly, not try to salvage the friendship. I make a solemn promise to myself that I will not cry in front of him. When he knocks at my door promptly at 6, I get up from my spot on the couch and carry my half-drunk beer to the door with me, my legs feeling heavier, more difficult to move, with each step. He looks nervous when I study him momentarily through the peephole. At last, I open the door and stand back to swing it wide, allowing him to come inside without touching me. He swallows audibly before he speaks. "Hi, thanks for letting me stop by." "Stop by. Nice hint, Ned, but I already got the picture." "No problem, Edward. Would you like a drink?" I asked politely. Jesus, this is so not us. We weren't even this stilted with each other on the day we met. Since that first night, we've been comfortable around each other, comfortable in each other's space. He asks for a beer, so I walk to the kitchen to get him one. I open the refrigerator and take one bottle out of the 6-pack of his favorite imported beer that I bought last week before I knew he wouldn't be sticking around to drink it. I grab the bottle opener from the drawer and pop the top off. Then pause for a moment to close my eyes and shake my head. I can't believe this. I swallow the emotion building in my throat and take a deep breath as I pick up our beers from the counter. When I get back to the living room, he's settled on the couch, the ankle of one leg crossed over the knee of the other, his foot wiggling rapidly up and down. He's also drumming his fingers impatiently on the arm of the couch until he takes the beer from my outstretched hand. He says thank you, but doesn't look up at me. He hasn't looked me in the eyes since he arrived. I choose the chair farthest away from him and sit down, pulling my bare feet up onto the chair and bringing my knees to my chest so I'm curled into a ball. I force myself to continue looking at him expectantly even though he's not looking at me. I know he can feel my eyes on him the same way I can feel his when they're on me. He takes a long pull from his beer and then finally looks over at me. "Bella, a lot of stuff happened in Europe," he begins. Fuck, I forgot how beautiful his bright green eyes are when they're resting on me. They're guarded tonight, which isn't that unusual. But I haven't thought he was guarding against me since the weekend at the cabin. Tonight he definitely is. Clearly, I say flatly, my heart pounding. I drop my eyes to my beer bottle, held between my knees, and begin to peel at the label. "Jack found out that you were in San Diego with me. He wasn't exactly happy about it. He'd rather we didn't see each other socially," Edward explains. His voice sounds throaty and uneven. I frown before I can stop myself. "Jack, this is Jack's doing. That's weird. I didn't get any disapproving vibe from him today when I saw him. Maybe he didn't want to embarrass me." I try to relax my brow before I answer Edward. I have been steeling myself for this conversation for days and have practiced my reaction in my head 100 times. "Okay," I answer evenly, no inflection in my tone. Your stuff is there on the table. I think I left a few things at your place that last weekend. Can you set them on the porch or drop them by here for me?" I ask, still not looking up from my label picking. "Stella," he chokes. "You want to call off our agreement?" He asks anxiously. My eyes flash to his. "Jesus, Edward, don't you quit calling me, texting me. You didn't even call when you got back from being halfway across the freaking world." I spit, my temper flaring. What the hell was I supposed to think? Shit, I wasn't going to react with an impassioned outburst like a scorned lover, even though that's what I am. I guess. I immediately try to rein myself back in, will my breathing to slow, my hands to stop shaking. "Oh, God, Stell, I'm so sorry. I just didn't know what to do, how to tell you all this." And I couldn't use my cell to get in touch with you after I told Jack we weren't really dating. It's a company phone, he explains earnestly, his eyes alive for the first time today, burning into mine now. All defenses gone for the moment. There are other phones in Europe, Edward, I remark. Forcing my eyes away from the intensity of his gaze, I look back down at my beer. I know. I'm sorry. I was so caught off guard. I just panicked, he explains. We sit in silence for a minute. I hear the glug of liquid as he drinks more of his beer. So what exactly does this mean, Edward? I ask, breaking the silence, but refusing to look at him. We can't be seen out together. No dinners or movies or anything. God, I don't want to stop this, he says emphatically, causing me to look up at him in time to see his hand gesture between us, but I'll understand if you do. I shrug noncommittally and he shifts around, moving his jiggly foot to the floor. He leans forward, looking at the floor, propping his elbows on his legs and letting his hands hang down between his knees, one hand carelessly holding his beer bottle by the long neck. I watch as he swings it back and forth lightly. I'm not sure what I want right now. I'm stung, both by Edward and by Jack. I thought Jack liked me. Why would he have a problem with Edward and me seeing each other outside of the office? It doesn't make sense. And why would Edward let him? We're not compromising anything by being friends. I don't know what to say, Edward. I thought fuck. I don't know, I stammer. Having a difficult time putting my complex feelings into words that explain what I mean but don't reveal how I really feel, don't disclose what I now know I can't tell him. I look at him again, really paying attention to his appearance. He's as handsome as ever even though his face is drawn tight. He pulls his free hand through the top of his hair roughly before dropping it back between his legs. He's definitely upset. Immediately, I want to go to him, comfort him. Maybe we should just stop, Edward. I don't want to jeopardize the company I work for and I'm sure you don't want to gamble with your job either. We've had a good run, as far as what we intended at the beginning, I say slowly, forcing myself to continue looking at him. His eyes dart to my face immediately. He looks stricken, pain evident at last in his green eyes, but he nods in agreement. If that's what you want, he concedes quietly. At least I can see that he cares what my decision is now. It's not what I want. But what choice do we have? I ask, knowing I sound melodramatic, but helpless to contain the rush of hysteria rising inside. Tears pool in my eyes. We can be discreet. We can see each other at my place or here. We just can't go out in public, he insists. He puts his beer down on the coffee table and scoots to the end of the couch nearer my chair. He reaches a hand up to me and I can't stop myself from placing my hand in his. It's the first time we've touched in 10 days and my body reacts immediately just like always. His touch imparts heat, desire, comfort. Edward, this just feels bad. I whisper, closing my eyes for a moment and swallowing. I know, he agrees. It feels bad to me, too. I'm just not sure what else to do at least for now. I open my eyes to look at him again. I need to think about it. Even though we're just friends, this makes me feel almost sleazy, Edward. Like it's a dirty secret something to be ashamed of, I say quietly, feeling one tear overflow and slide down my cheek. He squeezes my hand almost painfully. I hope you know I don't feel that way about you, about what we have. Christ, Bella, you're one of the best friends I've ever had. Everything with you has been perfect. We continue to look at each other for a minute and then I pull my hand away from his and shift my eyes back to the beer that's now grown warm between my knees. I don't bother to wipe away the wetness on my cheek. He sighs heavily. Well, I'm going to go get a personal cell phone. I'll text you with the number so you'll have it if you want to get in touch with me. You can always call me at the house, too, he says. He stands up, bending down to kiss the top of my head as he passes me. Fuck, I don't know what to do. If I choose to continue with him, this is all we'll have. Time here at his house and sex. No more taking Riley for pizza at Zeppi's. No more walks by the lake. No more breakfasts or dinners out. Can I be happy that way with Ned? I'm not sure. But can I be happy at all without him? Out of the corner of my eye, I see him reaching for the doorknob. Wait, I say quietly, sounding desperate even to myself. I stand up from my chair, holding my beer in my right hand. I turn toward him, my eyes teary all over again. Don't go. I can't let you go. He's in front of me, wrapping his arms around me before I even finish my sentence. Oh, God, Stell, I'm so sorry. I'll fix this. I'll fix this, he murmurs against the side of my head, his arms tight around me, trapping my arms at my sides. Just give me a little time. Please. I promise I'll make this up to you, I promise. I nod against his head, blowing out a big breath and wrapping my left arm around him. Okay, Ned, it's okay, I say, finally trying to comfort H. I am as if wanted to for several minutes. He begins placing kisses in my hair, working his way toward my face, across my cheek, and finally to my lips. Edward sighs and I whimper quietly when our lips finally meet. Gently at first and then more urgently. After a minute, I pull away. I thought you were going to get a phone, I say, looking up at him. I am. I'll go, he answers, looking sadly down at me. Come back when you're done. Yeah, Stell, I'll come back, he replies, smiling crookedly at me at last. He kisses me quickly and leaves, turning to wave at me as he walks down the hall. After I shut and lock the door, I sink sideways into the chair I was sitting in earlier. I blow out a big breath, thinking about this new twist to the arrangement Ned and I have. It's not like we go on a lot of dates, but we always had the freedom to catch a movie or eat dinner out if we wanted to. There's something about knowing we can't go out that makes this whole thing feel rotten. But he said he'll fix it, so I'll give him a chance because I wasn't lying. I can't let him go. Not yet. Strange is the best way to describe the next couple of days. On the surface, everything seems fine. Edward is attentive, texting me often from his new phone, bringing dinner to my apartment each evening and basically refusing to leave. But we're not close like before. We are painfully tentative around each other. Our conversations are shallow and we steer clear of any topics that would be difficult for us. In general, the Hales seem to be off limits. Neither of us brings any of them up at all. Physically, the same odd uncertainty hangs in the air between us. When we sit on the couch together, it's chastely near each other, not next to each other, limbs intertwined like we used to. We kiss, but there are no deep kisses. Just pecks on the lips or the cheek. We hug, but not in that bodies pressed together way that lovers use to communicate their affection, their desire. He spends the night every night, but doesn't touch me except to hold me in his arms, and we both keep our clothes on. We haven't had sex since the day he left for Europe. Strange. By Thursday afternoon, I've had enough. I text Ned and tell him that I'll cook dinner tonight. I go home a little early and change into short shorts and a clingy t-shirt with nothing underneath it. As soon as I let Edward in my door 30 minutes later, I pull him into a tight hug. He looks at me cautiously when he pulls away, backing toward the kitchen carrying a bottle of wine. While he opens the bottle and pours each of us a glass, I get back to making dinner. I stand at the stove and he leans against the counter a couple of feet away, nervously cracking jokes and picking bites out of the pan with his fingers, even though I keep tending to whack him with my wooden spoon. We both seem to relax a little as we eat, and he offers to clean up the kitchen when we're done, knowing I have a little work to do. So while he washes dishes, I sit down with my laptop at the kitchen table to go over the presentation I'm making the next day for the city's tourism board. Edward finishes the kitchen while I'm still working, and I see him sneak off toward the couch carrying a beer. 20 minutes later, I wander into the living room and find him sitting on the couch, the beer cradled between his legs, watching a baseball game. He's such a boy. Edward looks up and smiles at me as I walk toward him. He looks a little surprised when I stop in front of him, lean forward to brace my hands on his shoulders, and lower myself to straddle his legs instead of sitting next to him. Smiling slightly, I reach between us and grasp the neck of the beer bottle. "Can I have a drink?" I ask innocently, keeping my gaze locked on his, tilting my head slickly to the side. When he nods, I drag the bottle up his crotch, deliberately grazing him, smiling when I see his Adam's apple bob as he swallows. I raise the beer to my lips, glad that there's less than half left in the bottle. I tip it back and chug it all down, then hook one arm around his neck to anchor myself as I lean away, arching my back, to set the empty bottle on the coffee table behind me. He puts his hands on either side of my waist, supporting me. "Teasing me, Stell?" he asks with a smile, his green eyes sparkling for the first time since he got back from Europe. "Nope," I answer, sitting up again. "I'm trying to tempt you into fucking me." He groans and moves his hands up to hold my face. He pulls me to him, kissing me finally the way I want him to. Our mouths crash together over and over, our tongues meeting, pulling apart, then coming back together. Minutes later, both of us are breathing hard as we pull apart to look at each other. "Bella, Jesus, you tempt me every fucking minute. I didn't want you to think that's the only reason I'm hanging around," he says, his earnest eyes searching mine. "I'm trying to prove that I value our friendship, too." Point taken. Value of friendship noted. "Let's get on with the monogamous fucking, yeah?" I ask, smirking at him. He grins at me. "Hell yeah," he answers, sitting up a little straighter and pulling my face to his again. I wrap one arm around his shoulders and sink my other hand into his hair as our mouths meet. I immediately plunge my tongue into his mouth, feeling the passion spike quickly after so many days of dormancy. Edward slides both hands up my shirt, cupping my bare breasts. Pulling his mouth away from mine, he lowers his head and puts his open mouth on me, flicking my nipple with his tongue. UE through the thin material of my t-shirt. After a minute, he switches to the other side, wetting the t-shirt material on that side, too. I moan as I kiss the top of his head. "I need to see," he mumbles as he jerks his mouth away, lifting the bottom of my shirt and pulling it off me hurriedly. He captures my lips with his for a moment before settling his mouth on my breasts again, leaning back against the couch and pulling me with him, sucking fiercely on me. "Oh, God, Edward the first want you," I gasp. He pulls his mouth away and looks up at me. "Bella, I want you, too. Let's go to bed," he says, grasping my hips to steady me as I stand up. I turn away, grabbing his hand and pulling him down the hallway behind me. Halfway down the hall, he yanks on my hand, stopping my progress and sliding his other arm around my waist, then up to cover a breast as he lowers his lips to my shoulder from behind. "Ah, Jesus, Ned," I pant. He lets go of my hand and moves his hand to slide up my inner thigh and up the leg of my shorts. Roughly, he pushes my underwear to the side and strokes his fingers against me, circling my clit quickly a few times before shifting lower. He uses his fingers to circle outside slowly until I whimper. Then, finally, he plunges 2 fingers into me, holding them all the way inside as I feel my inner muscles clench around them, making us both groan. "Fuck," he whispers, pulling his fingers out of me. He turns me and presses me up against the wall, kissing my lips feverishly as he moves both hands to the button of my shorts. Grabbing handfuls of his t-shirt, I push it his chest and he releases me to tear it over his head and drop it to the floor. I pull the button fly of his jeans undone, then reach my hand inside grasping him, stroking him as he inhales sharply. He places his palms on the wall on either side of my head, bracing himself as I increase my pace. His breathing becomes ragged as he kisses across my collarbone and up my neck. Finally, his lips land back on mine. "I missed you," I breathe against his open mouth. "Shit, Stell," he answers. "I missed you so fucking much." He grasps my forearm loosely, stilling the motion of my hand. Exhaling harshly, he pulls my hand away and leads me the rest of the way to the bedroom. He pushes his jeans and boxers off while I slide my shorts and underwear down my legs, then climb onto the bed and hold a hand out toward him. Edward takes my hand, smiling, and interlocks our fingers. You're so beautiful, he murmurs, lowering himself to the bed in between my legs. I use my other hand to cup the side of his face, smiling up at him as he pushes inside me so slowly that my moan turns into a whimper. Oh, God, Ned, I say, closing my eyes to hide the tears that I don't want Edward to see. Stella, he breathes against my shoulder, holding still for several seconds before he starts to move. His thrusts are slow and deep at first, but eventually he picks up the pace and raises his upper body. I wrap my legs around him so I can move more forcefully against him, bucking my hips wildly as pleasure washes through me. Ned's hips meet mine each time and I feel him empty inside me just as I'm coming down. When he lowers his chest back to mine, we kiss softly as I hold him tightly with my arms and legs. When we break apart several minutes later, we both settle on our sides, facing each other as Edward pulls the covers up around us. Bella, I know I hurt you last week. I'm sorry, he whispers, his voice gruff with emotion. He leans forward to nibble at my lips, teasing them softly with his lips and tongue. I nod, resting my hand against his chest. I know he's sorry, I just don't have anything else to say about it. I sigh deeply and snuggle into his chest, relieved at last to be back. My favorite sleeping spot, against a naked Edward. Blank. Saturday night, Alice asks us to babysit. When Ned mentions it to me, I happily agree. I haven't seen Riley for a couple of weeks and I miss her. When they arrive at Edward's early Saturday evening, Riley grabs Edward's hand and drags him to the backyard to play soccer. I offer Alice a drink and we sit together at the kitchen table, each sipping a glass of wine and watching Edward and Riley play outside. Is something wrong between you and my brother? She asks quietly, looking over at me. No. Why? I ask, feeling a little guilty for prying, but really wanting to know what tipped her off that things have changed. I look over at her, hoping she can't read me as well as she can Edward. He's acting weird. When he first got back from London, he was so grumpy that I thought you two must have broken up or whatever, since you're just friends, she says, air quoting as she rolls her eyes. But he wouldn't discuss it. Now, he's all nervous. He's been calling to check on us every night and nagging me to get my security system upgraded, she says, shrugging. I know what brought that on. James. Edward's just not telling her. I don't know what to tell you, Allie, I hedge, because I really don't know what to tell her. Edward should tell her. She's gonna be ticked when she finds out he's been keeping the real reason for his overprotective behavior a secret. Ned's very big on secrets these days. She tilts her head at me. You look sad, Bella. You're sure everything's okay? She asks. Everything's fine, I reply, forcing my lips into a smile. You want to stay for dinner? I ask to try and steer the conversation elsewhere as I stand up to get the steaks out of the refrigerator. No, thanks. I'm going out with a friend. Riley said you guys usually go to Zeppy's, she says. You should make my brother take you girls out. She smiles over at me. No, we're staying in. I haven't been feeling that great. I lament. That part's true. My stomach is still almost constantly in knots. Things with Edward are better, but still weird. Jas has been bugging me about asking Edward to go out for my birthday, which I now know I can't do, but I'm too embarrassed to tell Jas why. It was one thing to be in love with Edward and not be able to tell him. It's another to be in love with him and feel like his dirty secret. Rationally, I know he doesn't feel that way, but it seems like he didn't even try to stand up to Jack about our friendship. You're not sick? She asks with concern, then gasps. Oh, my God, are you pregnant? I laugh lightly at her outburst. No, to both. I purposefully walk back to the table and pick up my glass of wine, taking a big drink right in front of her. I've just been really busy at work. I'm tired and I asked if we could just hang out tonight. Alice nods. We talk for a few more minutes and then she leaves. Riley and Ned come in to help with dinner. Ned wants to grill the steaks. I'm nervous that it will be another culinary disaster, but he does well. He's pretty smug about it, too. He's annoying and cute at the same time, and I end up kissing him a little too enthusiastically in front of Riley, prompting her to declare us really gross. Edward and I laugh all through dinner at Riley's stories about her first couple of weeks of kindergarten. After we eat, they clean up the kitchen while I load the DVD player with a couple of Riley's favorite movies. When I walk back into the kitchen, Edward and Riley are arguing. "Uncle Edward, I want to eat ice cream," Riley insists. Her voice strong and sure. "Me and Bella always like a walk and an ice cream after dinner." "Right, Bella." She turns to look at me, leveling me with her bright blue eyes, daring me to contradict her. She's right. We do usually go for a walk after dinner when she's here, and the walk almost always takes us to the ice cream parlor in the village. "Oh, sweetie, I'm so tired tonight. Maybe you and Uncle Edward should go without me this time," I suggest, swallowing the lump of emotion clogging my throat. I feel like throwing up. Riley argues a little, but finally gives in. Edward sends her to the bathroom before they leave, and while she's out of the room, he comes straight toward me. "Stella," he murmurs, cradling my face in his hands as he bends down to kiss me. I kiss him back, but for the first time I can remember, my heart's not in it. My heart's down the hall with the 5-year-old who I can't go eat ice cream with. I manage to smile though as I send them off, saying I want to take a bubble bath anyway. And I really do take a bath, crying big, silent tears the whole time. When they get back, I take over care of Riley. I give her a bath and wash her hair. And then we watch a movie while we snuggle on the couch. Edward volunteers to do the bedtime stories, so I go to bed and pretend to be asleep when he comes to bed an hour later. I'm facing away from his side of the bed, which isn't unusual. What is unusual is that he leaves me there, not pulling at me, not spooning me, not trying to get my pajamas off or trying to get his hands inside. I hear him sigh heavily twice before his breathing evens out into a steady rhythm. I lie awake for a long time, listening to him, loving him, aching for what is slowly slipping away from me. At 3 o'clock, we get our regular wake-up call from Riley. I hear her come in, but am still in that not asleep but not really awake haze as she climbs on my side of the bed. She heads for the spot in between Edward and me, kneeing me in the ribs twice as she clambers over the top of me. I let out an involuntary, "oomph," and then an, "ouch," as she plops down to the bed. I feel the bed move as Edward shifts, hear him pulling the covers over her and getting her situated, and I roll from my back to my side, opening my eyes and facing him in the semi-darkness. We always leave the hall light on when Riley's here, so I can make out his silhouette immediately and then his face after my eyes adjust a bit. His eyes are open, too, looking at me. I hook an arm around Riley and pull her to my chest, kissing the top of her head and smiling in spite of my sadness. Edward scoots closer to us, lifting his hand to stroke down the side of my face and then cup my jaw. "Stella, I'm so sorry," he says, his voice raspy with either sleep or emotion. "I know," I whisper. And suddenly, I realize it's not enough that he's sorry. He should be doing something about it, and I'm not sure if he is or not. He leans forward and we kiss several times, mindful of Riley sleeping in between us. He pulls back when he moans quietly, but settles his head on the pillow as close to mine as he can get without squashing Riley. He slides his hand from my jaw down my arm to rest on my hip, and he keeps it there for the rest of the night. ___. Edward makes a peace offering the next day, dinner out. But we have to drive out of the city, way out of the city, south side of Tacoma, out of the city. I happily accept though, because I'm tired of being stuck inside all the time. Edward finds us a really great restaurant, suggesting we eat somewhere nicer than the tavern I found online. So we dress up a little. I wear a dress and high-heeled boots, and Edward wears gray pants and a black shirt. I also wear my lightweight leather jacket to ward off the chilly rain that's been falling intermittently today. As we make the 45-minute drive, Edward seems fine. I was afraid he'd be nervous about doing this. But he holds my hand across the console and smiles over at me often as I ramble about various subjects. When we get to the restaurant, we are seated by the windows overlooking the water. Even though the day is gray and misty, it's still a pretty view. The sun is starting to set behind the clouds, tinting the sky a dusky purple hue. As we're eating our entrees, he looks over at me with a sly smile. "Do you have to work tomorrow?" he asks. "Yeah, why?" I reply, smiling at him, smiling at the fact that he's holding my hand across the table. "Did you see that B&B we passed on the way here? I think we should stay there tonight and just skip work tomorrow," he suggests. His eyes are all lit up. "Please, how many vacation days have you even taken this year?" "A bunch all since I met you," I reply teasingly, "but I suppose one more won't hurt. I don't have anything on a deadline this week." I smile automatically when I see his lips morph into that lopsided grin. And I love, and he squeezes my hand across the table. We continue talking easily through the rest of dinner, and we order dessert to go for later. This is the first night that feels normal, the first night that recaptures the feeling I had in San Diego and right after. I hope we've finally turned the corner and can stop being so oddly distant with each other now. Edward calls ahead from the restaurant and reserves a room at the inn. And we drive straight there after dinner. The inn looks like it could have been lifted right from the Mediterranean with its white stucco exterior, arched windows and doorways and black tile roof. When we get inside, the innkeeper shows us around quickly, pointing out the authentic Italian floor tiles and antique furniture. Then she takes us up to what she says is their largest suite, and it's huge. Besides the enormous four-poster bed, the room has a small sitting area with a fireplace. There's a bottle of champagne chilling in a bucket on the coffee table. As Edward continues talking to the innkeeper Gianna, I walk into the bathroom to look around. There's a small claw-foot tub and a huge shower. The bathroom is fully stocked with toiletries, including toothbrushes. And I wonder if Edward told her we were stopping unexpectedly. I glance into the mirror and note that for the first time since Edward left for Europe, I look happy. I walk back out to the sitting room just as Edward is showing Gianna out. As soon as the door is shut and locked, he turns and walks to me. "Dessert?" he asks, smiling at me. I look over to the coffee table where our dessert carton sits beside the champagne glasses. I shift my eyes back to Ned and shake my head. "Later," I reply, taking his hands and pulling him with me as I back slowly toward the bed. Blank. An hour later, we sit on the floor in front of the crackling fire, drinking champagne. Edward has boxers on, but I refuse to get dressed, pulling the sheet from the bed instead and wrapping it around myself. Edward laughed at me when I almost fell down while trying to walk over here in my makeshift Egyptian cotton, 700 thread count gown. Then he picked me up and carried me the rest of the way as I laughed. 2. Now I'm sitting sideways between his spread legs and he's feeding me raspberries from our dessert carton while I look longingly at the cheesecake underneath them. We didn't think to ask for a plastic fork. I know we could ask Gianna for one, but I don't want anything or anyone to disrupt the perfection of this night. For now, I welcome the isolation. Quote, "How long are you gonna stare at the cheesecake, Stell?" he teases, kissing the side of my head. "Not much longer," I respond, then stick my right index finger in the cheesecake, gathering some of the creamy filling. I lift my finger to my mouth and suck it off quickly, then go back for more. He chuckles quietly. "That is the epitome of double dipping," he says with amusement. I agree, giggling and swallowing my second bite. I dip again. "Want some?" "Absolutely," he says lowly, reaching for my hand with his and bringing it to his lips. We spend the next few minutes feeding each other and kissing, then finish our champagne. "I wish we could stay here all week," I sigh against his lips. "Me, too, Stell. Maybe we can go away over the holidays," he answers, sliding his lips across my jaw and down my neck. "Yeah, that would be nice," I say breathily. "What do you usually do for the holidays?" He pulls his mouth away from my skin and looks at me. "Have an uncomfortable meal at Carlisle's. But Christmas morning with Riley is always good, he says, smiling a little when he talks about her. I shrug. It varies. Usually, I go to my dad's. Once in a great while I see my mom. I went to Texas with Jas once. But it's pretty loud there. His family is huge, I laugh. Maybe we can talk when it gets closer. I'd love to spend Christmas with you, he murmurs, lowering his head back to my neck. Yeah, we'll talk but not right now, I say, gasping quietly as he licks his cold, champagne-chilled tongue up my neck. Not right now, he agrees, pressing his lips back to mine. Blank. The rest of the week passes without much drama. Edward seems to get that it's bugging me to hide out and tries his best to distract me from the fact that we can't go anywhere together. He suggests we hang out with Ang and her boyfriend, Ben. They come over for dinner Wednesday night and then again on Friday to play games and watch movies. When we play pop culture trivia, Ang and I team up against the boys. We kick their butts, laughing at how little they know. It's after midnight when they leave, and after I lock the door behind them, I turn around to see Edward sprawled on his back on the couch. Tired, Ned? I ask. Nope, I'm trying to tempt you into fucking me, he says, stealing my line from last week. I laugh as he starts unbuttoning his shirt as I walk over to him. Grabbing my arm, he pulls until I lie down on top of him and I lower my lips to his as he rubs his hands across my back, then down to cup my ass. He pushes his hips up against mine as if I couldn't already feel the bulge in his pants. Well, I can't ignore that hint, can I? I say, giggling against his lips. Come on, Ned, let's go do dirty things that feel really good. I push off him and stand up, holding out my hand to pull him up, too. Want to play another game? Whatever I do to you, you do to me, he asks. I look up at him, biting my lip, and nod. All night long, he says, punctuating each word with a kiss. Sounds good to me. Blank. Saturday morning, I'm dozing lightly when I hear it. Thump, thump, thump. What the fuck? Edward mumbles. I blink my sleepy eyes open. Thump, thump, thump. Is someone at your fucking door? He asks grumpily. I stifle my laughter, but I'm amused that he's this grouchy. He's usually so too chipper in the morning. And he's usually up before I am. Yeah, Ang texted me a little bit ago. She was running out for coffee so I had her pick up some for us, I say, rolling onto my stomach towel. Rode him so I can kiss him before I get up. Mother of God, what time is it? He growls against my lips, reaching a hand up to cup the back of my head and hold it against his. It's 8-something, I answer, feeling his lips curve upward into a smile as I try to pull away while he doesn't let me go. After 2 quick pecks, he finally releases me and I yawn as I roll over and start to get out my side of the bed. We didn't go to sleep until after 3, so I'm still sleepy, too. He reaches for me, pulling me back down to the bed and leaning over me. Don't you dare move. You made promises last night, woman. That I intend to make sure you keep this morning, he says, seeming to snap out of his grumpy routine and kissing me once more. He scoots out his side of the bed, winking at me as he pulls on his jeans and shirt from last night. I'll get the door. Still buttoning his shirt, he walks out of the bedroom, pulling the door partially shut behind him. Giggling, I snuggle back into the pillows. A minute later, I am confused when I hear another male voice answering Edward's in the living room. Frowning, I listen intently. It doesn't sound like Ben. Oh, Holy Mary and all the fucking saints, why does that sound like my dad? I scramble off the bed and pull on panties, jeans and a sweatshirt in record time. I grab a hair tie from the top of my dresser and hastily pull my ratty sex hair up into a messy bun. Hurriedly, I open the door to my bedroom and rush to the kitchen where I find Edward making coffee and my dad sitting at the counter, looking uncomfortable. Daddy, what are you doing here? I ask, rushing around the counter to hug him. Oh, my God, why didn't he call? And why do I always call him Daddy when I think I might be in trouble? Bells, sorry, Bella, can't a man surprise his daughter to wish her happy birthday in person? He retorts, squeezing me and kissing the side of my head. Of course. And I'm definitely surprised. You must have left Forks before dawn, I say, moving around to the other side of the counter to stand beside Edward. Yup, left pretty early. All right, he replies, eyeing Edward warily. Dad, this is my friend, Edward Cullen. Edward, my dad, Charlie Swan, I say, trying to sound more confident and less mortified than I feel. Yeah, we met, Bella, when he let me in, Charlie responds pointedly. I narrow my eyes at him until he smiles. I smile back at him, then look up at Edward. He glances down at me, wrenching one side of his mouth upward, but not the other. He is not happy. I was a much better sport when Alice A.N.D. Riley walked in on us counter-humping all those months ago. I start to chatter noisily as I grab 3 mugs from the cabinet and pour us coffee, which we drink while making small talk and pretendin'. Gee, that we're not all embarrassed by this situation. 10 minutes later, Angela comes bursting through the door with the good coffee, one for me, one for Edward, and some pastries. She stays for a minute, to say hello. She's met my dad before, and then leaves, barely able to contain her laughter. She backs toward my door, holding her thumb and pinky up to her face like a phone and mouthing for me to call her. An eye roll is my only answer. After several more awkward minutes, during which I ask way more questions about Forks than I'm interested in hearing the answers to, my dad says he's got plans to visit a couple of friends this morning. I know he has friends in Seattle, but I think he might be bullshitting us. I'd be willing to bet he was planning to spend the whole day with me. He seems to realize that I need time to regroup though. I also need to figure out what's wrong with Edward. I'll be back around noon. I'd like to take you to lunch. Edward, too, if you want, he says as I walk him to the door. Okay, Dad, I don't know if he'll come or not. He's just a friend, like Jas, I reply, nodding. He raises his eyebrows at me and clears his throat but doesn't make any other comment. He hugs me goodbye and leaves. I shut the door behind him and turn around, expecting Edward to be in the kitchen or living room, but he's not. As I walk down the hall toward the bedroom, I can see him pacing back and forth in front of the bed in the still dim room. I'm only 1 foot into the bedroom when he turns toward me and attacks. It's your birthday today. Why the hell didn't you tell me? He asks, angry I think. What's the big deal? It's just another day, I mutter. So that's the big outing tonight, the reason you're going out with Jasper and Emmett and not seeing me. It's a fucking birthday party for you. And you didn't tell me, he says. Yup, definitely angry. Edward, you're not my boyfriend, I begin, only to be interrupted by the semi-asshole. But I am your friend. I would have liked to have known, at least, he says. And your dad, catching me here at this hour, he must know I spent the night. Bare feet, wrinkled shirt and messy hair at 8:15 a.m. Yes, Ned, he most likely figured that out. I stifle an inappropriate giggle as he turns his back to me, stuffing his hands in his front pockets. Probably, I concede. I'm sorry, I didn't think he was coming until dinner time. He's not comfortable talking about this stuff though, so don't worry. He won't be asking your intentions or anything. Luckily for us, since our intentions are to keep screwing each other until we're sick of it. I tease, trying for some levity. He turns around and looks at me like a sad puppy. Fuck, now I've hurt his goddamn feelings. I roll my eyes at him. That was a joke, I offer feebly. Look, we're just going to dinner tonight, but you're welcome to join us if you'd like. Then Em and Jas are taking me to some nightclub downtown. I think my dad will head back home, but you're welcome to come then. 2. In fact, Jas would like to meet you. Don't invite me just because I found out, he says sharply. The look in his eyes is so fiery he's more angry than I realized. And it makes me a little mad. 2. Because I've had no reason to believe he would break his rule about us being seen out together in Seattle, but now he's mad that I didn't ask him to. I'm not. I would have invited you earlier. But I didn't think you'd come since you can't be seen in public with me anymore, I explain, trying not to sound bitter. But I am bitter. I'm feeling worse about the secrecy of our situation over time instead of better. Bella, you know it's complicated, he argues. I sigh dramatically. I'm not asking for more explanations. Honestly, we've talked that issue to death. Come, don't come. Either way, it's fine. Fine. He still sounds upset. I step closer to him. You want to come to lunch with my dad and me? I ask timidly. Do you want me to come or you just asking because you know I overheard your dad? He asks quietly. I close the distance between us, raising my palms to rest against his chest as I look up at him. I want you to come. Edward, very important to me, you're one of my best friends. I'd like for my dad to get to know you, I say honestly. I'd like to come. I'll go home and change, then come back, okay? He asks, reaching a hand up to my face. What about? I mutter, still looking up at him. He knows what I mean. He shakes his head twice and grins crookedly at me. Screw it. We're not gonna worry about that today, okay? I break into a smile and answer okay as he leans down to kiss me. Happy birthday, Bella, he whispers against my lips. For the first time in a couple of years, I think I might, in fact, have a happy birthday. Blank. By the time Edward returns, I've showered and dressed. We're both in better moods now and he kisses me deeply after he comes in. My dad arrives soon after and Edward drives us to my favorite little cafe, the one that has the best polenta I've ever eaten. Despite my attempts at diversion, my dad manages to interrogate Edward effectively, quizzing him about his job, his family, his general attitude about life. Happily, Edward leaves out the part about our agreement and expertly skirts all the dating questions. Edward and my dad bond over their love of sports and the mountains. And Edward invites my dad to the cabin to fish next summer. That makes my heart speed up a little, thinking that maybe Ned and I will still be something to each other next summer. Maybe even something more. Their conversation pulls me out of my short-lived daydream and I pout jokingly when I realize they're making fun of my penchant for rambling. When Edward takes us back to my apartment, he tells me he has a little shopping to do, raising one eyebrow at me like he's irritated still that I didn't tell him it was my birthday. You don't have to get me anything, I reply. I want to get you something. I just don't know how long it will take me to find it, he answers. I'll try to make dinner, but I'll catch up with you later one way or the other, okay? Okay. I nod, smiling up at him. He nods. Go spend some time with your dad. He's nuts about you, Edward smiles. I nod as he leans down to kiss me, just a quick peck since my dad is standing a few feet away. See you tonight, Stell. Quote, see you, Ned, I say. When I turn back to face my dad, he's smiling at me, too. My dad and I have a fun afternoon, we spend most of it walking around since it's a nice day. He gave me a Mariners hoodie as a gift and I wear it even though I'm not a sports fan. I try to call Edward before we leave for dinner, but he doesn't answer. Dad and I meet Jasper and Emmett at an Italian restaurant. My dad looks at me several times across the table and I'm sure he's curious about where Edward is, but he thankfully doesn't ask. I'm curious about where he is, too. But I'm trying not to show it. I'm also trying not to feel hurt, but it's not working. After dinner, I hug and kiss my dad before he leaves, then Em and Jas take me to a dance club downtown. I have a few drinks, get a good buzz going, and have fun dancing with my boys. When they ask about Edward, I tell them honestly that I don't know if he's coming or not. I can see this answer doesn't please them, but they don't say anything. When my buzz starts to wear off and I start to get sleepy, I tell them I want to go home. They fight me a little, but finally relent. Jas offers to ride in the cab with me, leaving Em lusting after a redhead. In the cab, Jasper asks way too many questions about what's going on with Edward. I deflect as long as I can, then finally snap. Jas, it's my goddamn birthday. Can you please stop asking questions I don't want to answer? Give me a 24-hour reprieve. I ask sharply. Okay. Sorry, baby swan, he says, scooting closer me in the backseat and letting me rest against his shoulder. He walks me to the door of my building and tells me to call him tomorrow before hopping in the cab to go back to the club. When I get upstairs, I go into the kitchen to get a bottle of water and some Advil. I take my time as I get ready for bed, washing off my makeup and brushing my teeth slowly. I have just changed into my PJs when I hear a knock at the door. Assuming it's Edward, I rush to the door and open it without checking the peephole. Fuck my life. It's not Edward, it's Jake, with flowers. I stand dumbfounded, mouth gaping, as he begins speaking. Happy birthday, Bells, he says, using the nickname that I refuse to let anyone use anymore. It was a happy birthday until you showed up. What the hell, Jacob? I seethed, coming to my senses. I went from shocked to angry in less than 1 second. I wanted to see you to talk to you, he says, turning around to face me from the middle of my living room. He came through my doorway and into my living room while I was still too stunned to block his way. Tears spring to my eyes and threaten to spill over. I don't love him anymore, they're not those kind of tears, I'm pissed as hell that he found me and had the nerve to show up here. Okay, Jake, you have 2 minutes. Spit out what you came to say and then get out, I say furiously, turning toward him, swiping away my angry tears. Bells, really? 2 minutes? That's all I'm worth to you? He asks, trying to manipulate me with words and with his smile, which I used to find so handsome, but now it nauseates me. I snatch the bouquet he holds out toward me and toss it over my shoulder, smiling with satisfaction when I hear the flowers hit the wall behind me with a loud thwack. Of course not, Jake, but the CE time continuum doesn't work with negative numbers, I say snottily. Baby, don't be this way. What we had was so good. We could have it again. You know I'm sorry, he says. I roll my eyes and cross my arms over my chest. How did you find me? I ask icily. He laughs at me. Internet. It only took me 5 minutes to find out where you'd moved. And here you are, all alone on your birthday. It's like you were waiting for me to show up, he says, smiling at me. It makes me sick to think that I used to give in to almost anything he wanted when he smiled at me that way. No, she was waiting for me to show up, Edward says from behind me, sliding his arms around my waist from behind. Sorry I'm late, baby. I got held up. He pulls me tightly to his chest and leans down to kiss my temple. Thank God I never shut the door to the hallway. I turn in his arms and brighten immediately, Jake completely forgotten. I know it's unreasonable for me to be so happy just because he finally showed up, but I am anyway. You're here, I exclaim, throwing my arms around his neck to hug him. I'm so sorry I was late, Stell. I tried to catch you at the bar, but Emmett said you'd already left, he says, bending down to kiss me. Something warm blossoms in my chest when I know he actually tried to show up in public for me. Jake clears his throat loudly behind me. Bells, who the fuck is this guy? I start to answer, but Edward beats me to it. I'm Edward. I assume you're Jake, right? Edward holds me to him tightly with his left arm and extends his right hand toward Jake. Jake shakes Edward's hand, glaring at both of us. Yes, I'm Jake Black. Well, Jake, I'd like to say it's nice to meet you, but in all sincerity, it's not. So perhaps I should say thank you for being an asshole and doing what you did. Otherwise, I never would have had the opportunity to know this amazing woman, he says, glancing quickly down at me, frowning as he reaches up to wipe away the lingering wetness from my cheeks. My heart is pounding so hard it feels like it will burst, even though I know this is for show, for Jake. Edward's helping me reclaim some of the dignity I lost on the night I found my fiancée in bed with another woman. Who are you to Bella? Jake asks snidely. Edward looks down at me. I can't read the expression in his eyes. It's not panic, like I thought it would be. His eyes are shining, he looks relaxed. I decide to take matters into my own hands. He's everything. He's everything to me, I say, smiling up at him, not sparing a look at Jake. Edward smiles back and leans down to kiss me. I pull away and look over at Jake. Jake, your 2 minutes are up. Goodbye, I say. You little fucking bitch. You think you can just replace me with the first pretty boy who comes along. He'll end up breaking your heart, too, he sneers. I feel Edward tense up beside me and turn to look up at him quickly. What did you just call her? He asks, his voice low, angry, frightening. No, baby, he's not worth it, I say. Pulling myself out of Edward's arms, I step in front of him to face Jacob. Jake, you need to go now. Don't come back. There's nothing here for you, I say forcefully. Edward steps up right behind me so his chest is against my back and slides one arm around my waist again. Jake looks murderously at me, then walks out the door, slamming it behind him. Edward whirls me around and before I know what's happening, has his mouth fastened tightly on mine. He reaches down to cup my behind and lifts me up. I wrap my legs around his waist, never letting my mouth move from his. He walks to the door and flips the lock, then heads straight for my bedroom. I have a present for you, but first, Bella, I need to be inside you, he murmurs against my lips. I don't want a present. I just want you, I answer, moving my mouth to his neck as he walks into my room. He lays me down on the bed and starts pulling his clothes off. I sit up to take off my tank top, then lie back down. And to slide my pajama pants and underwear off. I scoot up in the bed, kicking the covers away, then Edward leans down over me. There's no foreplay, he immediately reaches down to see if I'm wet, thrusting 2 fingers in. When he feels that I am, he settles on top of me and pushes inside. Oh, my God, Edward, I say. Baby, he replies, kissing me quickly and then holding himself above me as he moves forcefully against me. Neither of us says anything else, but our eyes stay locked on each other's until I come, moving my arms up to his shoulders and sinking my nails into his skin as I lift myself up to him. I feel his orgasm start before mine is finished and he holds himself inside me as his eyes slide closed. He lowers his chest to mine and kisses me slow and deep, tangling one hand in my hair. Then he moves off me and rolls to his back, tugging on me until I roll to my side and snuggle up to him. Stell, I'm sorry I missed dinner and the club. I went to Portland to get part of your present. There was a huge wreck on the 5 on the way back and I was stuck for almost 2 hours, he says quietly. I tried to call you, I say. I'm not really mad, but my feelings are still a little hurt. My phone's dead. I don't have a car charger for the new phone and I forgot to charge it last night, he replies. I know this sounds like a bunch of bullshit excuses, Stell. I am really sorry though. Jesus, I feel like I keep letting you down. No, it's all right, Ned. You rescued me from Jake. That's worth a decade of missed birthday dinners, I say, trying to laugh a little. Thanks for sticking up for me. Thanks for sticking up for me, he replies. I prop myself up on my elbow and scoot up to kiss him. We kiss long enough that he drags me across his body so I'm straddling him as our hands begin to explore again. Ned, I pant when he pushes me up higher to kiss down my neck to my chest. Stella, he answers against my skin. Hang on, I want to go get your present. He nudges me gently, until I slide off him and he pulls the covers over me before he walks naked, of course out of the room. He's back a minute later with a present in one hand and a plate holding one cupcake with one candle in the other. I pull the sheet up with me as I sit up, keeping my arms against my body to hold it in place. I blow out the candle on the cupcake as Edward holds it in front of me, then he gets back into bed with me. Sitting right next to me, he pulls off a bite of the cupcake and feeds it to me, laughing when frosting gets on my upper lip and quickly leaning in to lick it away with his tongue. I reach up and grab his hair, holding his mouth to mine as I plunge my tongue in and move it against his. Time out. Open this first, then we'll get back to that, he says, smiling at me and holding out a long, thin box. I take it and slide the red ribbon off, then tear off the black wrapping paper. I lift the lid slowly. It's a charm bracelet. It's silver, or it looks silver, but when I pick it up, I know it's too heavy to be sterling. It must be platinum. I immediately tear up when I see it already has several charms attached. I smile as I start fingering all the charms and Edward starts explaining. A yellow taxi. The first time I kissed you was in the back of a yellow cab. Remember? He asks. I nod as I continue staring at the charms. A red apple. The first trip we went on together to the Big Apple. I had so much fun with you, Stell. You were my little NYC virgin. I laugh lightly as I nod again. A green canoe. The canoes, the first one here in Green Lake was fun, and the second one, where we saw fireworks. I turn to look at him and reach up to kiss him. Each of the canoes is special to me, too. A yellow sun. For our trip to San Diego. God, Stell, that was one of the best weekends of my life. I loved having you there with me. Tears are gathering in my eyes, clouding my vision a bit, but I can still see well enough to grab the next charm. A white rabbit. At once for the first night we spent together, during which you discovered my superiority. I laugh loudly as a tear leaks from the corner of my left eye. A yellow duck. The first bath we took together. Just you and me and Riley's rubber ducky. A hamburger. For that stupid game you were playing on your phone in my office. I was attracted to you as soon as I saw you, but I was intrigued by you. When you were such a ballsy little thing. He leans over to kiss me this time. A brown moose. For the cabin the weekend that I learned so much about you, so much about my mom and some stuff about myself, too. After that weekend, I knew that I always want you in my life. Always want us to be friends. A margarita glass. That's the first drink I ever made you, remember? The first time you came to my house when you thought Riley was my daughter. We both chuckle lightly. A streetcar. That's for your nickname, Stella. When he says it just like Brando, I launch myself at him, laughing. We hug for a minute and then I pull back to look at the last charm. A pink birthday cake. For your birthday. Happy birthday, Bella. I've given up trying to hold the tears back, letting them slide freely down my face now. I love it, Edward, truly. It's the most thoughtful gift anyone's ever given me, I say, sniffling and wiping my nose with my hand. Stell, that's gross. Here, he says, handing me his discarded t-shirt. I'm not wiping my nose on your t-shirt, I laugh. Why not? Then I'll have to stay until I can wash it, he says, taking it from me and wiping my nose himself. Will you help me put the bracelet on? I ask, smiling. Sure, he answers, taking it from me and hooking it around my wrist. He leans in to kiss me and I pull him with me when I lie down, hearing the charms clink against each other softly as we begin to move together. Blank. The next 10 days are idyllic except for the part where we still can't be seen together. But we spend time with Alice and Riley and with Ang and Ben. Things are better between Edward and me. I've learned how to successfully push down the feelings of anger and bitterness about our secret friendship. Yup, I'm back to living in denial. It's a pleasant enough place. When Edward has to go to San Francisco the second Wednesday, he promises to text me often. He calls several times, too. I spend Wednesday night in. But Thursday I'm supposed to have dinner with Jas and Em to celebrate the Seattle tourism account I landed early this week. I have one other big client on the line, too, that I hope to get under contract in the next few weeks. Professionally, it's been a pretty good year for me. Emmett ends up taking a client to dinner on Thursday night, so Jasper and I sit alone in a booth at a pub, eating bar food and drinking until we're tipsy. He badgers me about Edward until I finally give in and tell him what's really going on, that we can't be seen in public and we've been holed up in my apartment or his house for a month now, except for the night in Tacoma and my birthday lunch. I watch as Jasper's blue eyes darken, turning from pale blue Texas skies to deep azure, rough seas. He closes his eyes and shakes his head. When he opens them again, he leans forward, propping his elbows on the table and looking into my eyes. Baby swan, I know you love him whether you'll admit it to me or not, but this situation is a fucked up mess, he says gently. Jasper, I start, but he shakes his head. Let me finish, he insists firmly, but he's not angry, not yelling at me like last time. Only you can decide what you're willing to live with. But think about this. Are you more afraid of losing him or losing yourself? Because you're giving up a whole hell of a lot to be with him. And you're lying by pretending this relationship doesn't mean more to you than sex buddies. Oh, God, my breath hitches, my heart races, my stomach begins to churn. Leave it to Jasper to hone in on my feelings and sum them up in a few sentences. Sometimes I wish he didn't know me quite so well. It's a simple question. Am I more afraid of losing Edward or myself? And the simple answer is I don't know. I know I'm lying to him. I know it's not fair to either of us for me to continue lying. But I also know that when I tell him the truth, our arrangement will be over. Tears gather in my eyes as I look over at Jasper. Why are you doing this to me? I ask. He smiles softly at me and reaches across the table with both of his hands to grasp mine gently, rubbing his thumbs back and forth soothingly across my knuckles. Because you're my best friend. You're not going to like yourself if you keep lying to Edward. You're not going to like him if you keep hiding your relationship. Someone had to point it out to you, and you know Emmett wouldn't do it even if he was here. He's a chicken shit, he says, knowing it will make me laugh. He chuckles with me and I tug on his hands until he scoots out of his side of the booth and moves to sit beside me. I lean over against him when he puts his arm around me and holds me close. I put my inside hand on his leg and he grasps it with his free hand, using his thumb to lightly trace circles on my palm. I'll think about it, I whisper, knowing he's right, knowing that I can't keep living in this little world Edward and I have created. It's both. Ring me more and more that we can't meet for dinner on the way home from work, can't go to the grocery store together, can't take Riley anywhere. I take a deep breath and sigh, turning my head to bury my face against Jasper's chest. Ah, baby swan, I'm so sorry, darlin'. I know it hurts, he says, squeezing me tightly against him and leaning down to kiss the top of my head. He's right about that, too. Blank. Edward flies back from San Francisco late Saturday morning and texts me as soon as he arrives. Just got back. Can I come over? Can you meet me at 3 Beans? He doesn't answer for a minute. I'm sure he's trying to figure out why I want to break the rules and meet at a coffee house. Finally, he responds, sure, I guess. Why? Need to tell you something. No PDA, I promise. He agrees and we plan to meet in 30 minutes. I am already dressed, so I walk to the kitchen and take a big drink of Pepto, then grab my purse and walk out the door. I arrive at 3 Beans about 15 minutes early and choose a table outside after getting a drink from the counter inside. The outdoor area is almost deserted. Even though it's a gorgeous fall Saturday in Seattle, only one other table is occupied. They look college-aged, the young couple I'm watching at the table on the opposite side of the patio. He's reading a really thick book like Anna Karenina thick, although I'm sure that's not what he's reading. But it's the longest damn book I ever read and, therefore, the standard by which I measure book length. She's typing on a laptop. Occasionally, they speak to each other, not a conversation, just short comments. Twice she leans over to kiss him and each time he smiles as she draws near. It so reminds me of Edward and myself in San Diego. The perfection aside from seeing Jamie of those few days will be how I measure all future trips, I'm sure. I smile a little, looking at them, thinking about Edward. Tearing my eyes away from them. I sigh and take a sip of my iced passion tea. I really wanted a coffee, but decided a shitload of caffeine might not be the best choice for me right now. I'm jittery enough on my own. I wonder if Edward's nervous to meet me, even though I chose an out-of-the-way spot and there's not much chance of getting caught here. I sigh and pull my cardigan a little more tightly around myself, insulating my body from the chill. I grab the scarf I laid down on the chair next to me and wind it around my neck. Keep the hands busy, Swan. Don't think about what you're about to do to your world. Don't think about how badly it will hurt. Suddenly, I see him. My heart races the same way it did on the day I met him. I got somewhat used to his appearance during the past few months. But today I'm stunned by his good looks. Perhaps because I haven't seen him for a couple of days. Perhaps because I know I won't be seeing him again, not this way, when he's a little bit mine. He waves and smiles cautiously at me as he approaches the table. Thanks for meeting me, I say, automatically smiling back up at him as he comes to the table. You're welcome, Bella, he says, sitting down at the table and reaching for my hand across the top. He looks somewhat uneasy. I'm not sure if it's because we're in public together or because he knows something is up since I'm asking to break the rules. Smiling at me again, he squeezes my fingers gently once, and then lets go. I smile sardonically back at him as I feel the bitterness spike in my chest. What's going on? I need to tell you something I should have told you earlier. I start, fumbling for words even though I've thought of nothing except what I'd say since yesterday when I made this decision. He's frowning at me now, but the corners of his lips are lifted like he's enjoying seeing me flustered. Hope he enjoys it now. I have a feeling he won't enjoy it much longer. I didn't mean for this to happen. In fact, I didn't want it to happen, I say, dropping my eyes down to the top of the iron table and tracing the diamond pattern with my finger. No, I will not be embarrassed about my feelings. I swallow once and then look up, my resigned gaze meeting his concerned one. What is it, Bella? You're scaring me, he says, really frowning now. I reach over and clutch his hand briefly. I don't hang on any longer than he did when he sat down. Don't be afraid, it's gonna be okay, I say, trying to smile at him. I manage to get one side of my mouth curled slightly upward. Are you pregnant? He asks quietly. I laugh a little at that. No wonder he was nervous. No, I'm not pregnant, I say, fleetingly amused that he jumped to the same conclusion that his sister did a few weeks ago. His shoulders relax slightly and his frown lessens, but he still looks worried. I know I've got to just spit it out before I give both of us heart attacks. Edward, I love you. I'm in love with you. I'm so sorry, I say quickly. I see the shield come down across his eyes. He's pulling away. I knew he would, but that doesn't make it any easier to watch. Christ, Bella, you know I can't, he begins. Shit, Bella, of all the times, to Jesus, I can't do this right now. He reaches one hand up to rake through the top of his hair. I interrupt. I'm not asking for anything from you. I am only telling you because we promised that we would be honest with each other, I state, frowning when he flinches slightly. But I haven't been, not since I realized how I feel. Oddly, my voice sounds much stronger than I feel. Bella. He tries to interrupt, but I continue speaking over him. If I stop, I'll start crying, and that is unacceptable to me. I need to say what I have to say and get the hell out of here. I know this means that we won't see each other anymore, I say resolutely. I realize you don't feel the same, and I have no illusions of changing you. I have no desire to change you. I love you just the way you are. Which I guess is ironic. I huff out a humorless chuckle. Bella, why are you doing this? He asks, his voice strained. He's still looking at me with those beautiful, green, hypnotic eyes. I smile sadly at him as I respond. I've known for a few weeks how I feel about you and have struggled trying to make the decision whether or not to tell you. But, Edward, both of us deserve the truth. I deserve more than being in a sex buddy friendship when I want more. You deserve to have my honesty, and to have the kind of relationship you want without the pressure of the other person having feelings you don't reciprocate, I say quietly. My eyes are misting over and I blink quickly. I don't want to be in a secret relationship anymore, Edward. But I will always cherish this time we've had together and how you helped me heal. Bella, please, he whispers, his guarded eyes imploring me. Please what, Edward? I ask gently. Please take it back. I can't. I'm not ashamed of how I feel about you. You know I care about you, he states hoarsely. He drops his eyes to the top of the table. I know, Edward, I treasure that more than I can explain, more than you could know. I swore I wouldn't cry in front of him, but I can feel myself starting to lose it. I sniffle quietly, trying to keep him from hearing. I'm going to go now. I don't think I have anything left at your place, and I didn't see anything of yours at my apartment. If I find anything, I'll send it to your house. His eyes dart back up to meet mine. He's stunned, shell-shocked. You're just... This is it? He asks, swallowing loudly. Edward, I can't go back to how things were. We both need to move on, I say sadly. I stand up and walk to his side of the table. I ruffle his hair a little and bend to kiss his cheek. He reaches out a hand and grabs mine, bringing it to his lips for an instant, pressing a soft kiss against the side of my thumb. I squeeze his hand and then pull mine away gently. If I don't go now, I won't be able to walk away from him. Goodbye, Ned, I say with a small laugh, even though I don't find anything humorous about walking away from this man. Take care of yourself, Bella, he says, looking up at me. Just hell, take care, too. For a split second, something fiery flashes in his eyes, but it's gone before I can identify it. I nod and turn to go before I completely break down. I let myself out of the little gate on the side of the patio and walk up the street half a block to where I parked my car. The whole time I'm walking, I strain my ears, waiting to hear if he calls my name, hollers at me to wait. He doesn't. We will continue in next part.